I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. March 19th. Supervisor Garamendi is with the Road Department at the moment over at Health and Human Services. He'll be joining us later. We're going to be moving into closed session. Madam Clerk, could you please read the item?
Item 1, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization Calaveras County Sheriff's Management Unit.
Okay. No public here, so may I have a motion, please?
No motion.
Oh, we don't do a motion. That's on my sheet. Okay, forget it. We don't do a motion. Madam Clerk,
Item 2, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, closed session with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association.
Okay. This meeting will stand in recess. We'll be going into closed session. What? Oh. Does anybody from the public who's not here want to say anything? No. Okay, I'll bring them back to the... Oh, God. We're going to adjourn. We're going to recess to close session. Oh. Is this your first budget drive?
Good morning and welcome to the March 19, 2019 Board of Supervisors meeting. If you're able, will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and if you would continue standing afterwards. Ms. Calaveras, would you please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you could please stay standing for a second, I want everybody to, our family, our county family, lost a valuable member yesterday in an accident. And I'd like everybody just to take a moment and in contemplation and respect to Mr. John Bowman on our road crew who passed away yesterday. Please join me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Report of today's closed sessions. Item 1, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization Calaveras County Sheriff's Management Unit. There was no reportable action taken. Supervisor Garamendi arrived in the closed session at 8:20 this morning. Item 2, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association. There was no reportable action taken.
Thank you. Any announcements from the Board of Supervisors? Seeing none, the announcements from the staff. Mr. Maurer.
Good morning, Peter Maurer, Planning Director. I just wanted to announce that the draft housing element, the 2019 housing element, is out for public comment. We'll be submitting that to the State Department of Housing and Community Development around the 1st of April. They have a 60-day time period in which they will be reviewing it. Once they've looked at it and said it meets all the state requirements, we'll be bringing it back to the Planning Commission and the Board for adoption. We've moved from a 5-year cycle to an 8-year cycle, so this is good for us, and hopefully that I believe that we've met all the state requirements, and we're looking okay on our housing front. So it's available. It's on our website. If any of the board members would like to get a copy or would like me to email it to you directly, please contact me. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Other staff announcements? Seeing none, we'll move. Chief? Don? Oh, not staff, sorry. And not staff, I apologize, Chief. We'll move on to public comment.
General public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Okay, we're moving on to public comment. Remember, on our agenda today, we're going to be dealing with disasters, and then we're going to be dealing with the Butte Fire settlement. So don't use this time to talk about those subjects, but everything else is open. So any public comment? Bonnie?
Good morning, Board. A story about Double Springs. Before I tell the story, I have to give a pre-story. And the pre-story is how the Double Springs Ranch was built. I believe it was 1880 or so. A Scotsman came and bought the land from the original owner and decided he was going to build a little castle there. He contracted with the prison in Ione, which was a prison way back then, and had the inmates chisel 2 foot by 2 foot by 4 foot pieces of stone that we have seen probably about a dozen same kind of builds in the Mother Lode area. On Double Springs, it's a 3-story mini castle. Right outside of Valley Springs, there's another same kind of building. It's painted white now. But as the story goes, and this is a story I heard 45 years ago, if I don't get all the dates and the sequences right, forgive me. But this Scotsman got up on a ladder and directed all of the workers, and there were many workers, Mexican workers, Chinese workers, Indian workers, to build this little mini castle. He directed where each stone was placed in sequence because he had it in his head how he wanted it erected. If you go down Double Springs today, you'll see this little mini castle. On the right, if you're heading from San Andreas, it's like a 4-story building. Underneath is a basement where the big wood stove is. The first floor on the ground level is where the main living area was. The second story is where the bedrooms were located, and at the very top, and it's really 4 stories, is the attic. And the story I'd like to tell you is something that happened in the attic in approximately 1960, which was 80 years after the house was constructed. So in the future, if I can remember, or somebody reminds me, I'll tell you the story, another sad story of Double Springs. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. I think we all look forward into that. I do. Neil?
Morning. SBI is the largest forest landowner in California, with operations currently encompassing approximately 1.64 million acres of timberland throughout Northern California. The company has entered into a voluntary candidate conservation agreement with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services A recent article in the Enterprise quoted John Buckley, Executive Director of CSERC. The forest officials who deal with grazing have told our Senate that in any given year, if they were able to monitor 30 to 40% of the meadows that are supposed to be measured, that's the most they think they can accomplish. And the other 60 to 70%, they ask permittees to self-report if they've caused any violations. Last week, the moratorium on hemp was passed, including item number 3C. No industrial hemp shall be deemed an agricultural operation for purposes of Title 14 of the Calaveras County Code, or legally existing agricultural land use for Title 17 of the Calaveras County Code. This provision is unnecessary and unwarranted. If the federal government has descheduled the hemp plant and deemed it an agricultural commodity, then that is what it is. A fairly easy solution to the cross-pollination problem would be to allow commercial operations to use feminized seeds and clones, which can be accompanied by certificates of analysis that will prove its high CBD, low THC agricultural hemp. Male plants should be allowed for genetic purposes only. The Ag Department should be able to take some random samples 30 days prior to the allowable harvest period and certify the crop. It's not an insurmountable task. There is no sawmill here anymore. Everything cut down in our county is processed in Martell or Sonora. Last year, the board turned down an offer to build a testing laboratory. Instead, an economic development director was hired to head a one-person department with no budget. How many more businesses need to be turned away? The nuisance designation will preclude farmers from obtaining loans and crop insurance and kill a potential industry before it gets started. The State Water Quality Control Board is not even going to monitor discharge because the state and the feds are willing to afford enough respect to hemp farmers that they may self-report to the county ag department, just as any other agricultural endeavor. Those of us farmers that are left resent repeatedly being called polluters by this board, drug pushers at this podium, and a nuisance. Does the remaining $9 million left in the general fund not buy us some goodwill? We need action to be able to work this year. I should be neck deep in transplanting.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil. Anybody else? Cliff?
Morning. Cliff Edson, San Andreas. In case you didn't hear, last weekend we had our San Andreas Rotary Club had the first ever Raising Cajun Festival here in San Andreas. And we were expecting right around 600 people or so. Right around, when we started at 11 o'clock, right around 12, we surpassed the 600 people. It was a very big success for our little town. And in my 15 years of being here, I've never seen that many people downtown. And of course, our club will be distributing funds back into the community that we've collected for that. That's what we do as San Andreas Rotary. So I want to thank especially the sheriff's volunteers and the sheriff department for all of the support they gave us. Without the volunteers, we'd have been in trouble, I got to tell you. Those folks were awesome, and we're going to try to figure out something to do for them as well. Also, Calaveras High baseball team and many other group folks, including the people at the county that helped us get through the process, made it fairly easy for us. So we want to thank the support from the county as well. But if you'd have been there, you'd have been surprised. I think Jack was there, and I believe that, Ben, you showed up there too as well, right? Yeah, I was keeping tabs, by the way. So thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you, Cliff. Anyone else? Seeing none, we will close public comment and move on to the consent agenda.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Members of the board, would anybody like to move something from the consent agenda? Seeing none. Staff? Seeing none. Public? Seeing none. Public comment? No. Yeah, public. No, we don't need to do. Motion or discussion?
I'll move it as is.
Moved by Supervisor Stopper.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Item 5 is from the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors. Approve the corrected minutes of the Board of Supervisors meeting held on September 11th, 2018. It came to my attention that the minutes of the September 11th meeting, which were subsequently approved, had an error in what I had submitted, and that was that the item related to the water tenders for the fire districts, the item was written and the minutes reflected that $10,000 would be given to each district to maintain the water tenders. And there was a correction during the meeting that it was $10,000 per water tender. It would seem like a very benign change. However, one district has two. So this is to make that correction.
Discussion? Supervisor Mills?
Just a point and comment. This doesn't mean that we wrote a check for $10,000 to each one of the districts for those water tenders. This means that the work that was done, the maintenance that was done, they had to submit bills to be able to retain it, and that is something that will be held in an account year over year until such time as the account is expended. So I don't want anybody to believe that we just suddenly wrote $10,000 checks to each district. We did not do that.
Any other comments from the board? Comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion.
I'll be abstaining.
I'll move the item.
I'll
Item
second.
is moved by Supervisor Mills,
I'll second.
second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
1. So 4.
I guess I abstained then because I wasn't present at the meeting. Now I think about it.
All right. Let me call the vote. Let me call the vote again.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? 2.
Thank you, Marita.
Okay, item 6 is from the Office of Emergency Services to conduct a study session to provide information to and receive information from the Board of Supervisors on emergency management structure and activities in Calaveras County. The session will include projects focused on multi-agency coordination and fire preparedness efforts.
You need a couple minutes to set up, Michelle, or? All right.
Good morning, members of the board. Is this on? Yep, okay, everyone can hear me. I'm Michelle Patterson. I am the Director of the Office of Emergency Services here in Calaveras County and will be your host today for this study session. So to give you a bit of an overview, we're going to spend about 45 minutes, myself and a couple of my colleagues, discussing the overview of emergency management as it's structured in Calaveras County and then how that interacts with the state. And then we'll spend the next approximately 2 hours discussing several different fire preparedness activities. We have many folks who are going to be participating in this presentation to provide some subject matter expertise on what's happening in our county as it pertains to fire preparedness. So with that, I will go ahead and jump into the definition of emergency management. What is it? Emergency management is the management function responsible for coordinating and integrating all of the activities to build, sustain, and improve the capability of handling non-routine emergency events. So that, structure fires, car accidents, those we would consider routine emergency events. These are things that exceed that normal day-to-day function. However, that is probably clear as mud, so I found a very helpful YouTube video. It is from the state of Montana, but it really does a good job of clarifying what emergency management is.
Have you ever seen the term emergency management and wondered exactly what that was? Well, you're not alone. By law, every incorporated jurisdiction in Montana has someone that is responsible for emergency management functions. However, the work being conducted is largely a behind-the-scenes activity, with the exception of when a large disaster does occur and the emergency manager becomes front and center. Emergency managers in Montana work to prepare their communities for non-routine events by providing coordination amongst all the agencies that provide services to our communities. By facilitating this coordination and capturing it in written plans, we establish a common process for responding to large incidents in Gallatin County. Emergency managers typically categorize their activities into 4 areas. We start with mitigation activities, where we take known hazards and their projected impacts and do work to minimize the effect on our community. Next, we look at what we can't mitigate and prepare for those hazards. Emergency managers spend most of the time conducting these preparedness activities. Despite all our planning, at some point a large incident will occur, and the community will have to respond to it according to how we planned in our preparedness activities. After this incident is over, emergency managers then shift into a recovery mode where we work to try and get life back to normal for those who were affected by the incident. You may have heard the term disaster and emergency services, and in many communities it is synonymous with emergency management. However, we consider the term to be outdated as it refers to preparing only for disasters and emergencies, and we do so much more here in Gallatin County. Our program here in Gallatin County supports our partners in coordinating activities every day, rather than just preparing for the big one. We work hard in providing this daily support, and we feel it provides a stronger system for our whole community.
So while that video is obviously from Gallatin County, Montana, it does a good job of identifying why PowerPoints disappear. It does a good job of explaining what exactly emergency management is and the various different functions that we do day to day to help prepare for these, outside of the normal events. So if we bring that local to Calaveras County, what are the responsibilities of the Calaveras County emergency management function? So we are responsible, as the video said, for developing the plans and procedures for response and recovery. So these are things like our emergency operations plan, our local hazard mitigation plan, and additional plans and annexes to that emergency operations plan. You hear me often say the importance of conducting staff and partner training and education as it pertains to being prepared to respond to emergencies, and that is a core function. Can't just be emergency services staff that are responding to an event. It takes a team. Coordinating with all agencies that respond. Later on, we'll see sort of a non-comprehensive list of the folks that I work with almost daily. Ensuring resources are available and mobilized during times of disaster. Alerting and notifying appropriate agencies. Developing preparedness materials for the public. We'll speak a little bit more about that later. And then, of course, the alert and warning function during emergencies is a core responsibility. So how is Calaveras emergency management funded? We receive funding from the Emergency Management Performance Grant. This is a Department of Homeland Security grant that is passed through Cal OES that comes down to counties. We receive approximately $134,000. This number changes year to year depending on what was allocated at the federal level and then subsequently at the state level. There's a base distribution for that funding stream and then a per capita distribution depending on a county's population. This funding stream requires a dollar-for-dollar match requirement, which in our county comes from general fund dollars. Our county also receives Homeland Security grant funding, which is again a Department of Homeland Security funding stream that's passed through CalOES. This funding stream changes year to year. It's averaged approximately $120,000 over the past several years. It does not currently have a match requirement. However, this funding stream is meant to be dispersed through what we refer to as the Gang of Five. So that would be the county sheriff, the city police department, the city fire department, county fire, public health, and more recently, the Office of Emergency Services has been taking a cut of that since OES is no longer in the sheriff's office. So when you start breaking that down, the Office of Emergency Services for the 2019 Homeland Security grant year received approximately $17,000. These funds can be utilized in a variety of categories, and we chose to utilize that $17,000 for training.
How do we decide how we split that money up?
Counties, so there's no standard or best practice way how counties split this money up. Every county does it differently. Essentially, this funding requires that 25% of the allocation off the top goes to law enforcement for terrorism, anti-terrorism activities. So when you take the 25% off the top, then you cut the rest of it by the 5 partners in the grant. So that's how we locally have been divvying up the funding. Other counties do it differently. And then, as I mentioned, the general fund serves as our match for the EMPG grant. So in the Office of Emergency Services, we have 2 staff. We have 1 FTE Director of Emergency Services, which is myself, and a 1 FTE Emergency Services Coordinator, which is Chad Posse. Hi, Chad. Some of you have seen him around. So we have 2 staff to do quite a bit of work. And that doesn't include, all of the recovery work that has been going on out of my office for the past year. So we're very busy a lot of time. So I know this is a little hard to read, and I'm happy to share a larger printout of this document with you. Basically, for the calendar year 2019, Chad and I basically set these 16 priorities, which include the revision of the emergency operations plan, development of emergency support function annexes, which I'll talk about shortly, doing tabletops and exercises, developing a multi-year training and exercise plan for staff, partner agencies, developing a community outreach and education platform. Our local hazard mitigation plan is in need of an update. That's required every 5 years, so that is one of the other priorities. I think you may have heard, particularly Stan Moore from IT, discuss continuity of operations. It's imperative that during emergencies we have a plan in place to continue government operations. We refer to that as a continuity of operations plan. To my knowledge, I've not seen one locally yet, but we need to develop one of those. And then, of course, training. So I mentioned the emergency operations plan. We are currently at sort of the last phase of revising this. We've rewritten the whole thing, and we will be, we're at the point now where we're going to start sharing that with the departments. We have departments currently assisting us with writing the emergency support function annexes, so that we can clearly identify roles and responsibilities of county departments and partner agencies during disasters. We're hoping that the review of this doesn't take too long, because we'd like to have it adopted by the board sometime early summer. I mentioned the local hazard mitigation plan. The last time the board adopted the local hazard mitigation plan was the fall of 2015. These plans are required legally if we want to receive federal emergency preparedness and response and recovery funding. They're required to be updated every 5 years. So right now, we've written an RFP and we're waiting for it to be posted to update this plan. One of the reasons it's going out to RFP is because of the level of detail, technical detail that's required of this plan. And Chad and I would have to dedicate all of our time to doing that technical research to get that plan updated. So you will see an RFP and a subsequent contract for a consultant come up for this plan shortly. So I mentioned emergency support functions. Essentially what FEMA and subsequently Cal OES have done is broken roles and responsibilities into different functional areas. And California has 18 emergency support functions. I'm not going to read all of these slides to you because that would take forever and be awfully boring. But basically, it gives us a baseline for identifying roles and responsibilities and who either from the county organization or a partner organization is responsible for those activities in an emergency. So it covers things like public works, it covers fire, law enforcement, evacuation, search and rescue. Two that I want to call out specifically, the county also receives funding through the Health and Human Services Agency from the Federal Department of Health and Human Services, passed through the California Department of Public Health in the form of public health emergency preparedness funding and hospital preparedness program funding. So I have Chris and Diana here in the audience. They are the responsible folks from HHSA that are responsible for this funding stream. The funding that they are responsible for really centers on providing the public health and medical aspects to impacted populations during an emergency, and that care and shelter piece, so the mass care and sheltering portion of that. So I work very closely with them to ensure that all of our planning is consistent and not in conflict with each other, and they, as well as I, work very closely with partner agencies, which you'll hear about shortly, to ensure that we can have a coordinated and effective response. This is just the remaining emergency support functions. What is different in California than from the federal emergency support functions are we have a volunteer and donations management function, and we also have a cybersecurity function. The federal emergency support functions don't have those defined, but we've found in California, and I'm sure elsewhere, that the volunteer and donations management component, and I have some folks in the audience who I'm sure could attest to, often becomes the disaster within the disaster when you've got spontaneous volunteers and truckloads of donations that are coming in that need to be managed. So the state identified that as a platform. We in the Office of Emergency Services don't necessarily have the capacity to do all of that, so we've partnered with the local voluntary organizations, Active in Disaster Group, who you'll hear from shortly. In addition to response functions, we also have recovery support functions, and those are broken down into 5 different categories. These are the major categories of recovery when you're talking about recovery from a disaster, which we are familiar with. We've got the economic recovery, health and social services, housing, infrastructure systems, and natural and cultural resources. So similarly, this helps to define what those functions are and who is responsible for them. In the you'll see that the Office of Emergency Services isn't necessarily identified as a primary agency in this, but they do participate as far as the coordination and integration of these things are concerned. So at this point, I have not mentioned the incident command system once, and you may be wondering why. So we really focus on these emergency support functions. A traditional ICS org chart has 76 positions to fill in it, and Calaveras County, we probably couldn't fill those 76 positions for multiple operational periods, particularly over multiple days. So where the emergency support function design comes in really handy is we can overlay ICS onto our emergency support functions. So you'll see, and this is hard to see, but we have the ESF sort of clustered under operations, planning, logistics, finance, and then incident management. So having 2 staff in the Office of Emergency Services, we obviously could not fill these boxes all on our own, so we rely heavily on our other county departments that are responsible for those functions, as well as outside partner agencies to help us support these functions during an emergency. So when we get to a point where we've got something that's moved from a day-to-day event and starts to look like something that's unusual or perhaps a large-scale emergency or disaster, we may open the Emergency Operations Center, and what that is, the purpose of that is to maximize effective collaboration, strengthen the capacity for our responding agencies to cope with the emergency. So within the Emergency Operations Center, we utilize the principles of the Incident Command System, but we don't utilize them like would happen in the field. We don't do command tactics in the Emergency Operations Center. Its primary role is to support staff in the field, to provide that link for communication between internal and external stakeholders, to provide that space for coordination, where it comes to issues where, we may, as a county, need to make some policy decisions or some financial decisions. That would be a conversation where we would bring the board, council, and others together and say, this is the situation, you need to make a decision about how we're going to address this. An example of that is the urgency ordinance as it pertained to housing post-Butte fire. I may have said that in ordinance incorrectly, but
Michelle, I don't know whether it's okay to ask questions in your presentation, or you want to wait till
it's
the
your
end?
study session.
We're trying to learn. So the EOC does not make command decisions. Who's making command decisions?
Command decisions are left to those in the field that are handling the disaster. So fire, law, EMS, you're looking mostly at fire and law enforcement that are more often than not in some sort of unified command structure that are making the command and tactical decisions for that incident. The Emergency Operations Center is then supporting those through coordination, through communication, ensuring that we all have a good common operating picture or big picture understanding of what's happening, what the resources that are needed. If we need to make mutual aid requests to get in more resources, focusing on information management and particularly documentation management, which your board has heard more often than not is critical in a response.
Thank you.
I think to that point, the incident commander actually makes the decisions from using his staff, utilizing his staff or her staff for those decisions in the field in real time. And you're more or less in the background trying to support whatever those decisions are, using logistics or in any way that you can to make it all work.
Right.
So we depend upon OES to really be that strong arm in the background to pull those pieces together that sometimes we just don't have the time to deal with.
Don't mean to throw you off your game.
No, you're good. Okay. So we'll move on. This is a non-comprehensive list of the individuals and agencies that I interact with on an almost daily basis. I have been extremely fortunate to have come in and to quickly develop very good relationships with many of the players in Calaveras County as it pertains to emergency preparedness and response. I came in, and the following week after I started, we had one of those atmospheric rivers that came in, and I very quickly had to cold call a lot of people and say, hi, I'm the Emergency Services Director. Can you get on a phone call so we can plan for what we're going to do with this event? But OES can't do it by ourselves. It can't be said enough that our county departments and partner agencies are critical to the success of an emergency response and subsequent recovery, and that training is critical for them to be comfortable, confident, and carry out those activities that are necessary in an effective way. Through our office, we offer training from October to January of this past year. We offered 10 different training opportunities that were open to county staff, partner agencies, and outside organizations, other counties, through various vendors. FEMA has a variety of emergency institutes that do training, and so most of this training we were able to get for free. Some of it we paid for, but overarchingly, training, it can't be said enough how critical training is in this.
Michelle, to that point, is there a certification process that goes with that training?
There can be. The state of California has developed a credentialing program for emergency management in various different categories. I'm not prepared to speak to all of them right now, but I'm happy to point you to those different credentialing processes offline. Yeah. So, in addition to requiring county staff and partner agencies, there may be the need to reach further into our volunteer community. We all know that government doesn't always move very quickly, and that sometimes we don't have the resources that we need at a moment's notice. However, volunteer organizations do have the ability to move quickly, may have the resources available to them that we don't have, and more often than not, they're members of the community that are impacted, and so they know more about the impact area, the resources available, and how to get certain things done that we may not have. I've invited our new Central Sierra Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster. Rob Line is here to speak about what that is and what their function is and what they do.
Morning. So I don't know how much you guys have ever known or heard about the VOAD organizations. It's Volunteer Organizations Active in Disasters. It is an organization of organizations. Basically what we are is kind of it's an association that draws together all of the players to the table so that they are in one cohesive unit and ready to go to work at the drop of a hat, as needed by our partners like OES and fire and police. VOAD is not a new organization. VOAD has been around for almost 50 years. We are just brand new to this area. As a result of our experiences with the Butte fire, and then this year having seen the results of the Carr fire and then the fire in Paradise. The Carr fire had an active VOAD. The Paradise fire did not. The concerted efforts of volunteer organizations during the Carr fire was much more organized, much more cohesive. They worked together with fire and police and the county in a much smoother way. It was total chaos during the Paradise fire, still is to this day. We have here locally, we had a group of people that came together with the realization that we needed to do something for our area so that we don't have to face that same situation again as we did during the Butte fire. Most of you probably remember we did not have a concerted effort or organized response to that fire when it came to volunteer organizations. And one of the purposes that we serve is to help prevent the overlap of services, to prevent people that spontaneously deploy themselves, all of those kind of things, and instead have an active group of people, organizations, volunteer organizations, whether they be nonprofit, faith-based, for-profit groups, that are ready and active and able to serve. And so we basically kind of vet our partners, we prepare them, we train, we work together, and then we coordinate with OES to help provide the services that are needed. So if something happens and you have a situation where you don't have the resources at hand, or you need something quickly that would take more time through other channels, Michelle can make one phone call. We can say, this is who we've got that can do that, and then she can pull the trigger as to whether those people deploy or not. VOAD operates under kind of this 4 C's concept. We work through cooperation, communication, coordination, and collaboration. We cooperate by creating a system of cooperation and information exchange, so all of our organizations are all on the same page. So when you get a VOAD active and you get their partnerships together, partnerships like Red Cross, Salvation Army, Southern Baptist Disaster Relief, the list is huge of different partners, organizations, and they each have their expertise and areas that they operate. But they need to all be drawn under the same, operating understanding. And so VOAD helps pull that together. Communication, we publish and disseminate information as it comes down through our local county partners. We coordinate by fostering a common understanding and provide a liaison with public officials. So we are kind of like a one phone call versus you don't have to imagine, it happened during the Butte fire. You have to scrounge around, make hundreds of phone calls to find out who does what. With a VOAD active in the area, you make one phone call, we tell you who's ready to go. And then collaboration by sharing best practices, providing training, and just basically developing those relationships with county, fire, police, so that everything is already kind of a cohesive unit and ready to go. Any questions?
I have a quick question. And thank you for all the work you did in Calaveras Recovers, and
Thank you.
been at this a long time. Thank you very much to all our volunteers. During the Butte fire, one of the problems that we had was we had the equivalent of cowboys, people coming up with best intentions to help us, and it clogged up the system. Would VOAD be a place that those people could plug into? People want to do good things for the community when disasters happen, but as we all recognized, we could have a big pile of shoes in Mountain Ranch.
Yes, absolutely. So VOAD, what we do through our partner organizations, we can be the place where those people plug in because we already have the organizations ready. So we can filter those people into the right place so that they can volunteer in a proper way without it just kind of being chaos like we saw. We also can help with the dealing with the collection of resources, helping to even, we have partners that even deal with the housing of resources as they come in. So instead of having, and we have several people here that have experienced that. I mean, my church alone, we had probably 5 acres worth of donations. Right. And a lot of those donations were not helpful. So what we can help do is we can help, mitigate that and keep that from becoming, like Michelle said, the disaster within the disaster.
So thank you, and thanks for all the work you and your church did.
Absolutely.
Rob, this is just a great opportunity, I think, is what is brought out from the Butte fire. The greatest fear in an incident commander's eyes is to see a self-dispatched individual organization which doesn't even understand the structure of what is going on within that incident scene. And I think that already bore itself out of the Butte fire, where people were not familiar with what FC-33 looked like, or how do I start my paper trail. Any of that can lead to problems down the road, literally for years. So if they can start to coordinate under one umbrella organization, I think that they will then get the training necessary that we could feel confident and comfortable with them being within that incident structure, and knowing that they're not going to create a disaster within a disaster, as Michelle speaks to.
Absolutely. And one of the things we aim to do is also help some of those organizations that may be dysfunctional at the moment become functional and valuable in the event of a disaster.
So Michelle, do I understand then that VOAD's going to be the one that's going to coordinate the Red Cross, Health and Human Services, Animal Rescue, and so forth? Then I'm not
No.
clear. I mean, this gentleman said we're just going to make one phone call I mean, do they then orchestrate Red Cross? Do they set up the evacuation centers? I'm not clear on what
Sure.
we're saying, because what he well pointed out, there's lots of people coming in doing things. Who's orchestrating this?
So essentially, the orchestration of all those support functions comes out of the Emergency Operations Center. I'm thrilled to pieces that we have this VOAD that has been created. I've had the opportunity to work with them in their development, and they have agreed to provide that support where it comes to that volunteer and donations management piece, where all of the other things that you described are being coordinated. You know, mass care and sheltering is going to be coordinated from the mass care and sheltering branch, which is led by our Health and Human Services Agency. If they require the assistance of Red Cross, they will make the phone call to Red Cross and to get that support. If we identify a need where we need bodies, or we need food, or we need stuff that Health and Human Services is outside of Health and Human Services to acquire, then I can turn to Rob or whoever he decides is the liaison within the EOC and say, you know, we've got these 4 needs that need to be addressed in quick fashion. Can you make some phone calls and try and reach out and find those people or those resources to help fill that gap?
Got it. And what about the animals?
The animals?
Well, is he going to be doing that, or is OES going to be
So
doing that?
Animal Services is the primary responsible agency for animal emergency response and sheltering in an emergency. We utilize mutual aid resources to accomplish whatever the needs are of the event. If there is the opportunity to utilize volunteers in some capacity, then Evan from Animal Services with I and Rob may look for those resources.
Well, we have the
elsewhere.
resources here that do large animals. Do we utilize them, or does VOAD use them? I'm
So they're
not real
connected
clear.
they're connected.
Or
with
does
them.
Animal Services do it?
The group that you're speaking of is connected with the VOAD, and they would be an asset to Animal Services in that
Okay,
situation.
so then Animal Services is the overseer
Yes.
for that portion.
Yes.
And VOAD does the supplemental services that Health and Human Services
Or
might
others.
need, or Red Cross, or,
Right.
okay,
So they
got
help
it.
us to fill the gaps where, and I'm sure you've got plenty of examples from the Butte Fire of gaps that were created. Either, you know, we need ADA showers, we need food trucks. You know, Salvation Army does a great job
Got
at
it.
doing
Okay.
feeding, and so they're
I
helping us fill
I
the
just
gaps.
wasn't clear when he said, you make one phone call and all these things will then happen. So thank you for the
There are a lot of
clarification.
phone calls.
Thank you.
So you ready to stop it?
It's also crucial, so the structure there for volunteers, so that they go to the right spot, they don't run lines and roadblocks, and they don't put themselves in jeopardy, and possibly more of our emergency personnel in jeopardy, in the sense that they have someone else on the wrong side of the line.
So what we do is, with training through cooperation with Michelle and the other agencies, we make sure that our partner organizations are up to speed on all of the pertinent information and procedures so that we don't violate those things. We want to make sure that we're here to serve. We want to be a help, not a hindrance. And so myself and all of the other people that are on our executive board are members of volunteer organizations. And so we have all served in some capacity during a disaster. And so we come together to make sure that everybody becomes on the same page, so that we are useful and not, so we're part of the help, not part of the problem. We've all had that experience where we've been able to be part of the help, and then we've been in the situations where it fell apart and it wasn't. And we want to make sure that doesn't happen here. One of the great examples of success was up during the Carr Fire. They had, during repopulation, police and sheriff needed the assistance of chaplains. Well, each agency had one chaplain, and so that's 2 chaplains to help repopulate, thousands of people. So they went to the VOAD. VOAD had already put together a coalition of chaplain agencies, And I actually was able to serve on that coalition, and we were able to deploy 100 chaplains to help repopulate. And so those are the kind of things that VOED can help put together. We not just can offer up an organization that can perform a specific duty, but we can also put together those teams across organizations so that we're ready to provide the needed number of volunteers in the right capacity to be able to respond in the proper way.
Thank you very much for your time and everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Just one more point, and this has more, I think, more to do with volunteers than it does with those who do this professionally, is that how an incident comes together is always in the back of the mind of an incident commander, because you're going to eventually have to take it apart. And that's really where you, for instance, cite a landing zone, or a demob facility, whatever, and then it ends up getting moved simply because the scene has changed. That all contributes to how smoothly everything will work in the final result. So volunteers will play a big role if they understand how that all fits.
Absolutely, and we are pushing our volunteer organizations to be in compliance with ICS so that they understand the training, they understand how the functions are. Our executive committee has been recently ICS trained, so we are in the loop on how that works, and so that we can be, again, we can be helpful, not a hindrance.
So to speak a little bit more about how we involve volunteers, the state has a disaster service worker volunteer program. This came out in the 40s as a result of some war that was occurring during that time. Basically what this program does is provides for workers' compensation benefits to registered volunteers that are injured in doing an approved and assigned disaster response activity. It also provides them a limited immunity from liability in performing those functions as long as they're done approved and there's no negligence. There's two different types of disaster service worker employees. If you recall, when you became affiliated with the county, you took an oath. Part of that oath was to protect the Constitution of the state of California, etc. That is the disaster service worker oath that you took. So all public employees in the state of California are disaster service workers, so government employees, special districts, school districts, if the organization is considered a public governmental organization, you're a disaster service worker. The other side of that is what we call disaster service worker volunteers. These are people that are not employed by a public agency. So these folks are volunteers and are not paid for the services that they provide during a disaster. They are eligible for workers' compensation under the county's workers' compensation insurance if they are injured in the course of an activity that they were asked to do as part of a disaster response. And again, they are entitled to a limited immunity from liability in the course of those actions. In doing particularly the side where we're talking about volunteers rather than employees, that conversation occurs in concert with council and with risk management to ensure that what we're doing is in compliance with laws and insurance and all of those other things. We don't want to take on a liability that we can't support. So we have those conversations regularly in those areas.
Michelle, during the Butte Fire, a lot of our employees did exceptional, extraordinary things for our community. Most of them were outside the scope of their job description. How does that generally work? I mean, people stepped up,
Right.
but what are they required to do?
So no public employee as a disaster service worker will ever be asked to do something that is outside of their capability. For instance, no one, despite me begging, will ever let me give immunizations. So that is outside of my professional scope. It's outside of, I'm not legally able to give people immunizations like in an infectious disease emergency. We can utilize folks outside of their job classification specifications. We do try to align assignments that people are given to their day-to-day activities. Again, I'm talking in ideal situations. I obviously wasn't here during the Butte Fire to kind of see how that unfolded, but typically we would try and keep people within the scope that they usually perform in. Some people do have very special skill sets that we can utilize that they typically wouldn't use in their day-to-day job, but that we know that they have and that they step up to do those specific functions. So they don't necessarily, and again, these are conversations that are had with HR, risk, and counsel about, what can we ask people to do? And people in emergencies, as you well know, they want to help. So we try and utilize that energy in productive ways to get them to help. Does that answer your question?
With the volunteers, it's good to have them registered and accredited because look, during emergencies, people get hurt. And we don't want to carry the liability. So we need to, so there's the DSW volunteers, which would fall in line with the gentleman that was just speaking. And there would be a list of those people so that when we're in a disaster, there's no added liability to the county with how we proceed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All
So
right.
there's two ways that the disaster service worker program can be facilitated by a jurisdiction. One way, and I'm talking outside of public employees, one way is that we designate volunteers to be, perpetual volunteers. We don't assign them an operational period. They swear, they take the oath, they swear in, and they're just 24/7 disaster service workers. The other way to do it, which is currently my preferred way to do it, just because of the capacity that we have within the Office of Emergency Services, we don't have a structured volunteer program in the Office of Emergency Services, would be to have volunteers come to the staging area, do the swearing in, sign the paperwork, do all of the paperwork ahead of time, give us lists of those that they're deploying, if they're utilizing vehicles or trailers or any other type of equipment, give us the vehicle description, license plate number, driver, so that we have all of that information so that we can deploy them appropriately. And then whoever is going to receive them on the other end, give them a heads up, whether it's a roadblock or some other thing. Say you've got a trailer and a truck coming, this is the description, this is the name of the driver, this is the license plate, like, they're good. So we would have them come to that staging area. We would also require, we keep bringing up the critical components of documentation, and the value of volunteer hours and work that is performed has an impact on a positive impact on our cost match in a declared emergency. But we still need that documentation. We can't just have a group of people say, well, I spent 4 days manning the shelter, but I have no sign-in sheet. I don't have any what we refer to as ICS 214 forms. It's a documentation form where we write down and manage all of our significant events of the day. So we would do at that staging area all of the accountability measures, give them all the forms that they need, make sure that they know how to use them, get them sworn in as disaster service workers, get them deployed, and as Dennis mentioned earlier, get them back at the end of the operational period to a demobilization site where we then go through a process to demobilize them, collect all their paperwork, collect all their receipts, collect mileage. There's a lot. It's a lot. And I'm thankful to have our VOAD group agree to help with that aspect of it. Like Rob said, they have been trained up through, they've taken all the ICS up through 400, 700, 800, so they know the drill. They're ready to go.
Another piece of that puzzle too is that if you start keeping lists of all of the people who potentially could be a volunteer disaster service worker, that could be busy work all by itself.
Oh, yeah, that could be a
Just-
full-time job all by
just
itself.
keeping up with the constant shuffling of people in and out of the system. So
Right.
I think your concept makes better sense, is do it on a case-by-case basis.
And that allows us to, it removes the county from being the supervising entity over that organization, and allows us the flexibility to use who we need when we need it, rather than all the time.
And we must be able to check them in and check them out.
Yes,
Absolutely.
It's critical.
Can't leave them behind. Okay.
critical.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
All that information that you just spoke about, hopefully that's all part of the emergency operations plan. It's all spelled out, so we just go through the book and, okay,
Yeah, and
that's
that's
very
part of-
important that we know, yeah.
Yes, it's part of the reason why we're developing the annexes the way that we are, so that we do have that stepped out.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So I'm going to switch gears just a little bit and talk about Calaveras Alert. Historically, people have referred to systems like this as Reverse 911. Reverse 911 is a brand. We utilize Everbridge as a technology, and we've branded that Calaveras Alert. So this system is utilized to provide notifications to residents in affected areas and give them some type of direction. Either you need to evacuate, or you need to shelter in place, or take some other type of protective action, whatever is recommended from the field to me to then push the alert out. This system is most effective when folks go into the system and register themselves. They can register email addresses, cell phone numbers, landline phone numbers. If they have multiple residents throughout the county, they can have that in there as well. The address piece is critical because if you have registered and have not included an address, I'll never find you as a dot on my map. So operationally, how this works would be, I would get a phone call from either law enforcement or fire in the field. They're telling me that they're evacuating this area. I go into the system, I draw a map around that area. Whoever is in the map or in the system shows up as a dot on that map. Those people get the notification. If people leave their address out, they won't get that notification. So it's critical that we have people register. We do have, last I checked, which was not, it's been a while, because Diana has been doing the maintenance of the system for me. We had over 14,000 individual people registered into the system that had self-registered. When we purchased the system, which was a year ago, we did purchase phone book data, but we realized quickly after a couple of uses that the phone book data wasn't that good. We do get real-time reports out of this system to know how many people were contacted, who received the message, if they confirmed the message, if a message was left on an answering machine. So we do know who was notified. There's been some confusion about what this system is and what it is not. This system doesn't allow for two-way communication between residents and officials. And it also is not a system that is employed to kind of give information about kind of day-to-day activities like car accidents or road status or what the boom was that I heard down the street. So it's only to be utilized during times of emergency where officials need to provide some direction to the people in that impacted area. I've had folks say, well, I've never received an alert. In my opinion, that's great because you haven't been in an area that's been impacted by something. A few weeks ago, we utilized it to do a shelter-in-place in District 2 as a result of some flooding and mud that was on the road. So we were able to do that and then get some crews out there to help clean that up, and we were able to undo that shelter-in-place. So that's how we utilize the system, only in emergencies. We don't use it for any other thing.
Supervisor Keller?
Like,
Is Bear Valley included in this too? Because I didn't see them as a member of the team in the Bear Valley?
If they're in Calaveras County,
No, they're in Alpine
so
County,
they would be Alpine County.
but Bear Valley is, and Upper Fork Corridor work closely together, and Bear responds to incidents in the Upper Fork Corridor, as does Ebbets Pass Fire respond to Bear. So I'm not asking that we take over Alpine, well,
Right.
maybe, but at least I would think Bear Valley should be included.
So our system is limited to the geographical confines of our county. I don't know what system Alpine County uses to do notifications like this. We do have a portion of our county whose zip code actually belongs to Stanislaus County or San Joaquin County. I think it's Stanislaus. I work in collaboration with my partners in Stanislaus County because I actually don't have that geographical area accessible to me in our system despite it being there. So we've done particular outreach to that area to get them in. So it would be a collaboration with Alpine County at that point.
Michelle, I'm going to express my ignorance of technology here for a second, but as we go through this, is there a way, I mean, not everybody's going to register. You know, I might be, I might be in Mountain Ranch when there's an alert for Paloma. So is there a way that we could utilize, we know what our cell towers are, that we could just sort of have the cell tower hit everybody in a region so we can not miss people?
So our system is compatible with the federal IPAWS system. IPAWS stands for Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. And that system does what you're describing. It pings the cell towers, so regardless of who is in an area and whether or not they're registered in a system or not, they're going to receive an emergency alert system notification. However, every message that's sent utilizing IPAWS gets reviewed by FEMA before it goes out for appropriateness, and so really IPAWS messaging is really to be utilized for those large-scale catastrophic events.
So if we had the Butte Fire
Yeah.
burning up Jesus
Yes.
Marie, you
Yes.
could hit Mountain Ranch and get
Yep.
everybody.
Yep.
Okay, and FEMA, I assume, would do that pretty quick for us.
Yes, they have a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week control center, basically, where messages get reviewed within seconds and then
And it
pushed
could be
back out.
isolated to Mountain Ranch? It's not going to end up in Jenny Lind?
No, so
Okay.
how it works from the operational level is I would draw the polygon on the map, send it to IPAWS. IPAWS then puts a buffer zone on it that then extends that area. So it's going to reach more people than the polygon that I've drawn, but in that situation, you would want more people rather than less notified
That's comforting, thank you.
of an emergency. So there are other, sources of information. I think particularly post-campfire, there's been a lot of discussion over reliance on technology like this to notify. There are going to be those situations where the cell towers burn up, the power lines burn up, the technology isn't going to work. Really only the things that we have after that, we have, Facebook, of course. We have the door-to-door evacuations that Law and Fire are going to be doing out in the field. And really just the situational awareness of residents, to be aware of their surroundings and to not, if the fire's coming up the hill, maybe start packing up and getting ready to go and not wait for somebody to come knocking on the door. I have folks that call my office and they'll say, well, I think there's a fire. Should I leave? Well, do you feel unsafe? I mean, I'm not out in the field. I don't know where the fire is or where it's coming from. I've not been notified of a fire. But if you feel unsafe or you've got large animals or family members that have, special medical needs that take a little bit of extra time, or, toddlers that refuse to put their shoes on, perhaps start getting them in the car and leave. You could always come back if, it was for naught, but it's better to be safe than sorry in those circumstances. So as it pertains to other sources of information, the Sheriff's Office and Angels PD utilize Nixle for more press release type information, and of course, we're all familiar with the various Facebook neighborhood pages and other pages that provide information about what's going on, and the Office of Emergency Services also utilizes Nextdoor. It's important to note that with Nextdoor, as an agency, I don't see the neighborhood pages, so I don't know if a cat is missing or you're selling something on Nextdoor. All I'm able to do is push messaging, and that messaging, the residents can interact with me on that messaging, but I still can't see any of their personal Nextdoor stuff.
The U.S. Weather Service provides a service also that alerts you. I get a message just in my car on the screen. It says, Calaveras County is experiencing winter storm or winds or whatever it is. So is that something we can utilize too at this point, or is it cost effective to do that? Or
so they have different access to the emergency alert system than say the county would. So that is separate from, but obviously I'm in communication with the Weather Service regularly and get those alerts so that I'm able to push them out if necessary.
You can push those out, so if we have a disaster of some type, you can utilize that service and send that out that way too. That's good.
Okay. So I kind of want to wrap this portion of my talking to you up with talking about community preparedness and, especially the importance of individuals and households and families being prepared. Over the past several decades, FEMA particularly, and then adopted by state agencies and local governments, have really been pushing, the individual preparedness, make a kit, have a plan, get involved type of messaging. And what has been discovered after evaluation of sort of this top-down approach to community preparedness is that it's not working. We can tell folks every day that they need to prepare for emergencies, identify evacuation routes out of their home, pack emergency supplies, identify backup sources for oxygen and other things that they may need, but it's not working. And so what the recommendation was out of this most recent report that I read was that, it's really incumbent on the culture of the neighborhoods and of the people in those neighborhoods to take that preparedness from a bottom-up approach rather than having the government take a top-down approach to it. Obviously, at this point, I don't know what that would look like other than things that I've seen, neighborhood watch type groups getting together and preparing together. We've got HOAs, particularly up the Highway 4 corridor, that get together and talk about preparedness. And really, promoting those individuals and those households and those communities to be prepared and to be self-reliant and to think these things through. Nobody really wants to think about like when the bad thing happens, but unfortunately, and particularly given our proximity to the wildland-urban interface, which then requires additional amount of responsibility and planning and things like that when it comes to an emergency. We really need individuals, families, communities, households, organizations to really embrace the getting prepared, because our top-down efforts have not done well over the past 2 decades. So it is critical. There are a lot more citizens than there are first responders out in the community. So we really need the community to take hold of that and really be prepared to respond themselves and to take care of themselves in these situations. So with that, question?
Before we move on to the next OES presentation,
Yes.
We're going to take a 15-minute break.
Great.
We're going to come back at 10:40, so everybody run to the restrooms.
Okay.
The other
Morning, hello, welcome back. Michelle, the ball is still in your court.
All right. I was reminded at the break, as if we can just kind of bring ourselves back to Calaveras alert for a moment. The county previously utilized a system called Code Red. We no longer have that system, so it's important that people know that. So I just wanted to make that statement before we moved on. I'd like to introduce Patty Tran. She is our Cal OES Emergency Services Coordinator. She's the liaison basically between us as the county and the state. And so she's going to do a little bit of presentation for us to kind of dig a little deeper into emergency operations and how the county interacts with the state. So
Hi, good morning.
You have a clicker right there for you.
So just a really quick background. I came here to the Butte Fire on my 5th day when I came on the job, so it was very overwhelming, as you can see, with that incident. Since then, I've been to too many, unfortunately, disasters. Since then, I went to Santa Rosa for 30 days. I went up to the Camp Fire. I also went to the fire up in Butte County. So just to go over some of the stuff that we learned in the past. So emergency management seeks to promote safer, less vulnerable communities that possess the capacity to cope with hazard and disaster. There's no community that has all the resources it needs to combat every emergency, so it must rely on other communities and levels of government for help. Therefore, the capacity to cope is founded on the effective collaboration. The Emergency Operations Center maximizes collaboration and strengthens the capacity to cope. So emergency management is a team sport. It takes the whole jurisdiction to staff an EOC. All government employees within your jurisdiction need to work together to staff an ongoing EOC operation. The EOC at each response level, you come together as one team, and you practice the SEMS, which is the California Standardized Emergency Management System. When an EOC at any level is missing, the entire system is weakened, so the capacity to cope will also decrease. So what does an EOC do? Getting on beyond the buzzword, the big picture is all-inclusive. You deal with response, recovery, protecting life and property, the environment, economic impact. The important thing to remember, everything you do in an EOC affects people in your community. So there are many ways to communicate, but EOC are the most important, most effective way to connect for mutual aid around the state. So EOC is usually centrally located where everyone plugs in. It is a place for information management where EOC will maintain a common operation picture by pulling together and process all the information that's going on from multiple sources to understand what the event is about, the cascading effects, all the consequences, and what resources they have available. So the huge role of the EOC is to ensure consistent, timely, authoritative information is being disseminated to the public. Another focus on the incident tactical needs for their primary job is also working with other outside partners, other companies, utility companies, businesses, American Red Cross, faith-based organization, volunteers. So the person in charge of emergency services in any area most likely to wear multiple hats. When you're looking at the sheriff, the fire chief, the environmental or the public health officer, the EOC allow them to give the OES hat to qualified personnel so they can focus on other incident tactical needs to do their primary job. So if an EOC is not up and running, all the answer have to come from these people that are in the EOC. So the EOC also set priorities. They use common operating picture to help determine as where the need for resources is the greatest. They also deal with problem solving, bringing together all the right players to solve problems at the lowest level. They deal with advanced planning, looking ahead 36 to 72 hours, because usually a big incident doesn't just happen for one day. The EOC also set policy and provide legal and financial support, such as proclaiming an emergency for a disaster, or accepting the financial liability for requesting resources. And some of the other would be long-term recovery, supporting that. Recovery begins as soon as the incident happens, and it continues long after the first responder leaves. So EOC will help you recuperate all the costs by collecting data from the very start. If you get too far into the event, you may not be able to capture all that cost, and resulting in significant financial loss. So it is essential for the right people to be working in the EOC to track the costs, because down the road it just creates more headaches. So EOC usually helps transition from response to that sustained recovery phase effort by creating a plan. They also facilitate requests for disaster related to the state and federal funding, sometimes small business loan, the California Disaster Assistance Act, or the Stafford Act. And lastly, EOC really concentrate on documentation. And we say that it can make or break your chance to get a state proclamation or potential reimbursement, because without having the proper document to prove your time and resources that you used, it's going to hurt you getting reimbursed later, and that's very important. So I'm going to touch about how do local and operational area EOC fit into the California Emergency Management System, short for SEMS. So I know that this might be very familiar for a lot of you, but we'll just go through it because I know Michelle already touched on a lot of it. The purpose, the concept of having a standard system is to organize a broader scope of activity than just direct response action. It was introduced in 1991 after the East Bay Hill fire in Oakland. So SEMS came up with the framework and set of rules and guidelines that keeps everyone on the same page. And that's when you're following the ICS, the MAC, the Master Mutual Aid, the Operational Area Concept. So real quick on the MAC. I'm sorry if there's a lot of acronyms, and if I get used to saying a lot of acronyms, so if you don't understand something, just let me know. So with the MAC system, the tool is used in the multi-agency coordination system area divided up between on-scene and off-scene. So the on-scene is out in the field. That's including the incident command post, the unified command post, and then you have the off-scene, which is the EOC, the Department Operations Center, the Dispatch Center, and the Multi-Agency Coordination Group, which is the MAC. So what is the Master Mutual Aid Agreement? In 1950, the cities, county, and the state agreed to voluntarily provide services, resources, and facilities to overwhelm jurisdiction. Fire and law, they have a really robust mutual aid system. It's very easy because fire, they just reach out to the fire and say, hey, I need more fire trucks. Law enforcement, it's also, they have it very set. But EOC, they handle everything else that doesn't belong to fire or law. So that's what the big picture refers to. Pretty much EOC are the critical link to the mutual aid system for everything else throughout California. So the California Emergency Service Act states that for emergency management purposes, the county serves as the link between the state and all the cities, town, and special district within the county boundaries. SEMS and EOC are critically linked. To effective using EOC for multi-agency and multi-jurisdictional coordination is recognized around the world by both the public and private sectors. So in the eyes of the state, SEMS cannot happen without EOC. Activating EOC communicates a greater deal for emergency management partners. If the EOC is not stand up, then people get the perception that it can't be that bad. Just like if you don't call 911, then you must not have a problem out there. So it is, when you activate the EOC, it is a key indicator that something is serious is happening. So legally, all state agencies are required by law to use SEMS. To be eligible for fund for any response-related costs under disaster assistance programs. So each local agency, in order to be eligible for funding of response-related costs, you do have to use SEMS. So real quick, the 5 levels of SEMS. All responses begin at the field level. If they become overwhelmed, then they request assistance from the next level, which is your local government. Typically, it's a city or county within the district. Sometimes they don't open their EOC right away, so it would go to the county, the operational area. The operational area can use the resources within that area, and then if they run out, then they can go to the region and ask for help, and then so on. So the public does not see the level of government. They see an incident and they want to see solution. They don't care if you are the board supervisor or if you're OES or if I'm the state. When there's a big incident, they want to see solution. They don't want to see excuses. So it's extremely important to have a close relationship between all the stakeholders, to be proactive, but yet stay in your lane and help with working on a common roles and responsibility that you can work together as a county. So I want to stress that we're not making a claim that command and control action are simpler or easier. It's just more focused on immediate response. So fire, like I said, firefight, fire rescue, mutual aid, they set up and oversee the incident command posts. For law, they conduct evacuation, perimeter security, and coordinate the law mutual aid. But as you can see, and like Michelle went over earlier, for an EOC, those are the things that she would be coordinating from the EOC, dealing with supporting and coordinating for concern with people with disabilities, access and functional needs. She would be coordinating for the shelters, in terms of long-term housing, utilities, large animals, donation management, you name it. As you can see, the list goes on and on. So you probably heard this before, the phrase that said, all disasters are local. Well, what does it mean? So another way of saying it would be all disaster begin and end at the local level. So the emergency usually has two waves. The first one is the incident itself, and then the second wave is the people and the resources that come to help. So once you're overwhelmed by the first wave, you still need to be trained and organized to how to handle the second wave when you have a lot of people coming. So you need someone in the EOC to be able to manage that resource. I was up in Butte County for the Camp Fire, and we, as a state agency there, we helped Butte County put out 200 mutual aid requests for that fire. So you can just imagine, you need at least 2 people to sit there just to manage the resource, accepting the resources and tracking them. So that takes a lot of training to do that. So where do local and operational EOC fit? The EOC is usually off-scene, but it's in the location, it's central. They integrate the 5 SEMS level of response. They're separate from the incident command, so they can see the big picture of what's going on. Again, it's involve your community and the people from your county. So how can you staff a local or an operational area EOC? So again, the public, they don't care about the levels of your EOC or who's in the EOC. They don't care if Michelle works for the OES or if someone works for the Public Works, or they just want to make sure that the EOC is operating. So for the most part, most OES department only have 1 or 2 personnel, and they can't do it all. As you can see, the ICS chart that Michelle had earlier, you're talking about all those positions. So with just 2 people, with Michelle and Chad, there is no way they can staff all of that. So you can quickly exhaust one department within 24 hours of the activation. So what you need to have for the county is to get everyone within your area to help and contribute. And commit to ongoing participation and identify who you can assign to work in the EOC. So once you understand that ongoing commitment and personnel from all stakeholders are available, you can get the whole community come together and build and use the multi-year training exercise plan, which is the TEP. And then you can work closely with key personnel and their supervisor to ensure they'll be available when needed. Provide training and exercises, in which Michelle, I know it's done. I mean, she had a lot of training going on this year. I was able to attend some of them, and I think every time there's a good turnout from the county. You want to develop position description, usually from some other operational area I've been to, they would have a checklist, so you know if you're assigned to a position, you know exactly what you're responsible for. To match staff from around your jurisdiction with the EOC function position. And what that means is that, so if you have a finance personnel working in finance, they would be best for the finance section. If you have someone who's good with report writing skill, then they would be good in the plans and intel section. And someone with good coordination, they can help out with the ops area. So you can also use mentoring and credentialing, like Michelle mentioned earlier, my department, we do have a credentialing program, and it is very complicated, but it is available on our website, so you can take all the training needed to get credential in specific position. All right, so who can hit the go button? So you must know who in your jurisdiction has the authority to activate the EOC, and that would be Michelle. Establish a trigger point threshold for activating the EOC, and then you need to determine what level are you activated at. And I know the county and the state, we kind of have it backward, but 1, 2, and 3 as the lowest versus the highest level. And that's not the level of the EOC allows you to increase and decrease the number of EOC staff depending on the size of the incident. So no matter how fast you activate, you're always reacting. And you don't want to be behind. So you want to activate when you think the incident is getting bigger, or you need a handle on it. So delegation of authority. The designate individual authorized to enact policy and make decisions before, during, and after the incident. So those with authority must be trained, must be accessible. Everyone should know who they are. And then also be prepared to delegate authority to personnel outside of your jurisdiction. And the reason for that, because, again, I'll go back to the campfire up in Butte County. A lot of the personnel that work in the EOC, the house burned down also, but yet they were there working. But at one point, they had to take a break to go and check on their houses to see what was left. So when you have to step out of the EOC, you have to be prepared to delegate that authority for that person to step in from someone from another agency to step in and kind of help you out in the EOC. So you do have to be prepared for that also. So how big does an EOC need to be? An EOC doesn't have to be huge. It can be as big as you need it to be, based on the incident scenario, the size, the complexity. If you have multiple incidents, if you think it's going to go more than one shift, more than 24-hour operation, then just remember that, ICS principle is that it's scalable, flexible, and modular. So it doesn't have to be with fully staffed. You can have 2 or 3 people, really depending on the size. For example, this last month, Michelle activated, and there was 4 or 5 of us in there for the storm. But I'm sure if you have a really big incident, she would need all hands on deck and everyone in there to help her. So, and we're the state, Michelle knows if she needs help, we're always there, available to pull in other resources to help with her, but we're always here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty, don't sit down. Thank you. I just wanted to bring up the point that I did have a chance to visit the ICP on the Donalds fire.
Yes.
And primarily because the ranchers in Calaveras County were directly impacted because of the grazing and the loss of cattle up there. Could you speak briefly to what's the difference between an ICP and an EOC?
Well, the ICP, usually it's small enough where the person on scene can manage, and they have all the resources right there. But when it goes beyond just the one fire engine that's on location, he's going to need to pull out other engine, then they would lean toward the EOC to ask, hey, I need to pull in resources from next door or the neighbor or whatever, in the next city, next county. So that's when you would go to the EOC.
So we're talking about when an incident command post becomes no longer functional
Yes.
because of the operational periods, and you've repeated that several times about the value of those 12 or 24-hour periods, is that that's what, and I think it'd be very valuable for anybody as an elected official to visit one of those EOCs when it's in operation. You'll see the different pieces and how they're all segregated out, and each person has their area of responsibility. It's an amazing choreographed effort that goes on amongst the people when they know what they're supposed to be doing. Chief White, I'm sorry, Jeff, were you on the Oakland Hills fire? So you remember the conflagration, what occurred there, and just how quickly things spiraled. And you were there, what, 24 hours after the start of that fire?
Something like that.
Yeah. So even at that point, it was out of control, operationally out of control.
It was quite an event that I would imagine a lot of lessons were learned from that particular incident.
I only bring it up because it is from those lessons that we learn how to do things differently and do them better the next time. Even the Butte fire, the lessons that we've learned from the Butte fire, how not to repeat those things. It's very important, too, to understand how to keep your EOC separated away from your sheriff's dispatch center and why that's important. But these are just lessons that we have to learn and not repeat. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So this is going to kind of wrap up my focused portion of this before we turn it over to some other presentations focused more on fire preparedness activities in our county. So I just want to summarize in saying that emergency management really is that coordination function. We work to integrate all of the different functions that occur. You've heard a lot of things this morning about, all the different players involved and how we need to work together and such. And so we really are the component that pulls that all together and manages that effort. I just want to reiterate that how critical staff and partner training is in these, so that the dance is choreographed well and we all can work together seamlessly and flex to the events that impact us, and just follow that up with individuals and families and households and neighborhoods really do need to embrace what preparedness is for them in their communities, for themselves as individuals, for themselves as families, because that government-led top-down preparedness effort is not succeeding well. So with that, if there's other questions at this time, I would like to invite Josh Pack up to talk about emergency access, private and public roads.
Josh, thanks for coming in today. I know you've got a lot on your plate, and again, the board's condolences to the whole family in Public Works for the accident yesterday.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Garamendi and members of the board. My name is Joshua Pack. I'm your Director of Public Works and Transportation, and here to talk about emergency access for both private and public roads. Hearing a little bit about being as part of this conversation prior to my presentation, reflecting on our role in public works and how this impacts, especially with emergency preparedness, Immediately after the Paradise Fire, we received a lot of calls from residents concerned about their own accessibility. What happens if Highway 4 goes down? What happens if 49 goes down? How do we go around, how do we get out of our communities through various access points? I kind of equate some of these roads to generators. You don't need them until the power goes out, and then you go out there and you hope it starts. And I don't mean to be glib about that, but it's just it's an important conversation. So when Michelle brought this list and this opportunity, I felt this was a good opportunity to discuss this with the board and the public in particular. Also, as an aside note, in my previous jurisdiction, I served for a few years as the public information officer, and I served my county at the time as part of the Oroville dam issue and the potential disaster there and the mass exodus of people. When we did the download afterwards, after the EOC closed down, this was a point of conversation. And when you have roads that are meant to carry two lanes of traffic and everyone's evacuating simultaneously, the potential impacts were catastrophic. So it's a good framework to talk about it in this setting and to introduce the public to some of the issues, concerns, difficulties that we have with meeting the expectations of the public. Yeah.
Turn the mic on. Is in the Oroville situation, did you not have to move that EOC once?
So there were multiple EOCs that were open. So I was with Nevada County, so that issue happened, I believe, in Butte County. Yes. And so they had their own EOC. We opened our EOC in Nevada County because of the mass exodus of, we were the first uphill location, and so we opened our fairgrounds, we opened 2 churches. We estimated somewhere between 10 and 15,000 people who evacuated to our area alone. There's not enough hotels or homes that can take that. So we were an ancillary to that, but we didn't have to move ours. But I know Butte had some issues. Their first one was under threat, and they had to move it at least once, if not more.
And we need to keep that in mind as we establish in the EOC the potential that we may have to suddenly change our tactic a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So as far as the counties maintain roads, we maintain, and I'll say the word maintain mileage system pretty frequently in this and other presentations. Those are the roads that are officially in the county system. Those are the ones we are legally obligated to maintain. We get public funding to maintain those public roads. With that said, when we look at our private roads and roads maintained through county service areas, which are the minority of this, we see about 1,800 miles of road. We can't use public roads for public funding for private roads for a number of obvious reasons, but the fact is the vast majority of the roads, when we call it a road, it's a private road. It's not a public road. A lot of parcels, especially rural parcels in areas that could be heavily affected by fires and other sort of natural disasters, a lot of folks get their emergency access from these private roads. And these private roads are generally unregulated. They can be narrow. People can erect gates on them. They can generally just not be in a good state of repair. And these are a lot of the same roads that not only people trying to evacuate, but first responders have to use too. So what complicates things is when folks are trying to get out and the emergency responders are trying to get in, and these roads are barely able to handle one direction of traffic, it can create concerns. So focusing first on private roads and some of the issues we have there, new policies that have been enacted in the last decades for new roads and new facilities have created a framework to address these concerns, but it does little to affect the 1,800 miles of existing road. The county does not have jurisdiction. I don't have any jurisdiction. I don't have resources. I don't have authority or jurisdictional authority over private roads. So there's really no way to ensure that these are adequately maintained. In addition, generally speaking, few resources are put into private roads. And that's not saying there aren't residents out there who are responsible and do their best. But even in those neighborhoods where you have a lot of responsible folks, there's folks who don't feel like this is a priority. And so even those folks have difficulty maintaining their roads when they do have issues. And this is probably one of the most frequent calls we get in public works is folks having issues with their neighbors on private property disputes. And I know you as board members get those emails and phone calls too. And there's very little we can do. And this one manifestation of this issue is the concern with emergency access. In addition, most of our roads, especially these older private roads, don't have offers of dedication. And what an offer of dedication is it's an opportunity, it's an offer to the county to accept that road as a maintained mileage road at some point down the road. So a lot of newer roads we ask for, and I'll talk about this in a second, we require all new private roads to provide offers of dedication so we could accept those and if the need ever arose. Most older roads don't have that. So we don't have the legal authority to even take those roads if we wanted to as part of an emergency access plan or regional plan. In addition, if we wanted to make new roads, if we wanted to acquire private roads, there are a litany of issues and concerns. The cost alone is extremely expensive, not only to acquire the right-of-way, but then to improve and maintain it to make it in a condition that would be acceptable as a legal secondary or emergency access. Property acquisition, the two evil words, eminent domain, I have to say. One fact is folks like to live in rural areas for a reason. Those same folks are not necessarily fans of government. And a lot of times when you go in to try, even under the most noblest of causes, making those efforts can be not very fruitful. And you have to go under a path that's very unpopular and painful. And finally, with a rural county that's of our nature, geography and topography come into nature. Just the slopes, the slope stability, forest, it's just the actual physical creation of these can be quite difficult. As I mentioned already, I'm going to shift from private roads to public roads. And while public roads generally are in better condition than most private roads, a lot of our older roads were built a long time ago. And as a result, as the standards increase and get wider and better, our roads don't mysteriously heal themselves and get better concurrently. So we have a significant percentage that don't meet today's minimum fire safe standards, which are typically 10 foot with 1 foot shoulder, 24 foot total width. Our current funding, while the funding is better than it has been in recent years with the recent adoption of Senate Bill 1, our current funding levels are essentially adequate to maintain the roads we have now. There really is no funding with specific circumstances like rim fees, et cetera, for any sort of comprehensive road widening. So those efforts are extremely difficult. I did a widening project about 2 years ago just to widen a narrow road like this to fire safe standards. It was actually a collector road, so we put 4 foot shoulders on it, had a small asphalt. It was a 1.1 mile road, and it cost $1.15 million. So just for a short widening of adding shoulders, it can be extremely expensive. When you have $690 million, you can do the math. It's a very high number. The other thing that's an issue too is being an older county with a lot of older roads. A lot of our roads are maintained through what's called a prescriptive easement. What a prescriptive easement is when that road was originally built, the property underneath it was never formally dedicated to the county. We have a legal right to maintain that road. We have a legal right to do repairs, but the actual underlying property rights don't belong to the county. So we can't legally widen the roads beyond their current width without having to potentially acquire property. Yes, Supervisor.
Josh, I just want to bring that point home is that in Vallecito, downtown Vallecito, we own to the center of the roadway, and it's a prescriptive easement for the county to even maintain the road there.
And it's in the effort, and I'll just say this as an aside, the effort for us to even quantify what our rights are throughout the county would be millions of dollars. Just everything, it's just a quilt work of, when individual parcels come in, especially today, we look for opportunities to acquire right-of-way literally on a parcel-by-parcel, road-by-road basis. The efforts to even quantify what we have and what we don't have would be monumental, in particular with the age of some of the parcels and some of the acquisitions. I mean, an effort like that would take years and cost, I would guess, millions of dollars to do, just to even know what we had on every mile of road. It's the joy and the quirk of being in a rural county. With that said, as I mentioned previously, we don't necessarily have the legal rights to widen roads, and that would require, again, acquiring parcel property to do that. If residents are opposed to that, that could be a potentially difficult process. Again, and some of the issues with private roads are the same with public roads. Construction is prohibitively expensive. And road maintenance, traditionally, the funding we get from the state is not for fire safety. So we do stretch some definitions and there's opportunities when we do shoulder widening, we can do shoulder widening and fire suppression efforts kind of in the same thing. But when we start expanding way beyond the road prism or road geometry and start going exclusively at fire, the funds that we get from the state are not intended for that use. And it also stretches our limited resources even thinner. Shifting really quickly from bigger trees and things to vegetation removal. Vegetation removal is another thing we do. This is also something we run into difficulties. Our most effective tool, it's an unpopular tool, but our most effective tool cost-wise and economics-wise is spraying. It's pretty straightforward, it's pretty quick, it can take care of issues, kill weeds and other things, keep shoulders clear, keep a defensible zone. But the public frowns on that, especially with concerns with Monsanto and Roundup issues. We do typically use a diluted Roundup that's been tested to be safe, but nevertheless that concern still remains. Mechanical methods, things like mowing and weed eating, et cetera, are a lot more expensive. You need traffic control in order to do that. You need multiple crew members in order to do that. It goes a lot slower, and a lot of times we're limited in the summer months due to the risk of fire. So equipment mowers, if a blade hits a rock and creates a spark, that's a potential catastrophe waiting to happen. So we really have to limit our activities in the summer when it's most needed. So there are some good things. I don't mean to come up here and be Mr. Doom and Gloom on this particular topic. There are some good things. New standards have come into play. Fire Code Section 4290 is my chiefs behind me can talk about. That code continues to be revised over the years. Our new modern development, most if not all of our developments meet or exceed these standards. Everything from road widths, design standards, drainage. The roads that are built today and 10 years ago through some of our recent development are in much better shape and much better constructed than they were 50 years ago. So these roads will last a lot longer. They're designed with these current standards in mind. We also acquire all the necessary offers of dedication. So in the easements, whether it's a slope easement if we need to maintain a hillside slope, whether it's a drainage easement, whether it's an emergency access easement, we have a lot more forethought and come at this approach intelligently and well-educated. So our new development, we do require that. Sometimes that can create a tough conversation with developers, but we do have these standards and we follow those. And as I mentioned, most of those standards meet or exceed the minimum standards we have today. So in summary, again, I don't come to you with answers today. It's really more of an educational opportunity for you, and in particular the public. There are a lot of obstacles if we ever moved in this direction. Cost is a big obstacle, but I want to highlight the fact that an effort to move towards requiring or enforcing secondary access rights, that's a fundamental shift in rural politics, and that's your role, that's not my role, but as someone who's had those conversations before, who's had to not necessarily go through eminent domain, it is an extremely painful process, and I think before we start considering those, offering my opinion here, for whatever it's worth, is a fundamental shift in public attitude towards that needs to happen. And I'm not sure, and I've taken hundreds if not thousands of phone calls over the years on these and similar topics. Private property rights is paramount to our residents, and rightfully so. So I don't have an answer to a lot of the issues we have. We do what we can, especially if we're going in on projects, doing widening, doing improvement. We look to make those improvements. Some of our bridge projects, we do what we can within the guise of that funding to do what we can to address these other impacts. So we do what we can within the authorities vested within us, but I think when you look at the sheer size and scope of the concerns of the public, it's difficult to meet those expectations. So that's all I have, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have before I sit down.
Could you speak briefly to maintenance of effort?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head too, is the ability to, once you have an expectation, continuing to meet that expectation over time. There's a couple of different ways I could go on this, but the ability to, the expectation, once you meet an expectation, that expectation's always there. And so, and that's one of the issues, especially on our funding side, when we're looking for opportunities for funding to deliver these services. Funding's not the long-term goal. It's a one-time opportunity. It's a capital investment. And so it's great to have these one-time investments, but then the expectation is to continue to carry that on over time through an ongoing maintenance of effort. And that is one of the struggles that myself and all other professionals, not only in public works but elsewhere, is there's opportunities on the capital side, but then the long-term maintenance is just something that's not as high a priority as it should be.
And in a disaster, as Michelle could well tell you, if we can't prove maintenance of effort, it is very difficult to get FEMA or anybody to buy into the idea of making substantial repairs. I refer to South Horseshoe over there, Diamond 20 as an example, is that those ongoing costs have to be able to be documented, or we're going to be in a shortfall trying to put things back together.
And just to elaborate, one of the things that Calaveras and FEMA are going to want to see are those records of road maintenance, and did we inventory and take pictures, and how do we know that this damage was caused by this event and not some other thing that occurred. And so that's super challenging, and when you've got resources that are spread thin already, you don't have a staff person that goes out and inventories road like a Google car. So
No, we have Google. But
but I mean, that is challenging, and it is one of the factors.
And I would say to that, we are in the process. I've informed the board previously of our efforts through the COG to do a pavement asset management system, and we're in the initial stages of doing that. So there are efforts underway to do that. But I think one thing you highlighted on is the continued efforts, and I could spend a whole study session talking about FEMA and FHWA and Calaveras and all the players and the funding and the requirements and the documentation. We'd all get you certified by the time we're done, but it's difficult. We'll leave it at that.
Supervisor Callaway?
I want to make sure in talking about terms on secondary access and emergency access, are we talking two different types of roads, or are we talking the same
Yeah,
road?
I apologize for kind of intermingling. In this particular setting, both were essentially the same to me. So whether it's a longer, more regional emergency access, or maybe it's a smaller, back way out of a small subdivision. In this particular context that I was referring today, both secondary and emergency access were essentially the same things.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So as I'm seeing it, because I know you, and we're hearing a lot about emergency access, at least in the Ebbets Pass corridor, there seems to be a disconnect, in my opinion, and I see Mr. Mauer here, between, and I'm talking not a new subdivision where we require those things, but in the older areas, parcels that have already been subdivided, on emergency access. Who maintains them? You already addressed that. So if we, the county, are going to require an emergency access before a parcel could be split, because that's what we now require, then is it our obligation as a county? And maybe that's something internally we need to discuss that. Excuse me. But to me, it's an issue that keeps coming up outside of the fear factor of we need another emergency access out of Meadowmont or Lakemont or name any subdivision. So I think we have to look at it as a partnership between Public Works Planning and the local fire district. What is it that we're looking at, and who's going to maintain it? Because we've established emergency accesses after the Darby or the Old Gulch, and today you wouldn't think there was anything. So how can we, and sort of an esoteric question, how can we require something if we're not going to be involved in maintaining it or enforcing it in any way?
No, and I actually have a response to that. It's a well articulated point and good point. And I can refer to newer subdivisions that These relationships are much more clearly defined. We define the funding mechanism, we define how that's done. Earlier subdivisions, the majority of subdivisions show lines on a map and say emergency access, or maybe a couple of lines, but on some basics, but it never outlined that. And so over time, in particular, as we talk about some of the county issues, that an emergency access is not a county maintained mileage. So, who does maintain that? A couple of options that come to mind. There are available mechanisms such as county service areas or permanent road divisions. They're actually assessments that the public can pay in through a tax assessment, so that the money is in perpetuity, and then the county could actually assume that being funded through the one-time assessment. There are other mechanisms. Homeowners associations could form and do that. The board could take direction to accept some of those. I would, as a public works director, knowing my limited resources, I would probably recommend against that. But there are mechanisms in some cases to do that. But then again, sometimes the emergency access is not necessarily, that offer in the way it's made is not necessarily indicative of accepting it as a public facility. So each case is different. Each case is a little unique. In particular, the older subdivisions, which are the majority in Calaveras County, and each neighborhood needs to have a unique conversation on how to deal with that moving forward.
My experience is it's this. I mean, we get asked, as I know you do, and Public Works says, no, I'm not going to help you find it, and the fire district says, no, I can't help you find it. And now where are we?
Yeah.
And that maybe needs to be a topic that our
And right now,
director can put on our honey-do list.
and right now, when we get those questions, since it is private property, the easement is an easement, in the sense, a private easement over private property. We refer to, the private property owners have a right to hire a surveyor to perform that work. That's the answer that we give the public right now. And obviously, with direction or further conversation, we can broach that more deeply. You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it. So next, I think a good segue after talking about roads is to discuss evacuation. And to do that, I'm going to invite Lieutenant Dennis Hubbardy from our County Sheriff's Office. The sheriff holds the legal authority for evacuations, and so take it away, Dennis.
Good morning. Captain Ballard was unable to make it today, so I came down to give you an overview of evacuations as it's related to the Sheriff's Office. We respond for evacuations in several areas, whether it be for a law enforcement action where it's a very limited area of evacuating a neighborhood because of illegal activity, to weather events, which we've experienced with flooding. And the most popular, unfortunately, is fire. When a fire is dispatched out, the deputy in the area immediately finds the fire IC. And those two are joined at the hip, because we found, excuse me, that if we did not have that partnership, there was telephone calls from the fire to us to dispatch to the deputies. That was a time lag. So we developed a system to work with the fire IC, where the fire IC is basically telling us where to go for the evacuations. They know the direction of the fire, they know what's in harm's way, and we basically work for them at that point. And we'll go in and do our evacuations systematically based upon the recommendations from fire service. We do keep a documentation of every residence that we evacuate or give notice of evacuations. They can do an advisory evacuation notice or a mandatory. Even on the mandatories, we are not compelled to force people off their properties. There are people that will refuse to go. In that event, we have a refusal form that the individuals sign, basically letting them, they understand that they're putting themselves in harm's way, and we highly recommend that they leave. Most people do leave. They get out of the way. Unfortunately, sometimes they think it's okay to come back, and they hit a roadblock that Highway Patrol puts up. and then it becomes an unpopular situation, because we've experienced that many times. We have actually had to evacuate people twice to 3 times in affected areas, because they know the back roads, and they know how to get around the roadblocks, which is a tax on our resources if when we have to go back and get somebody else out, get a person out of harm's way that shouldn't be there in the first place. With the documentation of each evacuation, that would stay internally with the sheriff's office, but it does. But if the incident becomes large enough where it becomes an EOC situation, all documentation goes to that also, so they know who and what areas have been evacuated, and more importantly, who refused to leave the area. In the event that we cannot, we do not have enough resources locally for the sheriff's department, and if it is a long-term duration, which is more than 24 hours, we ask for mutual aid, and we obtain that mutual aid through CalLima, which is Law Enforcement Mutual Aid. We may call to Sacramento and ask for resources, and then they'll send law enforcement from other agencies to assist us in the evacuations, as well as perimeter security. Once we get a area evacuated, we're responsible to keep people out to make sure that there's no looting, damage, anything like that. That's pretty much the very nuts and bolts of the evacuation. I can answer specific questions that you might have.
Well, let me just start it out by throwing a scenario at you, and it has to do with Copperopolis. We know that we traverse about 4,000 vehicles a day across the O'Byrnes Ferry Bridge. There's no way we're going to evacuate southbound anything in that Copperopolis area. The majority of the fires do happen starting off of Highway 4. The most dangerous thing I think we can do is develop evacuation routes that people consider known evacuation routes. That just puts everything in a mix I don't think we're ready to understand. How would your office deal with shelter-in-place locations, and how would you best identify those through Michelle and through others in pre-fire planning?
Well, shelter-in-place, we use that mostly with the law enforcement action, where we don't want people outside if we have somebody with a gun. As for shelter-in-place, that's going to be a call a lot that the fire service is going to tell us. If they feel that the risk is minimal, and then that is the best resource to do that, of course, that's going to go through the EOC as well, and those decisions are made. During the evacuations, the deputies are moving pretty rapidly. They do provide evacuation routes. They do tell people this is the way to go, this is the way not to go. And then we also provide them where the evacuation centers are. Because if you can ask people to leave their premises, you got to send them somewhere. And so once that is established, it's almost immediate. We find out where the evacuation centers are, so we can tell the people the direction, travel, and where to go. And then at that point, at those centers, then they can get the most updated information from whoever working that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do. Dennis, being part of the Patterson fire, and we were evacuated during that time. Sheriff's Office put a police tape line across our driveway. Says police line, do not enter. That makes it. Does that not make it a crime for anybody, including the property owner, to cross that until you've removed that tape?
No. That we use that barrier tape to, when we go into a residence, make a notification whether the people leave or do not leave. We hang the barrier tape from a mailbox or something from the outside. That's to tell other units that may be behind that unit that this residence has already been contacted.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Good morning, Jeff White, your interim chief building official. This presentation is, I'm going to try and be brief because a lot of this we are aware of from other discussions. I want to do a little bit of history here, going back to some of the current codes that we have that are minimum standards for protection of life and property. The Public Resources Code, as we've talked about before, is PRC 4290. That was adopted January 1, 1991. It was actually put into effect that date, so that's been around for a while. And that addresses defensible space, road standards, standards for signs and identifying streets, minimum private water supplies, reserves for emergency water, and fuel breaks and green belts. That's pretty much the overview of what 4290 is. Now, to get in it more deep into the weeds on this, you can go to our county website and look at the Calaveras County Code, section 8.10, and that has a lot of that information on there. Again, that's County Code 8.10. Moving to January 1st, 2000, am I supposed to run this contraption here? Oh. Uh-oh. I might be slowing down now. What'd I do? Did I kill it? Here, you... yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's right. So you didn't know we were going to end up before lunch with this kind of a show, did you? That one's, well, let's do the sprinklers, because that was, that set up, and I don't want to lose that one. That's a code that was, we had put into place on January 1st, 2011, which is basically the California Code of Regulations, section R313 of the California Residential Code. The purpose of residential sprinklers is to provide an improved level of protection for the people living in the building, as well as the firefighters that are going to try to attack an interior fire. If the sprinklers are installed properly and functioning properly, this is your best policy that you can have in a residence to keep the fire in the contents in the room until the fire department theoretically gets there within 7 to 10 minutes. They can take care of it from there. So again, we're going to run this a quick video, and it'll give you an idea of sprinkler versus non-sprinkler.
Why wouldn't we do it? Okay, so right now, small fires started in the trash can. Not much is happening yet.
Okay?
What's going on right now is that curtain, those flames, and that smoke is starting to preheat that curtain. It's going to go up to the ceiling, and it's going to start to roll across the ceiling. What's happening with that smoke right now is it's starting to preheat everything from the upper portion of the room down to the lowest portion. At this point, we're 3 minutes, 19 seconds into it. That room is unsurvivable at this point, okay? That's why we have to wear special gear to go in and fight these fires. But if we didn't have that special gear, that room's unsurvivable. So here in about 15 seconds, you'll see the couch light off. So at 3 minutes, 54 seconds, complete flashover of the room. So what we're going to watch now is we're going to pretty much the same fire, same amount of furniture and TV and things like that in this next room, but this next room is equipped with a home fire sprinkler. And the way that I think of a home fire sprinkler is that you have a firefighter that is living in your home, ready to go, has all his gear, his or her gear with them, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The smoke detector has alarmed. That's your time to get out of the house. And we were 38 seconds into it when the fire sprinkler activated. And right now, this gives you and your family time to get out of the house, for the fire department to respond, to have this fire kept at bay and controlled right here. Pretty impressive. There's still a little fire, right? But the fire department's still coming. So we're still able to put out those little fires that are left. But the key to this is you and your family are going to be safe, okay? And that's really the point that we want to hammer home.
So as you can see, there is just not much left of that burn cell. It is a much different story. This is watching.
We talk a lot about training. I probably should have trained on this thing a little bit, right? Okay, so back to the sprinklers briefly. That's always impressive no matter how many times I see that. But there's some confusion as to wildland fire and sprinklers. Obviously, sprinklers in the house are intended to allow the occupants time to get out and provide for safety for initial attack. That's what they're there for. They're not designed for anything that has to do with flame impingement from the outside. There's also some confusion as to whether insurance companies have concerns about water damage with sprinklers installed in residences. The insurance incentive is, if you want to go to the National Fire Protection, NFPA.org, to public education on the Fire Sprinkler Initiative, you'll find a fact sheet. And the fact sheet, you have to hunt around for it, but it's there, will show different states that offer insurance incentives for having residential sprinklers in your house. And California does have, I believe, 4 or 5 insurance companies that do offer those reductions in premium. So I just wanted to make sure that we covered that briefly, because it's an important thing when you think about insurance and sprinkler systems. The WUI was, back to the Wildland Fire Interface, that's a 2008 code. Basically what that does is, in Chapter 7A, it provides for construction methodology with different building materials that are listed through the California State Fire Marshal's Office as acceptable for use in construction, which is flame and ember resistant type of construction methodology. So that's in, that was in 2008. That code is 7A, and that is to protect the exterior features in new construction. So now we can move to this concept of a fire marshal. And the local, as you can read this right along with me, the local official who will enforce fire safety codes and to educate the public with the best practices of fire prevention, and could have maybe even a peace officer designation, which would be good in criminal investigations and even fire investigations. So the California Fire Code is the one code that we have in our arsenal for code books. We use the California codes for building. There's like I've said before, there's 12 different books that we use. One of them is the fire code, and the others are the building codes. Now, the fire code is specific in the purpose. The purpose of this code is to establish the minimum requirements consistent with nationally recognized good practices to safeguard the public health, safety, and general welfare from fire hazards of fire, explosion, dangerous conditions in new and existing buildings, structures, and premises, and provide safety and assistance to firefighters and emergency responders during emergency operations. So this is where a person that is well-versed and specialized in those types of things that you see listed would be very beneficial for this county to have operate in conjunction with the local fire districts for consistency, and because we're doing the building plans and inspections anyway, the fire marshal part of this is kind of the missing link that we would be able to plug into our inspections and our plan review. On top of that, you'd see the list there includes fire separations of buildings, water supply, access to structures for emergency equipment, fire alarm and notification systems, sprinkler systems, storage and handling of flammable and combustible liquids, hazardous materials, and along with the plan review process for commercial, industrial, and assembly buildings, arson investigation, inspections of new construction for compliance to the California Fire Code, an annual inspections program, if we could include that, and certainly working with the local fire districts, public education programs, and also he or she would be an enforcing agent who would request immediate action to be taken to abate fire hazards. So that is a thumbnail sketch of what it would encompass a lot of those types of duties. HR has been working on a job description for a fire marshal, so they're on board for understanding how this could go together. One of the things that I need to mention here is our business license. We issue business licenses, as you know. People come to our counter to get a stamp on their business license. We have been able to extrapolate from the public in certain instances what their intentions are with a business license, and some of these lead to where a building may have a change of use and a change of occupancy. And I think there's a breakdown in the ability to maintain cohesion with that to see if we can inspect these buildings should the applicant for a business license want to know more about what the building changes may be for occupancy and alterations and that sort of thing. That could change their business plan significantly if they don't know what types of things they're wishing to do. So that would be a good practice for the county to have that in place with the owner of the building's permission and the owner of the business, all the parties involved. Can we take a look at this business and see where there may be potential risks of running into something you didn't realize is going to cost you a lot to make alterations? And if you change the use of the building, that could change things that you need to know. What you may have to put in a sprinkler system if you've got a total different use for that building, and that may be fine for people. So anyway, that would be a good service to provide for Calaveras County. So I believe that's about the extent of it. If I could entertain any questions.
You're willing to be entertaining? Mr. White, you've done this particular function yourself.
Yeah, I've operated.
And you've done criminal investigations, et cetera?
I've done fire investigations, not necessarily the criminal aspect. You usually call on the state fire marshal's office for that.
So the way that we're set up right now, it's kind of a catch-as-catch-can, if you want to use that term. Some of the fire districts do have fire marshals that are active within their realm, but are they able to get to all of the pieces that you put on this list? Probably not. And the other thing is that how do they fund it? How do they maintain the staffing integrity for a uniformity of a delivery of that service within their districts? That's got to be a challenge.
Absolutely, and the fire districts do have, they rely on each other for different types of aid, and I think they do that very successfully to call in a fire investigation team or whatever they need. However, I think from my take on what the fire districts would like to see is this missing puzzle part plugged into this all the districts to help liaison and to coordinate the better investigation efforts, if we're using that for an example, the inspections, the plan check. It's a win-win for everybody, and I think the cooperation in the local fire districts is certainly, I've seen that as being very receptive to this, and I think they'll speak to that as well.
This could be an enterprise position where There's going to be fees for service no matter what.
Correct. The fees for service is certainly something that is beyond the conceptual part that I'm talking here would be hammered out. Now, I know that the MGT, who has done a fee study for our department, has included cost recovery for a lot of the inspections and plan review that's been identified.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm just, thank you for your presentation overall. When we get to the building a fire marshal position, I hope we could bring that back to the board and have a broader discussion. Obviously, there's concerns about, what authority we're giving this person, what is the reach. Supervisor Mills and I have often conversed about enterprise positions. Are we a service? Are we a profit center? And I want to make sure that we take those into consideration before we start knocking on everybody's door and asking to inspect everything in their house. But that's for another day. So hopefully we can bring that back.
I totally agree with you, and I think the concept is what I want to discuss at this point in time, that this would be, what I see the need for this is for the new construction needs that we are in some districts of this county.
Absolutely. I don't think anybody's going to
No,
I just, I'm always cautious about, change of occupancy, what we're doing, how do we keep business running here, but in a safe way.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, how do we fund it? But let's take that up on another day.
No problem.
Michelle, I think we're at lunchtime. I'd like to apologize to Tim, Dylan, Rich, and Adam, who have been sticking around here all morning to give a presentation. We will circle back after lunch and complete this and have public comment at that time.
Great.
Does that work for you?
That works for me.
Sorry for the folks that didn't get to present yet this morning. We will reconvene at 1:30. Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for March 19th. We are continuing with our OAS presentation. I think we got about 45 minutes to an hour left, and then we'll move on to the final agenda item today. So,
Okay.
Michelle?
Thank you.
Bring us home.
So at this time, I'd like to have Rich Dickinson from Calaveras Consolidated come join us on behalf of the Fire Chiefs Association.
Good afternoon. So I'm going to have the opportunity to speak to all of you, but try to keep everyone awake because I know we just had lunch, and I'll try to be passionate about what we're going to talk about, and I'm not going to be using a PowerPoint. I appreciate the opportunity to stand in front of you representing the county chiefs, and a little bit about my passion for this is that I came from the Bay Area. Emergency response preparedness is very important to me. I was on a urban search and rescue team. We were one of 9 in California, and that was back in 1989 after Loma Prieta. I was at Loma Prieta. I was in the decks. I pulled out one of the few survivors on that. And we had 28 teams in the nation. And with that said, it provided me an opportunity to go all over the country and deal with catastrophic emergencies. And I've seen a little bit of everything. In Alameda County, we had an incident Type 3 management team. I was lucky enough to be on that, and I was the ops section chief, and I got to travel. And not regards to so much wildfire, but went to New York with FDNY, and that was on Hurricane Irene. The city of New York, the hurricane actually ended up pushing past the city. But I got to go into OEM there in New York, and then they pushed us up in upper state New York, and we dealt with communities that were affected by catastrophic flooding. And what I saw over and over again, and it really ties into their program that they just put on earlier for OES, but the Emergency Operations Center, the importance of being able to, there's 2 things in the fire service we look at with CAL FIRE. We build relationships and district chiefs, but plant section chief and a communications chief. Those 2 things are extremely important for us when things go bad. To the plant section chief writes the plan. so that we have a roadmap for success so that we can deal with the catastrophic event. The comms, we got to have the comms so that we as first responders can talk out in the field. But what I saw is in the EOCs, when they were started up, they didn't have any muscle memory. They never practiced. So when the event happened, and here, different I think in Calaveras County, because on the Butte Fire, I was here, I was Division Romeo, up on Sheep Ranch. There was a clear, unified command, it seemed like what I'll say, somewhat of a seamless process that we were able to work through the event, into recovery, but it's all about relationships. And those relationships through the county chiefs, through CAL FIRE, through CHP, through Sheriff, Board of Supervisors, and OES is really important. So my passion is big for that, and I'm going to talk about a couple things. Again, I'm representing the county chiefs, so I'm going to talk collectively about all what we're about. We do have vision, we are passionate, and we do strive to have a roadmap for success. It's a cadre of people I really enjoy working with. They are dialed, and again, they have relationships with the rest of the community and the stakeholders so that with our vision that we can move forward. So a couple of things that we're working on. Obviously, one is the big one with wildland is, and I want to say that I'm going to cover a couple different things with you. I'm going to challenge you a little bit, but again, because of my experience before, fire, we're all risk. It isn't just about wildfire. It's about floods, which we just dealt with, and I'm going to give her kudos to Michelle. This last month, we were texting back and forth. I was hitting her hard because the series of storms that were coming through, we can't really predict where that cell's going to hit, but it was coming. And that day, she texted me. She goes, "Hey, you paying attention?" I go, "Yeah, I'm watching." And if you remember, back in my two supervisors know, Cosgo Creek. It's a creek that turns into a raging river. So I had the anxiety of when do I pull the trigger, meaning when do I decide to bring in more sandbags? When do I ask for more help? Is it after the event when it's already flooded? Because truthfully, if you live on a creek, a river, in a wildland, a lot of it's incumbent upon the community to take care of themselves. And then we come in after the fact. So we're hitting each other, and luckily for us, that day, those cells didn't hit us, but they hit Sonora. And I think everybody saw what happened to Sonora. And it was lucky for me, because back then, years ago, we had a strip mall flood, we had homes flooded. Cosgo Creek is a mess for us. And my two supervisors are all over me to make sure that, and my relationship with CAL FIRE, to make sure that we put boots on the ground when the timing's right. But if I pull the trigger too early, we spend a lot of money and it never happened. That's the tough part of being a fire chief, of when to pull that pin. So things we're working on right now is fuel reduction. And Fire Safe Council has reached out. There's two sections. We got the Highway 4 corridor, and then we have the Highway 26 corridor. So about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, Fire Safe Council decided they wanted to hear from the fire chiefs and come up with 3 to 5 priorities of areas in their community that need fuel reduction. So that meeting happened. Now, in another couple of weeks, they're going to reach down to the 26 corridor, and we're going to give them areas of that we have concern about on working that corridor. Down in my area right now, because a lot of it's being done obviously up in the Highway 4 corridor because of tree mortality. We get that. Down in my area, we do have big fires too. 12,000 acres last year, 2,500, 250 acres, and then a lot of smaller fires. So my concern is trying to keep what we never had before that I can recall of is so many subdivisions burning. And I think you saw last year, I was at Napa the year before, we had Reading, a car fire, and then we had obviously the tragedy at Paradise, but trying to take care of the fuel beds out there, but we never had subdivisions burning, now we do. And going back a little farther, talking about SEMS, I was at the tunnel fire. I was the first strike team to go in there, and we lost 25 lives. I was the one that found Officer Kubanski. So I get what fire fatalities are. I get the impact. Unfortunately for Oakland, and if my brothers were here from there, I don't think they learned a lesson because they put the houses right back where they shouldn't be. And that's our part of chiefs planning with the community and planning with the building building official to make sure that homes aren't put in spots where probably they shouldn't be. So we're working on La Catena right now. Kevin will probably talk about it a little bit, but doing fuel reduction behind that, 220 acres. They got Ross up above where our repeaters are for the Sheriff's Department and where I would like to put a repeater down the road. But those are all in place. So now we'll talk about communications. We received a grant, not me, the chiefs, several years ago through Homeland Security, and it was for repeaters. And if you look here compared down to the flatlands, obviously we have hills, and it goes back and forth, so it's very tough sometimes for communication to be able to hit those repeaters off some of those ridges, and it creates some dead zones in Calaveras County. So the chiefs, we were able to get this grant, got 4 repeaters for what we're trying to put up, working in concert with, in collaboration with CAL FIRE. I keep looking back because they're back there. But for Calaveras Command. They have a Tuolumne Command, but we haven't finished on the Calaveras Command. We have the repeaters. Now we got to work on the licensing part. That's all in place. We're moving forward on that. I think 2 of the 4 will be fairly easy to get up. The other 2 might be a little more difficult. We're working with Columbia Communications, and that's an ongoing process right now. And then the other one that I want to talk about is, Mr. Garamendi, you talked about it months ago, and you sparked my interest, but you talked about fire ordinances. And mine was in the process. Ebbets Pass has one. I think Murphy's just had theirs approved. I have mine in right now with County Council. This is, and CAL FIRE will back me, without this ordinance, I don't have any teeth. I don't have anything as a fire chief to go out there to the community. And my biggest concern is when we're talking fuel reduction, we got improved lots and unapproved lots. And I can't tell you how many phone calls I get from people that live next to an unapproved lot. Please do something with that lot. And I'll look back to Kevin Bullhall. Me and him will go out there. And can you do anything? No. We know what we can do, but without my ordinance, I don't have any teeth. So I have a document here. And again, it's just so the community knows. We are moving mountains to try to make this a better place to live, a safer place to live. But this document is, of course I don't have it right in place, but it's, shoot, I thought I had it. Here it is. This is it right here. This is all about unapproved lots and approved lots. It's what gives me the power to go in to make somebody, most people want to do the right thing. They just need a roadmap of how to do it. So what's the reason some of this is being held up right now is because the judge, and it's dealing a little bit with another district, how far do we go before it becomes a criminal act? That's not what we want as fire chiefs. That's not what we want with CAL FIRE, but we want people to do the right thing. Do your part. Do your part so that it doesn't impact the rest of the community. So ours is more tied into trying to get them to deal with their issue, mitigate it. If it doesn't, then it goes on to their assessment on a tax property assessment later in the year. Those are things we're trying to work out. I just want you to know there are districts that are in place. There are some that are moving forward like me, and there might be more to come. Whether we do a fire marshal or not, I'm going to talk about that next. This is still a very important piece of the puzzle. Fire marshal. The fire chiefs right now, we are in collaboration on a JPA, Joint Powers Agreement. I heard a lot of things before I came here. It is a fine-tuned oil machine. All 9 of us get along very well. We all are moving forward. The JPA has concerns for fire districts. Obviously, there's some fear that other districts are trying to take others over. None of that's going on right now. All we're trying to find a way is with the JPA is to share resources. How can we share resources? And the one I'm going to talk about is the fire marshal. I have a fire marshal. He came, he left. He does a lot of great work for me. But down in Valley Springs, I'm going to say, Jeff's here, we're booming. He is overwhelming with plans, and the plan check portion is very important. What I will say, whatever way we move with a fire marshal, I came from the Bay Area. We had a fire marshal, a deputy fire marshal, and 14 inspectors. One fire marshal here can be overwhelmed very fast. So the roadmap that you're going to give that fire marshal should be to support the fire districts. We, as the fire districts, still want to have say what goes in our community. We want to be able to help the fire marshal, but I think the key of that position is in the plan check portion. And in the plan check portion, I'll give you the example, the Mark Twain Clinic, not Dignity Health. There was several changes going on over the years with those plans. It was supposed to be a 2-story building, but it ended up being a 1-story. But they ended up putting a parapet that went 24 feet high. Our ladders on all of our engines are basically 24 feet. So we could get to the top of the parapet, but then it's a 9-foot drop down to the roof line, which is where all the HVAC systems is where we do have fires, we have problems. So that was a miss, and it was only a miss because there were several plan changes, plan checks, and a miss of maybe our district didn't have a fire marshal then to pick up on it. We caught it on a walkthrough. And I had a couple of you come to me, are you red tagging Mark Twain? No. But I did have a conversation with Dr. Smart and had a conversation with Pat, who was the general builder, manager, to make sure that before we got too far, that we fixed the problem. Where the county fire marshal will help out with that is be able to flag and check that, because it'll be directly in the building up there when these are coming through. So again, I think I can speak for the district chiefs. We're for it, but we're not for giving up everything, and basically we would have deputies out there that would assist, because as I said again, one fire marshal, when I saw all the things that were on there, what you could have the fire marshal do, I'm sure Michelle will tell you, 1 or 2 people, how fast you can be overwhelmed. And I don't want, as a fire chief, to find out that we have a fire marshal, but I never see him or her. I never talk to her because he or she is somewhere else and so busy down in the weeds that they can't help support us out in the field. And then emergency response. I want to talk about, for you to understand that, let's go to veg fires. And veg fires, I think in our San Andreas, Valley Springs area last year when Brent was here, we had 67 fires. Our job as the districts is to try to keep the fires within 1 to 2 acres. That's our job, initial attack. There's initial attack, there's extended attack, and then there's a campaign fire. Do we have campaign fires up here? Absolutely. We have big fires. They're few and far between. It's amazing how many initial attack fires we're able to keep in check with 1 to 2 acres. That's what the fire district does. Once it gets big, then we ask for the cavalry. I mean, obviously, air attack's coming fast, CAL FIRE's coming fast, but CAL FIRE's spread out geographically in the county, and then you have your fire district. So the relationship between the two is amazing. I've been very lucky to have a great relationship with CAL FIRE and the other district chiefs, but we all work together. We're not against each other. But our job, our mission, is to keep that at initial attack, keep that at a 1 to 2 acre fire, and not let it go extended. And the last thing I want to talk about is active shooter, hostile work environment. I was here the last meeting, and I sat out there when Captain Macedo did his little drill with you. I heard the bang, 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 and everybody had to get out in a timely manner. We, as the district chiefs, have been working and just finished our policy for an active shooter policy. Tuolumne's asking us for our policy. It's I call it low frequency, high risk. We don't know where it's going to happen, but I think you can turn on the news every couple of weeks and you see a hostile event, an active shooter. And what I'll challenge you on is that we're putting together a drill, an MCI drill / active shooter with the chiefs. I have the sheriff, Rick, the sheriff's involved with it. The ALA is involved, Mountain Valley, and other stakeholders. And we're going to do a drill, because the drill, again, is all about muscle memory. And if you don't, I use it for golf. I used to play a lot of golf. Now that I'm doing this, I don't. But if you go to the golf range, or you go to the golf course, and you think you're going to hit that ball straight, and if you haven't hit the ball in 3 months, it's going to go left, right? You know, with the pressure, because everybody's watching you. So you go to driving range and you hit the ball over and over and over again to build a muscle memory, so that when under pressure and you have that tense feeling and anxiety, that you get it through with muscle memory. And that's how we teach our firefighters. We do the same drill over and over and over again, so when the fire hits, the muscle memory gets you through it. So active shooter, have I been to an active shooter? No. Have I been around a hostile incident with an active shooter? No. But it's happening, and it's not happening in just urban areas. It's happening in little small communities, and they are not prepared for it. We get through the active shooter portion, but again, it's the after part, the recovery part after that. NFPA just came out with a 3,000 document, and there's a lot of lessons learned that we put into our policy so that when the sheriff, there's nothing worse, because we all have kids, there's nothing worse than an active shooter in a school doing their thing, and sheriff is trying to take care of, their job is to neutralize the shooter. It's our job to take care of the kids, our job to take care of the parents, our job to take care of the teachers, and to get them to a hospital, get them triaged before that golden hour. There's helicopters coming in. There's a lot of things going on. Parents are flooding the scene there, trying to find out where their kid is. That's where the EOC is going to be challenged. And then it's going to go the recovery process days after that of getting the community back together, because it tears apart a community. So I just want to let you know that your fire districts, we're all over it, and we're working hand in hand with SO on that. And I'd like to, Susan in the back, she's a board member with the school district. She's reached out to us. We're going to have a meeting with the principals on the 15th, right, April 15th, and that's an opportunity for the districts to, and the sheriff, to be able to show our policy, show what we're doing with it, and we're on the cutting edge. We're not reactive, we're proactive. And that's basically, and with that said, the other one is obviously fire drills. We're heavy into the fire drill part, so.
Awesome. Thank you.
Supervisor Stop.
Thank you, Rich. We appreciate everything you do, and, you know, being proactive instead of reactive is all we can ask for, and this OES preparation is a testament to that. Something I get a lot of calls on, that I know a lot of the other supervisors get calls on, are a lot of people are losing their homeowners insurance due to high fire danger throughout Calaveras County. Something you brought up earlier in your presentation was being able to mitigate clearing some of the lots that aren't, let's say, have homes on them next to other homes in the areas. And some of these homeowners insurance can be mitigated by proving that there is proper clearance around homes so that they can retain the insurance they have, because it's getting harder and harder to find insurance out there for fire right now. So it goes with having an ordinance and be able to follow up with something like you were discussing would help with that, would it not?
Yes. To add on to your question there is, I probably receive, I'm just going to speak for me, not the other chiefs, 3 to 5 phone calls a week from insurance companies. Want to know where the nearest hydrant is, want to know the response time from the fire district, and want to know what kind of rigs I have. They're constantly trying to find a way to cut their losses. After the Butte fire, as I said, I was Division Romeo. I came home and the first words out of my mouth to my wife, and I live in La Catena on a golf course, I'll bet you we're going to lose our insurance. And I had Allstate, and within 1 year, I lost my insurance. And I told them, you know what I do, right? You know who I am, and you know where I'm at, right? I mean, I've been with you for 30 years. It didn't matter. They're going to cut their losses. And so when you're in a wildland urban interface, some insurance companies are going to take you on as a risk, and there's other companies that are going to cut their losses. So what I would say, anybody that doesn't live close to a fire station and that doesn't have hydrants, you're in trouble. You know, with the phone calls I get 3 times a week, you're definitely in trouble. So there's more to it than that, but fire ordinance, clearing lots, it's all important. It all ties together. You know?
Yes. Thank you, and thank you for everything all you chiefs do across the county.
Okay.
Supervisor Mills?
Thank you. I know that the pre-fire planning element is a critical part of whether or not we're going to be successful. And I think we're very fortunate in this county with the number of independent districts and how well they do work together in incidents. It hasn't always been that way, as you know.
I've heard that. I have not seen that, but I've heard that.
I definitely appreciate your comments regarding how a fire marshal would work and where those delineations need to occur. I think it's a critical piece to this discussion is that, yes, we don't want to give them a lot of what I call the on-the-ground work that you and the fire agencies can handle. If we could keep their work primarily focused and embedded within the building department and doing that plan checking work and et cetera, the background work. But we need to have our staff, I think, work with the JPA and decide how they would like to best see that happen, if that's what's going to work for us, so that we don't step in each other's boundaries and create additional overlap in work as a result.
Agreed.
So I really appreciate that comment. GIS layering and fuel reduction. We have so many fuel reduction projects that are going on in this county, and there's been many in the past. One of the things I talked to Charlie out at the camp about is that how do we get that GIS layer established so that the institutional knowledge that occurred maybe 5, 7, 10 years ago in fuel breaks maybe not maintained anymore, but at least we know that there was something there at some time. We're going to have to start developing some kind of a maintenance program, but for you, it means pulling that cell, that piece of information out to give you some real-time data that you can work with that is sometimes just, it's time critical. So I know Charlie's going to be working with the GIS staff here to try to put that layer together, and I see that as a critical component to the success, especially in, I call the remote terrain areas. So I look forward to everybody cooperating as best they can to get that information into a single system that everybody can access one time.
Agreed.
Okay. And by the way, thank you to all those volunteers who are out there. There's a lot of them. And they put in a lot of time in their own time. They're not asking anything for it. And they're up at all times of the day and night doing things that most people wouldn't even expect. So we appreciate their work.
Supervisor Calaveras.
Well, Chief Dickinson, I'm still locked in that you're a Division Romeo. I mean, that's pretty cool. And we want to hear more about that. On the fire marshal has the potential JPA, which I'm really supportive of that. Thought about the JPA hiring the fire marshal and the county contracting? Because I agree.
We haven't discussed that at all on who or how the pay will happen. I mean, obviously, it's a conversation that, the county will have with us, and obviously the supervisors. Again, we're very limited on funds. And an example, we just got a letter the other day for me from OES that because we all went out on the fire season last year. We take care of our community, but we also go out, as all the other stakeholders that was talked about earlier, provide service throughout the state. So I'm sitting on monies that I'm waiting to get from OES, and they're doing a whole makeover, going from paper to, and CAL FIRE from paper to a new software system, data. So we were kind of let known that from this point forward, we're probably not going to get our monies, and we're thinking maybe till after the fiscal year. So we're strapped for funds. It's not just Calaveras County. And I could say this because I came from the Bay Area. I worked for Fremont. We had pixie dust. We were throwing money everywhere. It was ridiculous. And now I come to an area where I don't have any money. So every penny is very, very, very challenging. And so how that happens, I'm not going to stand up here as one of 10 and say that, we want to make it work from the JPA. What the JPA, I understand, my 9 board members, what I told them, it's an opportunity to share resources. So if it's a mobile mechanic, if it's a fire marshal, how we get there, I just don't know what to tell you right now. But we are receptive to sitting down and having the conversation. Am I saying that good?
Yeah, you said great.
Okay.
I want some of that pixie dust from.
Oh, I want some too.
Spread some of that love around the county barn. Chief, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Chair.
Supervisor Tofano.
Rich, I want to thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Totally on board and everything that you presented here today. We've had conversations on this ordinance. I rode with Kevin last week, and we had the same conversations about this ordinance and how it's coming to fruition and you bringing it forward. I appreciate that, all the work that you've done on that, and the other fire chiefs and their involvements on that too. The fire marshal thing, I think we need to have a discussion on it, an earnest discussion on that. I'm on board for it. I certainly know from experience, having a business in a different jurisdiction, the benefits of having a fire marshal and the fact that they do the inspections annually, and the fact that it has to go through fire department and review through, the building department and review. Your point was well taken, and we had a discussion about the medical clinic in Valley Springs, a wood frame building with a ladder inside. It's not even my experience. In a metal frame building, it would be different. Right. But, you know, the outside access has to be there when it's a wood frame building like that. So totally on board with you, and thank you so much for your work.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Rich.
All right, next up, we have Adam from CAL FIRE.
All right, Chairman Garamendi, members of the board, my name's Adam Fries. I'm the unit forester for the Tuolumne Calaveras unit at CAL FIRE. Thank you for having us here today. I'm just going to talk really briefly on a couple of preparedness activities that are underway, and then Battalion Chief Kevin Bohall is going to come and talk about fire response. So yeah, we'll hit on preparation for wildfire emergency response and working cooperatively. So as far as preparation for a wildfire, defensible space is one of the most important things that the public can be doing. And we're working really hard on doing inspections to go out and inspect that 100-foot defensible space around structures. As was talked about earlier today, Public Resource Code 4291 deals with improved parcels. So it does not apply to vacant lots. It is only improved parcels. But that 100-foot defensible space is critical. From experience, we know that it's critical and that it works. Public Resource Code 4291 is kind of difficult because it's not prescriptive. It doesn't say you have to have 10 feet between plants or you have to limb your tree up 6 feet tall. It's a little bit subjective when you have to take into consideration things like the topography, the amount of fuel, the construction of the house. So there's some judgment calls being made by the inspectors. What we're really looking at is that first 30 feet is really critical. That's where the most aggressive treatment has to happen. And then that next zone, that 30 feet to 100 feet or 30 feet to the property line, you're really breaking up the continuity of the fuels, but that first 30 feet is really critical. And one of the things our inspectors are emphasizing this year is looking at the roofs and gutters. That's one of the most vulnerable spots on the structure, and making sure that those are clear of debris and aren't getting overlooked. And it's really, those are easy steps for a landowner to take, but they're crucial. They're very important. Some of the intent of this rule, firefighter and public safety is key. Structure protection is one of the most dangerous things our firefighters do. When they're committing to a structure to protect it and having a safe place to work is critical for them. It's kind of a two-edged sword. Everyone thinks of it as reducing that fuel to protect their house, but a big part of it is if your house catches on fire, giving us a place to work where we can keep the fire at that footprint and not have it escape into the wildland and cause a bigger fire, a bigger problem. So the inspection process, we have seasonal defensible space inspectors that started March 1st. We have engine personnel that do inspections, and then we also have volunteers in prevention that act as our agent and do a lot of inspections. The slide says we do about 13,000 inspections a year. It's actually about 14,000. We typically do 2 inspections on a property with about a 30-day window to mitigate any violations, and then the 3rd inspection is usually referred to for a citation. But we generally have pretty good compliance after that 2nd inspection. So that defensible space is one of the key things that we're doing and the public can be doing to mitigate the threat of a wildfire. So another thing we're doing is fuel reduction projects. As was mentioned earlier today, There's a tremendous amount of work being done. We've got a very active Fire Safe Council that's been active for a long time and sponsored a tremendous amount of work. There's been a lot of good work done on the ground. The Resource Conservation District has recently been putting in for fuel reduction grants, and local fire districts have been. And over the past several years, a lot of great work's been done. And there's a lot of great grant opportunities right now. There's a lot of money from CAL FIRE available for grants right now, and people are really taking advantage of it. The last round closed recently, and we had a lot of interest in Tuolumne and Calaveras counties. That was very encouraging. So the three mechanisms that this work is typically getting done is through the grant process, and the work sponsored by Fire Safe Councilors or different entities. We also receive in-house funds, and we're typically doing maintenance on existing fuel breaks with that. As you know, everything's always growing and changing, and a fuel break's kind of like painting the Golden Gate Bridge. Once you get done with it, it's almost time to start on the other end and get going again. So a lot of our in-house dollars are used towards maintenance. And then we also have our vegetation management program, which is broadcast burning typically, and we've been getting a lot of direction to increase the pace and scale. I'm really proud to say right now we have a VMP project in every battalion, and we have about 10,000 acres under plan, which is I'm really proud that we have that. Sometimes it's tough to pull those projects off, but a real positive change this year is those projects, instead of being good for 3 years like they were historically, they're now good for 10, which is going to allow us to get more and then take better advantage of the opportunities that we have. Let's see. So I just want to highlight the importance of fuel reduction. A success story in Calaveras County was the McCullum Hill fuel break that was put in 2012 by Battalion Chief Cam Todd under a Wildland Urban Interface grant. Got the fuel break in with the intent that if a fire came towards McCullum Hill, it would protect it. And during the Butte fire, that fuel break was used successfully and protected that town. So just kind of highlights the importance of these projects, and we're committed to continuing doing them. And last slide for me before Chief Bohal comes up is just preparation for wildfire. This is an example. The Ready, Set, Go information is what we're getting out to the public. And really the being ready is what we talked about, defensible space, and the being set is basically having a plan on what to do. And the go is evacuating. When the sheriff's office gives the word to go, is just stressing to the public that they need to go early and not be part of the problem, but to get out, so we're not dealing with rescuing them, but we can focus on the fire. And that's it for me, and Chief Bohal will come up.
Actually, my questions do relate directly to you, Mr. Priest.
Okay.
You spoke about the Fire Safe Council. I would like the public to know just exactly who is the Fire Safe Council.
So Calaveras Foothills Fire Safe Council?
Yes.
It's a volunteer group.
Right.
And they've been tremendously active, in my experience working here in the unit, in sponsoring projects, aggressively going after grants, and implementing those projects on the ground. And the tremendous amount of work has been done by, as a result of their efforts. And they're volunteers. So.
They're all volunteers. I know that SPI is involved. I know Cam Todd just joined that board. You've got a number of your people from CAL FIRE that are there at every meeting. We even have Alpine County involved in those meetings. And I know, I'm trying to think, West Point Fire directly involved in those meetings. So it is made up of a broad spectrum of everyone who's involved, including some foresters.
Yeah, so, very dedicated, and their tremendous efforts have really paid off.
And you recently had a problem with the Bureau of Reclamation regarding a NEPA permit, a NEPA action on New Maloney's. And we were able to work with the BOR and Congressman McClintock's office to push that forward so that we can get those fuel reduction projects done yet this spring. Those are critical components. This splash fuel that we've got out there in our low ground is just a disaster waiting to happen. So a fuel break established between Glory Hole and Angels Camp, to me, is just, it's somewhere it's got to get done, and I know that 4412 is working on that.
Yes.
And desires to get it done as well. We're also working with the BOR to establish some type of emergency grazing permits for the cattle ranchers that are adjacent to federal lands, and how do we get those accomplished quickly? So It is a cooperative effort, and everybody needs to understand. I think everybody's on the same focus at this point as a result of the Butte Fire, and if we just keep focusing on that, we'll be successful. So, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Kevin Bohall. I'm the San Andreas Battalion Chief for the Tuolumne Calaveras unit. So that's the northwestern part of Calaveras County. It encompasses San Andreas, McCalmy Hill, and Valley Springs. And I'd love to sit up here and talk about fuels reduction. That's one of my favorite things, but I'm supposed to talk more about the fire response, but I have made appointments with the three supervisors districts that encompass in my battalion. I've been kind of given a tour on some of the work that Chief Freeze and Chief Dickinson have been talking about. Hopefully I can use this thing here correctly. All right. So the CAL FIRE Tuolumne Calaveras unit staffs 15 fire stations, 21 frontline fire engines, 2 conservation camps, an air attack base with 3 fixed-wing aircraft, 1 helicopter, and 1 inmate training center. Of the 15 fire stations, 10 are located here in Calaveras County. These staff facilities provide response to all types of emergencies, providing assistance to our local government partners that include medical aid, structure fires, vehicle accidents, and public service assets, or assists, excuse me. In 2018, CAL FIRE responded to approximately 256 wildland fires in the Tuolumne Calaveras unit. Those fires fall into 3 categories: initial attack, extended attack, and major incident. And I'm going to talk a little bit about all 3. So the first is initial attack fires. These are usually small in size, contained within the first 2 hours with resources initially assigned. These are the ones where we would be working with the local cooperators, like we've been talking about with Chief Dickinson. We actually rely really heavily on all of our cooperators when it comes to those local initial attack fires. Communication occurs with CAL FIRE, OES, and Calaveras County SO, but typically it's information sharing versus needing deliverables from cooperators. So prior to social media, many of these fires occurred without the general public being where they occurred. One thing you guys were all familiar with before was lookouts. We relied really heavily on lookouts prior to cell phones. And once cell phones came out, a lot of the lookouts aren't staffed anymore. But most of the fires, we've always been able to keep 10 acres or less, and those all land in these initial attack fires. So extended attack fires, fires that are not contained in the first 2 hours but are contained within the first burning period, defined by 10 a.m. the next day. Following ignition, resource augmentation is required to contain the fire. These fires can impact local cooperators such as local fire districts, county OES, and Calaveras County Sheriff's Office. These are the fires where we're also going to be bringing people in from outside the area or augmenting the initial attack, so that could be additional aircraft, bulldozers, engines from out of the area. Communication occurs with CAL FIRE, County OES, and Calaveras County SO regarding evacuation notifications, and evacuation implementation can occur, but typically short-lived for 24 hours. So we're always working directly with SO for evacuations in any of these. Initial attack going up, typically in initial attack there's not going to be too much for evacuations. We could also be working with, we were talking about VOAD groups, Red Cross, stuff like that. There are opportunities, and that would be from here going on up to the extended attack and up. These usually unwind quickly once contained and require involvement from local cooperators. Will spike at first, then taper off rapidly once contained. It's referenced in the Reed fire there at 130 acres. One thing we do try and do for our cooperators is if we get something that's going to be extended, we try and get them released first so they can go back to their local districts so they can continue to service their other mission, which is structure fires, medical aids, and vehicle accidents. So major incident fires, fires that are not contained within the first burn period, defined by the 10 a.m. the next day rule. Significant augmentation of resources are required to contain the fire, maybe several days. These can also go weeks to months, as you guys have seen recently with some of the fires in Northern California. The Camp Fire, we had the Butte Fire here, the Rim Fire a few years ago are good examples. These fires are a major impact to local residents, stakeholders, and cooperators, and the local fire districts, County OES, Red Cross, and the SO. Communication occurs with CAL FIRE, County OES, and CCSO regarding evacuation notifications and evacuation implementation and evacuation shelters. These incidents will most likely need the activation of the county EOC to support the needs of the county. So to go along with those, I'll go back to that slide. So these are usually where we would call in an incident management team. a type 1 incident management team would be one like the one that we had on the Butte Fire. At that point, obviously, we were talking about the difference with an ICP and the EOC. The incident command post will be set up somewhere that makes sense in order to command the incident, and they will work with the EOC in 2 separate locations as we're managing the fire. Some other things to think about is at that point we're going to have a lot of resources coming in from outside the area. That's when we pull from the statewide system, from OES, and we start pulling stuff from all over the state and sometimes from outside of the state. So in that case, there's a good possibility that we're going to be augured in and utilizing that camp, that ICP, for a while, and the EOC would be activated for sometimes a significant amount of time. We didn't talk about it too much in emergency response on the slides here, but another thing too is, as far as CAL FIRE, we can activate our incident management teams for incidents other than fires. The Montesino mudslides, if you have any sort of flooding, any sort of event that requires some additional support with an incident management team, we can do OES mission tasking. That goes to the county OES, and we've done it with the CAL FIRE crews. If we have flooding or whatever, they can be mission tasked to do sandbagging, anything like that. But it goes all the way up to the incident management team level. So that's something else that you can keep in mind. Partners with CAL FIRE and Calaveras County as it relates to major incidents. Communication is key between us, CAL FIRE's leadership, the county supervisors, CAO, county OES, and CCSO. This interaction would take place at the EOC, like I was talking earlier, cooperator meetings and any special meetings requests during a large incident. The EOC is integrated with the ICP, but they won't be co-located. Understanding each person's role is important. And as I spoke before, the CAL FIRE incident management team, the line officer for whatever the jurisdiction is that we do the delegation of authority through, depending on what type of incident it is, or an agency rep, and the Joint Information Center, the JIC. And if you guys aren't familiar with the JIC, that's it can be social media, it can be news media, whatever we're doing to make sure that as a group we put together a unified voice on whatever's happening, depending on what type of incident it is. All right, and that was it for mine.
Just one quick question. The cameras that PG&E is putting up, will some of those be up and functional in our county this year?
I do not have that information.
Okay.
We have PG&E coming up.
There's 2 of them all.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Just thought I'd throw the question out there while I had a chance.
That's a good question, though. I like that.
Thank you.
Just keep up the good job on the vegetation reduction. Thank you.
Yeah, and if any of you guys want any more information on any of the projects I have going in Battalion 1, I'm more than willing to show anybody.
I would like to meet with you soon.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you, and thanks for reaching out.
Thank you.
Michelle?
Mr. Pat McGreevy is going to talk about fuel reduction projects in the county.
How does this work? That's forward, that's forward. And is there a pointer on? That's the pointer.
Keep it out of people's eyes.
Oh, I see. Okay. So my name's Pat McGreevy. I'm from Glencoe, and I work with a group called the Amador Calaveras Forestry Team. We call ourselves a CalAm team. So we work on 2 counties, over in Amador and over in Calaveras. The reason for that is that wildfire doesn't know any political boundaries. So here's some of the names on our team down below. Pat McGreevy. Jan Bray is a forester. Pete Pedalford, most of you know, hangs out up in the Highway 4 corridor. John Eisenbutel is also a forester. So I'm not a forester, but I do, I guess you'd call me a GIS expert, and I handle a lot of grant writing and whatnot. So we formed this team. And we formed right before the Butte Fire, and in Glencoe, and we actually put in a few fuel breaks around there. Everybody talks about the fuel break in McCollum Hill, but some of our fuel breaks help CAL FIRE as well. I always start with this slide because this slide was taken in 1926, and it's over in Amador County, and this is what our environment looked like before we stopped. We started suppressing fires, so notice there's no brush, and a catastrophic fire would never carry through this environment. So this is how it used to look like. This is what Teddy Roosevelt and John Muir hiked through when they went to Yosemite. They'd never get there today through all our brush. So then this is what it looks like today on the left. This is the CCWD wastewater treatment plant in Sandy Gulch. I came here in 1948 for the first time, and that's what I saw. And but it doesn't have to look that way. So look at the slide on the right. That's up at Lily Gap. It's up above West Point, and this was done in 2010. It looked just like the left side, but on the right side it was masticated, and biomass was taken out of there. So it looks like this today. So after 9 days, we've got 9 years of maintenance-free work as a result of this project here. This is on BLM land. BLM land's going, and BLM is creating a burn plan right now. So next year or soon, they're going to be ready to come in with prescribed burns on this property. So our goal is to reduce the risk of wildfires devastating local communities in Forest and Amador and Calaveras County through collaboration. Who do we collaborate with? And these are a list. There's 16, I think there's 16 agencies on here, and we work together with every one of these agencies to put in this fire system, the systems that we work with. You'll see as I go through some of the projects that there's usually no one organization that's putting in these projects. It's a collaborative between private people, CAL FIRE, you name it. So they all have to work together to make it work. This is a 5-year increment starting in 1950, ending in I think it's, 2016 or 15, something like that. And so this is a number of the acreage that has burned in each of those 5-year cohorts. And you can see that, that in the beginning down in here, we didn't, the fires were all small for the most part. And it isn't until we get in this area that they really start increasing in size. So the reason, what this slide really demonstrates, if we were to put on here the number of ignitions per 5 years, the number of ignitions would be a small line, would be the same, say, every year, more or less. So what's really happening here is the increase in fuel is causing these big fires. So here's our big fires. This is the big four. The railroad fire is this one up here, and then Old Gulch is, this doesn't work very well, out there, and then Butte Fire's here, and then we have, Butte Fire's the big red one, and Darby's over there on the right going into Tuolumne County. And we can see some towns that have really been lucky. Look at Sheep Ranch right in the middle, right there, and then Glencoe. We've just escaped the Butte the last time, and then you get over to Forest Meadows and the Highway 4 corridor and Sheep Ranch as well. All escape artists. This is the same slide, only this time we've superimposed the fuel breaks that are in Calaveras County. So one of our big projects for the CalAm team is to map every fuel break in Amador and Calaveras County. We've probably mapped 95% of them now. It's all in a GIS, and I've just recently put it on PDF files. I could send each one of you a PDF file, and you could look at all this stuff on your own computer at home. Anybody can look at it. So you see the colors. When we map, purple is a concept. It's an idea. Somebody says we need to put a fuel break here. And so we map that. And then when it turns to green, somebody's actually got money and is actually starting to construct the fuel break. So say under construction is green. And then the red areas are are fuel breaks that are functional and defensible right now. I'm not going to show you very many of these, but I want to go up the 26 corridor a little bit and then switch over and come down the Highway 4 corridor quickly. So we've already talked about McCollum Hill and the McCollum Hill fuel break here. So here's this black and white line is Highway 26 going through Boston Yale, where Butte has took out 4 or 5 homes in there. Rich Gulch lost 4 or 5 homes there. Then we get up to Glencoe, and we actually lost 4 or 5 homes in that area as well. And the outline of the Butte fire is this big, heavy red line going around. But, and one of the points I'd like to make here is that the brown parcels, and the brown parcels are BLM land. And in general, BLM has not been maintained for generations. It's full of brush. And when you go to BLM and complain, they'll tell you that we don't have the staff and we don't have the resources to do anything about it. And this is an area in which the Calaveras team has really been making progress. So so now we're up in, I'm going to skip right up to Glencoe, and this area, I'm going to change here. There. So this area here is Sandy Gulch. That blue area right there is a West Point Wastewater Treatment Center. And the town of Glencoe is right here. And the Butte fire was stopped right in this area here. So right after the Butte fire, we went to battalion chief in West Point, and we said, how can we help? And he said, we need a fuel break to cross the McCollum River, South Fork McCollum River right here to stop the spread of fire going on up into the high country. So we said we would try to do something. So we went, the very first thing we did is we're on this polygon I'm sort of outlining right there. We applied for a grant, our first grant. We applied in 2016, and we got $74,000 in order to do the environmental studies on 917 acres, I think it is. And then, so that's this area in here, and then we divided that acreage up into treatment units, and we applied for a second grant, and we got it for $500,000. And so we're going to start mastication and biomass removal in here, in this area. And then we applied for a third area for mastication, which will take place in here. That was for, I don't know, $800,000 or something like that. And then the next grant, which we just got, expands off this BLM land here, going west into 22 private parcels. So we're going to reduce fuels on the 22 parcels, and we're now up to this whole block in here. We have 1,500 acres under management right now. This started in 2016, so within 3 years we have 1,500 acres being managed. This is Bummerville, West Point being here, and we have a grant outstanding for another 500-600 acres there, which we'll learn next month whether we'll get granted there. And then this ties in with Lily Gap, which is all BLM land, and then this red area here is SPI, and so this is one almost continuous fuel break going up to Lily Gap and up to the high country, and then it crosses into Amador County right here at Tiger Creek, and there's a huge area under forest restoration in Amador County. So it's all coming together into a continuous system. This is the Highway 4 corridor. And so you start up high on Camp Connell and Dorrington. I remember it was only 2 years ago that I was with Tim Tate and others at the, what do you call the meeting in the businessmen, Epoch and Arnold, and I gave this talk, and I remember asking the people who, Bertha Underhill lives in Dorrington, I said, Bertha, tell us about your fire prevention system. And she looked like, like I was crazy. It was just a blank face. We have no fire prevention system. And so I said, well, why don't you turn around and talk to Tim Tate, because this is all SPI land there. And as it turns out, Tim Tate and the SPI are now putting in, they're going to log this whole area in here and turn that into a shaded field break. As it turns out, SPI is probably is a major contributor for field breaks in Calaveras County. The saying goes, this is Blue Lake Springs, and these red polygons, and in here, once again, is SPI. Down in here, this is the Forest Service. And this gets down into Avery, and here's an example. So we have the Forest Service here, we have SPI on top, we have a grant in right now to treat this area over here, which is CCWD wastewater treatment plant in Arnold, and this is private property in here, and that's the Davies Ranch. So we're working with all these people, and we have a grant in for Davies Ranch and CCWD and more. Coming down from Hathaway Pines, we have a grant in for that to get cleared, these green polygons here, and then this goes on down to Murphy's, and we have a grant in for that. And this is CAL FIRE, Murphy's Field Break, and more. And I noticed, is this Vallecito right here? And there's nothing around Vallecito. There should be. So, so when we look at our whole field break system, I said we had purple, conceptual, green it's being worked on, red is complete. We've divided this up into two kinds of field breaks. Up here is landscape field breaks. So these are big chunks of land, say, like a forest. And we, in the plans that are mapped right now, we have 10,000 acres that are in this grand plan, either conceptual, proposed, or complete. If you take this 10,000 and you multiply it by $3,000 per acre, that's just some kind of average figure to reduce fuels in the forest. You would come out that we would need $20,000 to complete this work right here, the conceptual and the proposed. And the second panel here, we have field breaks, linear field breaks, that are long and 300 feet wide or something like that. And in there, we would have in our county, and this is all, by the way, east of Highway 49. So we would have 1,000 acres of linear field breaks, and multiplying it by our $3,000 per acre, it comes out to $1.5 million, and you add the two together, we need $21 million in order to finish this work here. To maintain it, we figure we would need $1.7 million per year to maintain this whole system. So, where does the money come from? The state legislature, after all the mega fires that we've had in the last couple of years, has appropriated about $150 million per year for the next 5 years. So there's plenty of money for this kind of work. The problem is the money's in Sacramento, and in order to get that money, you have to ask for it. And you ask for it by applying for a grant. So the first problem, we say we have adequate money. We think that each county, Amador and Calaveras, could actually bring in $4 million a year, somewhere around that. We're actually doing that right now in 2018, 2019. We brought in, Fire Safe Council brought in $3.5 million, $3.2 million, and the Cal-Am team for Calaveras County has probably brought in $2 million, something like that. So the amount of money, the money's there. So what's the constraint? In Calaveras County, you only have 2 or 3 grant writers. I'm one of them. Bill Fullerton's the second one. And we've now recruited Jill Michelle in Arnold. She's written 2 grants now. And Marg Donley has written. So we're getting other people to start writing grants. And one of our big jobs is to go work with these people who have never written grants before, sit with them, go through, I make the maps, and we put together their whole grant package. So we're trying to expand our capacity in grant writing so we could bring down more money. Grant administration. Wow, so I just got through telling you that we have, I'm doing right now a project to masticate 217 acres. So that means that somebody's got to go out there and flag the units. So when the loggers come out and the masticators come out, they know what the boundaries are. They need that in order to bid the project, and they need it in order to execute, to implement the project. I've been doing that, and when you get, I just told you we have like 1,500 acres under management. That's a lot of acres to run around putting flags up and to manage it. So what we're trying to do now is build up grant administration. So Jill Michelle from Arnold is now doing most of the business in dealing with the grantors. And my job as a field manager is going to be replaced by foresters, professional foresters. So that leaves me to spend all my time grant writing and help the other people in grant writing. Contractors, if you saw me give this talk 2 weeks ago, we had contractors way down here, meaning that we didn't think that the contractors, we thought we were really deficient in the number of contractors, that was going to be our constraint. All this money, but we didn't have the contractors to implement it if we brought it down. And we've now moved that up, and I'm going to show you why in the next slide, that we actually have a lot of contractor capability in Calaveras and Amador and around here. So the major constraint in our opinion is doing the environmental studies, the CEQA and NEPA. We don't have any archaeologists living in Amador, Calaveras County. We have archaeologists, maybe one in Tuolumne. So the archaeologists we use comes from Merced or Sacramento, somewhere else. And that's and BLM, they're always absent an archaeologist. It just holds up our projects, is getting the archaeologists. We do have some wildlife biologists, but our capacity in this area is not good. We put CAL FIRE's capacity down here. We put a question. So CAL FIRE is pretty stable because their fuels reduction crews come from the camps, which are pretty stable. We put a question mark behind it because the TCU unit has just acquired 3 teams of 5 each, something like that. Say it.
So there's one fuels crew from region headquarters that will be available to come up on 2-week rotations, and then there'll be an additional crew assigned to the unit that will be shared with another unit. So there'll be more work coming.
So this line's going to go up, is the point. So that's the situation. I'm going to come back to contractors. So we Cal-Am team generated a list with we have 103 contractors on the list. 82 of them we have emails for. So, and it stretches from all the mountain counties. So I can hardly read. This is Calaveras there, I think. So it says, I think we have something like 25 contractors in Calaveras County. That's anybody that has a chainsaw, that's in business for going out and cleaning lots, all the way to a bona fide logger. So we sent our RFP that were a couple weeks ago out to these 82 contractors. We thought we were going to get 0 to 2 to 3 contractors to respond to our Sandy Gulch project for 217 acres to treat. We in fact got 22 contractors that responded, and this is 4 from Calaveras, 4 from Tuolumne, 3 from Amador, El Dorado 3, and then we get down to, we have 1 from Oregon, we have 1 from Monterey, and there we had our pre-contractor site visit last week. We met at the cemetery in Railroad Flat, and I drove into the cemetery, and there were about 25 pickups sitting there waiting for us to get there. So the bids come in April 1st. We have our bid committee going and everything. So we would hope to sign a contract and actually start work in the end of April. So I'm going to stop there. Oh, any?
Thank you. Pat, I'd like to start by just thanking you and the Cal-Am team. You are literally spreading the pixie dust of money through the county and getting these projects done. We are limited on capacity, and not only are you filling that role, but you're training other people to fill that role, and it is exponential help to the county.
Thanks.
Thank you. I mean, you're a volunteer, and you're doing all this for all of us.
It's my...
And I thank you.
But it's my retirement model. I could never sit still my whole life, and so this is what I do.
Well, 4 years ago, you told me you were going to do it, and you did it.
And we're not through yet.
Thank you. Marie?
Okay.
Pat, GPS me, please.
GPU?
GPS me.
Okay.
On the grant administration, is there a portion of the grant that goes to administration? That, not just on marking the trees, but on writing in the grant and so forth, managing the grant?
Yeah. We're really naive a couple years ago. And so we thought the lower we put in for the grant amount, the better chance we would have to get the grant. So I never put in for an administrator or a field manager. We did that all, so we did it all on a volunteer basis. So the grants I'm putting in now have 2 line items up there. One's for the administrator and one's for the forester. And then down below, we have the 10%, usually 12% or something the grantors give to the fiscal agent. We're using CHIPS and the Calaveras County RCD. So they get 10%. So if we bring in $1 million, they get $100,000.
So if the county hired a grant person to write the grant, then would there be a portion of the grant that could go to pay for that person to write the grants, plural?
First of all, just like I just said, CHIPS right now is getting 12%. Let's say right now we have $4 or $5 million in projects in Calaveras County. So 10% of that would go to county if county was the fiscal agent.
The fiscal agent. So that might be something, colleagues, that we would want to consider at budget time for a grant person to help with this.
As long as we don't slow down the progress.
That's what we're proving. We're proving that
it works.
You could hire a grant writer, 2 grant writers, out of that 10%.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. McGreevy.
Sure.
Supervisor Mills. Pat, they're not done with you yet. No, I just keep standing before the mask.
That's fine. But just continuing the conversation about grant writers, we've had a grant writer here in the past in the county. It's was embedded within the department. So it's not an unusual situation, but I think that having someone specifically dedicated to forestry and fuel management puts them in a unique position. Asking Bill Fullerton or you or anyone else to do the amount of work that you've done. I know Bill got a total of, 6 grants, $3 million here in the last go-round, and he was happy to get the first 1 or 2, but when it got to 4, 5, and 6, it wasn't so funny anymore.
That's right. That's
So
exactly right.
We've got to really think about our capacity within the structure that we have to be able to handle the work that is being there. So all the money in the world isn't going to solve the issue if we can't really get on the ground and get it done.
Exactly.
So I fully agree. I think that we're well past that time. The money is there.
Exactly.
We don't ask for it. It's not going to happen. And that's why I've been pushing for this master stewardship agreement. I think that also would be helpful for us to get into the federal lands and to be able to do that handshake and put local and state money towards those projects that currently the federal government doesn't have the manpower, the time, the will, money to do it. So I really think that is another key component. BLM, that's been a consistent thorn in our side for quite some time. How do we get around that? I know that Chair Garamendi has tried to work with them. We're going to have to find a way because they're pocketed all over this county.
Let me tell you how you get around, and that's what, I didn't make this really clear. So everything that we're doing up on the Highway 26 corridor is on BLM land. So we went to BLM and we said, fix your land. And well, we get the same story, no money, and no staff. And that's true. They have one forester for 10 counties. His name's Monty Kawahara. So I said to him, so I woke up one morning, I said, this is easy. I'll just go get him some money. So I went to them, I said, if I get you some money, what's going to happen? And they said, your project goes to the top of the list. So, of course, they didn't think I was going to get any money. And and now you see where we are today. I mean, we're talking about, so what do they tell you, Jack? That McGreevy brings in more money, just me, than the whole Mother Lode Field office gets through their chain of command from Washington, D.C. One person. I never see Monty, hardly ever. And for some reason, they let us do whatever we want on their land. And I know the reason is because we have the registered foresters. We have Jan Bray and John Heisenbiel. We grab Tim and bring him out there every once in a while. And so it's having those foresters, they trust us because we have those foresters on staff. So.
Well, I have to look at it from my perspective too, is the New Melones is surrounded by BLM land. And that's an area that has been a sore subject to some degree because of their ability to control their own
But
lands.
with using this model, we can change that.
Thank you.
So,
I appreciate it.
Mr. Hopper?
One more, Pat.
Pat, they're just not letting you go.
yeah.
Not too much to the question other than another thank you for everything you've done. You've been very involved with the county for a very long time, and our kids do want you back for Parks and Recs also. Thank you.
Yeah, that's been brought up in the last week or two.
I've tried to put him in a headlock already, Ben.
All right.
Thank you. I know we're running very behind.
Very
so
behind.
I apologize to everybody.
So
Michelle?
quickly, we'll have Tim Tate from SPI come talk about the work that they're doing, and then followed up by a quick presentation from PG&E. And then that'll be the end of our item.
Tim,
Okay.
welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Board. I think I've got this figured out. So, I'm the area manager for the Southern Sierra portion of Sierra Pacific Industries Timberlands. It's an area that encompasses all of our lands in El Dorado, Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne counties. Just in Calaveras, our company owns a little over 74,000 acres, so we're the largest private landowner in the county. And so you can understand, with that being the case, how what we're doing in regard to fire prevention, control, and so forth has a bearing, overall bearing on the county. Most of our lands are in districts 2 and 3, of course. The picture you're looking at there, I show it just because it probably looks a little familiar from the Butte fire. But this is something you don't want to see very often. This is actually the rim fire. Those are not thunderclouds. That's the pyrocumulus from the rim fire. And that picture is taken from the parking lot of our Sonora sawmill. So that's a distance of over 20 miles is what you're looking at there. Just give you an extent of the power of these fires. I show this slide, bear with me. I'm using relative fire losses here. I'm not at liberty to discuss the exact numbers that we've lost in fires, acres that we've lost in fires over the last few years. Let me suffice it to say it's a number with 3 zeros behind it, not 2. And if you look at our long-term average, this is going back to 1978. Let's call that the number of acres lost per year 1. Then over the last 10 years, we've lost 2.23 times that number. In the last 5 years, we've lost almost 3 times that number. And if I was able to show you and isolate our experience from 2018, it would be a number that's 13 times our long-term average. So our losses as a company in California are parallel to the experience for the state as a whole, and all ownerships combined in the state lost to wildland fire. The point being that it's an increasing number, it's exponentially increasing, and that increase is not sustainable. So, what are we doing about it? One thing that we were doing, about a little over a year and a half ago, we entered into a MOU with the Forest Service, CAL FIRE, NIFWF, and ourselves, entered into this MOU to first of all, to share information. We've all got fuels treatments out there, both existing, recent, in need of maintenance, or planned that we're doing. I'm speaking of the Forest Service and ourselves primarily here, that we've, some of which have been out there for 2 decades, but no one knows who has what, where, or what's being planned over the next 5 years. And that's been going, that deficit's been going on for several years, and so we decided to do something about it. And what we're going to do is share all of our data as to what's out there. This is primarily GIS information I'm talking about sharing here. And what do we have planned for the next few years, next 10 years, what have you. And part of the reason we're doing this is the California spotted owl is up for listing decision this fall. And that's some of those characters right there. And it's important to recognize that the greatest threat to this species is not from logging, it's not from land conversion, it's not from anything other than severe fires. You take the recent King fire, for example. There were 27 territories, spotted owl territories, lost in that one fire alone. Well, that's not a sustainable scenario for that species. And it's important that to the listing team from the National Wildlife Service that if we cannot demonstrate to them that something is being done and can be done to limit the losses from these large fires, then they very well may list this as an endangered species this fall. So you go, well, okay, how's that a bad thing? Well, it can be actually very counterproductive to the bird, because if you think we're constrained by what we do in the woods right now, and particularly what the Forest Service is constrained from doing right now with the bird not yet listed, when they list this bird, you haven't seen anything yet. I mean, fuels treatments and everything will basically grind to a halt out there. And so it's kind of an ironic situation if they decide to list the bird, they're actually going to constrain our activities in the woods such that the bird could actually be in further peril. So what we're going to do, we're sharing all this information on a map basis with the Forest Service. We're having a lot of meetings. God, I go to meetings all the time. And with the forest supervisors and the regional staff. And we are designing projects in cooperation with each other. So what you have here, I want to show you two scenarios. I want to show you a scenario which is the one you see here on the board, and that's way out in the hinterlands. You know, there's no one around this area. This is Salt Springs Reservoir right here. This is out in the Moore Creek area. This is the North Fork of the McCallamy coming down out of Salt Springs. So there's your county boundary right there, and also your national forest boundary. Everything south of here is Stanislaus, everything north of here is El Dorado. What you see there in green, well, first of all, the gray area is SPI, light green is Forest Service. So what you see is the green linear things here. Those are existing fuel breaks or fuels treatments that we have out there on our lands currently. And then the yellow is stuff that we're planning for this year. And then the purple here, that's what the Forest Service is planning this year. So what you have there is about a 5 or 6 mile long, what will be a shaded fuel break. And this is a perfect example is, it wouldn't make sense for the Forest Service to do this 2 or 3 miles and then us not to do this 2 miles, or vice versa. So that's the type of coordination that we're trying to accomplish out there. I should also mention that our owl territories are shown as dots, single dots there, and then the Forest Service owl set-asides are these rust-colored polygons that you see there. So you see this is a rather owl-rich area out here. So what we're trying to do is, for fire coming out of the south, coming across us and heading towards the river there, if you were able to stop it or control it on that linear fuel break there, then you might be successful in saving all these owl territories to the north. Not only are we doing things way out in the hinterlands like this, and one of Pat's maps showed this as well, we're also trying to do things for the benefit both of our lands and communities as well. So what you see here in the yellow is an operation we have on our Love Creek tract going on right now. All of this that you see in yellow here, the gray's already been treated. This will all be accomplished in 2019. This will all be a shaded fuel break. And then up here on the east side of Big Trees Village, between Dorrington and the river, which is right in through here, we will get started on that yellow fuel break as well, and those activities are probably going to extend into 2020. And then some of this stuff over on the other side of the river here is also going to happen. Probably most of that will happen in 2020. The green green and purple here are areas that I believe these are all parts of the Avery Arnold project that's been mentioned earlier that's happening on the Forest Service, or is being planned to happen here in the next couple of years. So you should note here too, right in through, all in this area here, the Darby fire came out of here, and it was threatening Arnold right in this area here. So that can certainly happen again. The Arnold area, Arnold Avery area scares the daylights out of me. It's almost like a paradise waiting to happen. I hope whatnot. So one of the things that comes up quite a bit is we talk, you always hear us talk about shaded fuel breaks in a woodland environment. So what exactly are these things? Well, one thing I'll tell you, they're not clear cuts. We hear criticism, uninformed criticism sometimes that SPI is in the shaded fuel break business because it just gives us a chance to do more logging. Well, that's patently absurd, but it's absurd because the amount of material, the yield we get out of the creation of a shaded fuel break is about 1/3 the volume that we would out of the creation of a clear cut, for example. And it's a lot more expensive logging. It's about twice as expensive. So that if I was just in the business of producing cheap logs, shaded fuel breaks would not be the way that I would do it. Actually, what shaded fuel breaks usually do, if you look at your average tree diameter pre-treatment, and then you look at your average tree diameter post-treatment, and generally that average diameter increases. And that is because in a shaded fuel break properly done, what you tend to do are leave the dominant, codominant, larger trees. That's what you leave as residual timber. And then the saplings and pole size smaller trees are generally what you take out until you get the ladder fuels reduced and then you get your crowns separated. Also, the oak trees that are out there in the stand, almost all of those are generally retained, at least those that are 12 inches and larger. So you're not impacting the hardwood component of the stand. It's also useful to know how a fuel break functions. These things are not meant to function as fire breaks. They are not meant or designed or generally effective at stopping, particularly a wind-driven crown fire. They're not going to do that. What they can do is provide an area of defense that when you have a fire that's several miles away still, that the firefighters are comfortable operating in that environment because the fuels have been reduced. You've separated out the vertical and the horizontal continuity of that fuel, so they know they're not going to get burned up making a stand there. And what you can do then, because most of the fuel is already gone, you can very quickly establish cat lines down to bare mineral soil from which they can backfire, generally at night. And then once they do that, they get that black line going towards the approaching fire, and everyone feels a whole lot more comfortable. And in fact, that's how a lot of these large fires are eventually contained. We actually did this. We constructed over 13 miles of fire line on the rim fire, and backfiring was done from all 13 miles, and it was very effective in stopping the western progression of that fire. Like I said, they allow for quick establishment of fire lines and a point from which that backfiring can be done. So what do they look like on the ground? This is probably fairly typical of what they would look like. Notice that the smaller, the fuels that are close to the ground are pretty much gone. Tree size is good. You got gaps between trees, between the crowns. This is probably in one of our plantations, given that everything looks fairly uniform there. What might be a better example of what one would look like in a wild stand. This picture was taken out from a fuel break that we established along the southern and eastern border of Big Tree State Park. So you can see that you've got, once again, you're starting to get a little regrowth here, but once again, the ladder fuels looking way off in the distance there. You don't have much in the way of ladder fuels, not a lot of seedlings and saplings and pole-sized trees. generally larger trees that are left. And so you can very quickly put a line through here. Say the fire is way over here. You can put your line through here, get it down to bare mineral soil, and then at night the firefighters could backfire through all this, and you start to get a lot of black going towards the approaching fire. Gives everyone a much greater sense of safety, and also helps contain the fire. So this slide's a little hard to see and understand here. I'll make an attempt to explain what we're up to. Show you where exactly we are. All of this area out in here, except within these little black polygons, all this area out here is Sierra Pacific Industries, what I call the standard block. It's a big chunk of our property in Tuolumne County. This purple line here, that is our boundary with Big Tree State Park. So that purple line there is actually an existing shaded fuel break that we put in several years ago. Same with this one. And same with this one, which follows a ridge. Same with this one, which follows a ridge. So the purple are existing fuel treatments already out there. You can't see it, but the drainages are coming down through here. I believe that's one of the forks of the Griswold. Another forks of the Griswold. Soap Creek is down here. So all the drainages are flowing from a northeast to southwest pattern. And oftentimes in the past, what's happened during a midsummer fire, the fire starts way down here, like Darby did, and the fire progresses from a southwest to northeast direction, following and running up these drainages. So you can see very quickly that just having fuel breaks on the ridges that are paralleling the drainages is not going to do much to stop that fire. It's not going to give you much of a containment area. So what we're starting to think about and implement now, which is a little bit of a new idea, I can tell you it's very costly. It hasn't been done a lot in the past, but we are now realizing that to be effective at stopping a fire running up like this, that we're going to have to build fuel breaks, and these blue linear polygons here are proposed fuel breaks that we are going to propose in a timber harvest plan, and we're going to cross drainages with fuel breaks. And so that the end effect of that, you see these numbers here. These numbers vary from about 1,300 acres on up to probably 2,800 acres. And what we hope to eventually do in our ownership, and of course we had hoped that with our cooperation with the Forest Service, that all of our mixed landscape out here together would look pretty much the same, is we're trying to create what we call protection boxes of anywhere from 2,000 to probably 5,000 acres, to where if a fire gets started right here, we hope to contain that fire in that 2,000 acre box. And what we want to do, and it's important to realize that every fire, all fires, have one thing in common. They all start small. So if you can contain them, we can contain this fire to 2,000 acres, keep it from going to 20,000 acres like the Darby, or 200,000 acres like some recent fires, then we would consider that a success. Because I can tell you, if we have a fire starts way down here and it consumes our entire standard block, maybe crosses Highway 4, gets into our Martell district, we lose tens and tens of thousands of acres, then you might see a couple sawmills in Tuolumne County go out of business, and that's not good for anybody. So that's all I have if you have questions.
Thank you very much, Tim. That's a lot of information. Supervisor Mills, you have a question?
Well, it's going along with what you remember during the forest tour on the Stanislaus last May with Vicki Christensen. And there was a conversation about if you can limit the number of trees, what was it, 130 trees per acre, 6 inch and better, roughly? And that would result in an improved amount of water delivery off of that plot.
Yes.
So they said 10%, they could go as high as 15% with the studies that they're doing. So it isn't just about fuel management, it also has other benefits. And you talked about the owls being in peril. Can you speak more to that, about why they would be in peril if we change this to a...
You mean if we accomplish our fuels treatments?
No, if the owls end up being listed.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Let's see, I believe it's the northern spotted owl, which is listed. Now, if you want to do some fuels treatments or whatever in the vicinity of a northern spotted owl, you have a 1.3 mile radius around that bird that you cannot do anything. That's currently not the case with the California spotted owl. So you can imagine if a similar type protection zone was put around every occurrence. You saw the slide that had owls scattered all over the landscape. Well, put a 1.3 mile radius around each one of those occurrences or each one of those territories. All of a sudden, you take another 40% of the landscape out of the capability of where something can be done on it. It's just going to really put some handcuffs on the Forest Service and ourselves.
Thank you.
Particularly on the Forest Service.
I just wanted that point brought out, because those owls do rely upon the open spaces to find their food.
Exactly.
And the more brush you put leave on the ground, the more difficult it is for them to survive, especially in the lean years. So they need your open spaces to survive. That's reality. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you very much, Tim.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
All right, so last on our agenda is Dylan George from PG&E. We're very excited. The dog is very excited to see you.
Yes.
Dylan is going to speak quickly to the, briefly to the changes that have occurred since the last time he spoke to the board.
So thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Dylan George, Local Public Affairs Representative for PG&E. I appreciate you giving me a few minutes here to talk about Community Wildfire Safety Program. We've been talking a lot about this program over the last year and a half. Many of you have seen some version of this presentation at some point. What I have here is a truncated version of it in the interest of time, knowing that I'd be going last here. So I'm going to go through it rather quickly. Feel free to stop me along the way if you have questions or to ask them at the end. So the Community Wildfire Safety Program has 3 pillars. The first pillar is real-time monitoring and intelligence. What that is weather stations. PG&E has put in over 200 weather stations throughout our service territory. There are currently 5 of them in Calaveras County that PG&E monitors. There will be more coming in the coming years. Supervisor Mills had asked about cameras. There are 2 of these high-definition lookout cameras that have coverage into Calaveras County. One of them is within the county. One of them is just outside the county, Melissa Corey Peak in Alpine County. I don't have a map here, but I'd be happy to send you a link. The University of Nevada maintains a website with these. And then another part of real-time monitoring and intelligence is PG&E has built a state-of-the-art wildfire safety operations center located at our corporate office in San Francisco. Second pillar is new and enhanced safety measures. A lot of this comes down to vegetation management. I'm going to get into that a little bit. Increased clearances. Some of it is increased inspections. You guys may have seen a lot of our folks and contractors out in the field so far this year doing a lot of inspecting of our lines. Supervisor Stopper mentioned that he saw some folks out there this weekend. I'm glad to hear that. And then another part of this new and enhanced safety measures is proactively turning off power when fire conditions warrant. As you in Calaveras County well know, we did this for the first time last October. Calaveras County was one of the affected counties by the public safety power shutoff. And I'll get into that a little more in the presentation. And thirdly is a long-term system hardening and resiliency. We want to replace a lot of our wooden poles with something sturdier, be it steel, be it composite. We want to replace a lot of our overhead conductor wire with stronger wire that we call tree wire. PG&E has about 7,100 miles of overhead power line in what CAL FIRE deems Tier 3, which is the highest fire threat areas. Over the next 10 years, all 7,100 of those miles will have some kind of prescription for system hardening, whether that's replacing poles, replacing wire, in some cases where it makes sense, undergrounding. So that is the third pillar and probably the longest term kind of investment here. So I talked about enhanced vegetation management. The Public Utilities Commission has increased the clearances that they want to see, not want to see, that they demand to see that PG&E has to comply with and other utilities have to comply with in high fire threat areas. You could see that what we want here is a conductor to sky clearance of at least 12 feet. That clearance has to be maintained at all times. So oftentimes what that means is we will be trimming a little further than 12 feet so that we don't have to come back multiple times throughout the year to trim. We want to trim an area once a year and be able to move on. In some cases, obviously, this is going to be removal of trees. We've been removing a lot of trees, particularly the bark beetle tree mortality trees. Public safety power shutoff. Again, we talked about this. Calaveras is one of the counties that did experience one last October. So these are the factors that lead into this decision. PG&E works closely with the National Weather Service, with Cal OES, Cal FIRE, to determine if we need to pull the plug, so to speak, and shut off power proactively to prevent fire danger. These are, I mentioned the weather stations, the cameras, those are all tools in the toolbox to monitor and realize when we need to do this. Wind is obviously the biggest factor. That's why you'll often see these things happen more so in the fall when the winds start to increase if we haven't got a good rain yet and we still have dry fuels, low humidity, all of the kind of things that you guys look to your, I'm sure, red flags. This is a map of California. I mentioned earlier the Tier 3 extreme fire danger areas. There are quite a bit of Tier 3 areas within Calaveras County. As you guys well know, those are the public safety power shutoff last year was only conducted in Tier 3 areas. We have expanded it now to lines that traverse either Tier 3 or Tier 2 areas. So there is potential, if conditions warrant later in the year, for greater numbers of people to be affected by public safety power shutoffs. We've also increased the voltage of lines that we include in this to the point where now it is possible for transmission lines, the higher voltage lines that feed a much greater swath of people, to be affected. So what this could all lead to down the road, again, depending on how conditions warrant, is more instances and more effects of public safety power shutoff. It is still a last resort. It's something that we don't like to do unless we have to do it, but there are certainly instances where we have to do it. Notifications, customer notifications, I will say right up front, during the event last year, customer notifications did not go well. Some people may have gotten some of those messages, repetitive messages, garbled messages at times. We have replaced the vendor that does that program for us, so we feel we're better positioned now to notify. We also obviously will proactively work with our OES partners in the county, with you folks, the elected officials. We want to do everything we can to get that word out as much in advance as we can before these things happen. Working to restore power. When we disable the entire grid, as we do in a public safety power shutoff event, we basically take away the eyes and ears of the grid. So when the grid is operating normally, there are devices everywhere that are designed to find faults, isolate faults, and make sure as many people have their power on as possible. When we turn that off, we lose all of that ability. So we have to actually go out and physically lay eyes on every inch of our grid system before we can really get it back up and running. So that it is a challenge. It takes a while to get that back when we turn it off. So Michelle talked earlier about community preparedness. Very important. We want to work with our customers to prepare. We want our customers to be prepared for an instance where their power goes out. We've just obviously gone through a big winter storm season this year where we had numerous sustained power outages throughout particularly the upcountry of the county. We want our customers to be prepared for those instances when their power is going to go out, whether it's winter storms, whether it's a car hitting a pole in their neighborhood, or whether it's we PG&E needing to turn off the power proactively because of potential wildfire danger. So one of the things I want to encourage people is go to our website, My Wildfire Alerts. Make sure your information on the website is up to date. A lot of times, the information we have for a customer is only as good as the information they give us. Sometimes they have as their phone number, the phone number, the landline where they moved into their house 20 years ago, and that's the only phone number of record that we have. Share cell phone numbers. We will do text alerts, share email addresses. We'll do those. We communicate through social media channels. We want to do our best to get the word out as much as we can. I also want to point out, we also do additional outreach to what we call medical baseline customers. We have customers that receive a special rate discount if they have electrical needs for life safety kind of equipment. We have a good list of those people that have these special needs, and we want to get out ahead of time and contact them and make sure they're ready for these events. And again, just make sure they're ready in general, because there are certainly other instances where power might be lost. I think that's about it for my presentation.
Thank you very much.
Short enough. Happy to take questions.
Any questions?
Yeah, Mr.
Maria?
George, I have 3 of the trees that are being marked for removal. It's extremely controversial in the Ebbets Pass area. And I'm told that there is a way that the residents can, I don't know if negotiates the proper term, with the company that's doing it,
ACRT in a lot of cases.
Yeah,
Well, the bottom line is,
whomever. So on one hand, PG&E is saying, yes, you can. On the other hand, neighborhoods are being marked for tree removal for the 3rd or 4th time. So you can offline me, but
Right.
that is an issue. I just got an email this morning from someone.
and I'm happy to talk to any individual customers that have questions. The bottom line is, we are required to maintain these clearances. So in some cases, that's going to mean we have to trim a tree more than somebody wants, or we're going to have to remove a tree in some cases. Now, there may be able to be some conversation about how much we take, how much more than the clearance we take. But in a lot of cases, we want to work with our customers as much as we can. We want them to be on board. Again, preparedness is a community-wide effort. But we will work with them as much as we can. But the bottom line is, these clearances really must be maintained for public safety.
Yeah, right. Okay. Second item is undergrounding. I'm assuming what you talk about, undergrounding could be an option. This is separate from 28 projects.
Right.
So how would the county be able to work with PG&E to determine where we think undergrounding should be done?
Yeah, I'd be happy to go over some of those areas and to involve some of our grid team. In areas where undergrounding makes sense, it's certainly something we want to explore. In a lot of times in the most rural, fire-prone areas, undergrounding would mean something extreme like dynamiting an entire hillside or something like that. In an area like that where it doesn't make sense, that's one thing, but we do want to look for those opportunities. So I would be happy to talk to you and get you in touch with the right folks that could come out and actually, walk the site and look at it.
Okay, thank you. I'll take you up on that.
Okay.
And the third item is, you have a notification system for when you're going to de-energize the line or something. Is that not something that could also go through Calaveras Alert? Michelle, we get a ding from Calaveras Alert, we get a ding from PG&E, we get a ding from AT&T.
Right, so we would support them and share their messaging, but it may not be through Calaveras Alert. We didn't use Calaveras Alert the last time. As Dylan mentioned, there was an abundance of notifications that went to customers, and we over-communicate, and it causes challenges. We under-communicate, it causes challenges, so we help to share the word.
But if they go to de-energize lines because of a hazard, isn't that something that your office would have already been involved with because we're having high fire risk or something?
Right. PG&E, specifically Dylan and I, are in communication regularly. During the events of last fall, we were in communication probably every hour regarding the event, we were sharing messaging, they were sharing messaging.
Okay, so, but for the public then needs to sign up for 2 systems?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and obviously, we can only talk to our customers, whether the county talks to their residents is a county decision. But, I think the more the merrier. The more.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Michelle, thank you very much for putting this together. We are officially 2 hours behind schedule. We have public comment on this specific item, so if you came to speak about OES and disaster preparedness, I will make that, but because we probably all need a bath break, we are going to take a 10-minute break now. So. Hello. Welcome back to the... Hey. I know, it's like the only second time I've used that thing.
Both since I've gotten on the board.
I know. So, at least Maria hasn't grabbed me yet. We will continue this item on OES and emergency preparedness. How many people here are here to speak on that item, not on the settlement, but on disaster preparedness? 2, 3, 4. All right. Line up. Let's go. Bill, you're up.
Bill Wilson, District 1. We have Sierra Conservation Camp. We have a lot of inmates in there that are working for a program to go out and fight forest fires. What do? They make fire breaks. They could work in these areas that they need help in to rake the forest. All we have to do is get it set up. All we have to do is utilize some people, put people to work. Now, you could put people to work. That would be a great project. Through the schools, you could set up something with Columbia College, where you could actually train somebody to come out and be a junior forester to help with those projects, setting stuff up. Writing grants, that'd be a great idea. PG&E could use hempcrete poles. Folks, 600 degrees for 4 hours. Burns through before those poles would ever get touched. Hempcrete, we could make that with hemp. Oh, wait, we don't want hemp. We only want illegal marijuana in Calaveras County. Black market stuff. Marijuana and hemp, the fiber in them stalks is the same darn fiber. It doesn't matter.
Oh, yes.
Okay? Anyway.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sonia from Conifer Communications. I just want to iterate that communications is a key underlying element for OES. And we've been working with CAL FIRE and the University of Nevada, Reno, in conjunction with Frank at Volcano, as well as some other wireless internet providers, to provide space on our towers here in Calaveras County, Tuolumne, and Mariposa County, to provide those cameras. They will connect in with the fire alert system. They are PTZ cameras, which will help keep those fires small and those fires from becoming large elements. All of that folds into the systems that notify OES. I would encourage the county to look at working with UNR to put facilities on the towers that are used by the Sheriff's Department as well to increase coverage in our county. We're still a new company in the county, and therefore our towers are still very limited to the western side of the county, and we don't have a great deal of coverage in the eastern part, where a lot of these high county lightning strikes can occur for those fires. But the Sheriff's Department does, and other county facilities do, so I would encourage the county to work with that. Also, to do something like Tuolumne County has done, which is to put in place contracts with ourselves and other wireless internet providers to be able to ramp up connection when needed. Unfortunately, during the rim fire, we didn't have anything in place, and yet the main base of operation was the Miller Ranch, where one of our towers was located. With one call, we could have given them 100 megs and supported the entire network. And that did not happen at that time because we didn't have those in place, but at the Butte fire, we did. And within 24 hours, we were able to support that base camp, and they had much stronger connection. So I would encourage Calaveras County to put similar items in place so that we don't have anything like any other large fires happening in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mike?
Michael Falvey, District 2, some observations. Chief Dickerson spoke of an ordinance being developed, which would basically require landowners to keep a fire-safe piece of property cleaned up. I think it should not just apply to private property owners, but state and federal agencies. I had someone talk to me today who butts up against BLM. She can't get a hold of BLM. They won't come out. Let's just go from the Butte fire, the last 2 years. I've seen this board, not all the present members, two new members, but this board of supervisors address BLM issues since the Butte fire, and I have yet to hear one thing come out of it where anything was, where a solution was come up with. It's always, we can't get a hold of them. They don't listen. There's a board of 5, and all the government agencies here can't do it, but one man can. You need to find out where his genie is and get it out of the bottle. Because, I mean, it's funny, but it's ridiculous that this board can't get done what one man does. I hear we don't have money. Aren't you spending $300,000 to clean up BLM properties, cutting trees on the right-of-ways? The money's there. Okay, that's my major issue. So the ordinance that Mr. Dickinson talked about, it's got to be, you got to be able to slap a citation on a government agency too, not just individuals. Because I have a person I know that their house in a couple more years after the Butte fire brush builds up, their house is going to be in danger. Supervisor Mills states that many agencies are, and I quote him, focused on this issue. Is BLM represented here today? They're one of the largest landowners in the county. Where are they? Again, BLM. That's mainly it. Get Mr. McGreevy's tricks and put them up your sleeve and hold BLM responsible. It's only fair to us. We shouldn't be, we're responsible for keeping their place safe. A gentleman stated that they don't want fires going from structures to wildland. Well, how about from wildland to structures? Structures that butt up against BLM. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. There's one more. Seeing none, we will close public comments and wrap up this item. Michelle, I'd like to thank you very much again for all this work. There's a lot of information. A lot of it was really great, and I feel we're moving in a positive direction. Supervisor Mills?
Chair, since this was an informational item only, I was hoping that it would not have been. I would like to poll the board for the direction on the 2 items that I had brought up in the January 15th meeting. One is to ask staff to move forward with what it takes to create a fire marshal, and to see whether or not the board would be in favor of that activity, not to say that it would be instantaneous. It's probably going to be something that won't happen until our next budget period, but at least to get us on the road to doing that. So I would like to ask for a polling on that first, and then I have one more.
You want to do separate items?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think that's a reasonable expectation. Interest in having the staff bring back the fire marshal plan, certainly before budget to discuss. We'll go down polling. Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
I have a concern about how the position is going to relate to the fire districts, like I asked Chief Dickinson. Would the JPA be interested in having it? I think there's still, I support the concept of a fire marshal. Where the person reports, lands, should it be a budget, I think there's more discussion that needs to be dealt with. So I'm not saying that I would commit to having it brought to the board for approval for a position, whether it's next week or at budget, until those issues have been discussed. I mean,
So you
you
okay
know,
with-
what if the position reports to the JPA? And
So-
it doesn't need, that's up to the JPA. So
I think
I'm
that-
not, you know, it's nice and warm and fuzzy to say, yeah, I want a fire marshal, but there's things that, there's several permutations, and I'd like to see them worked out.
I agree. I'd like to have the discussion, and let's see where it leads. So 5-0 to move forward and having an agenda item we discuss what the fire marshal will be. Supervisor Mills, your second item?
The other item, Mr. Chair, was that the staff has been working last year on developing a master stewardship agreement, and if you recall, this was not to create an issue with, like the Cornerstone project and many of the other projects that are currently underway, but simply to get that in place so that federal lands can use state and local monies to make it happen. So I would like to see that master stewardship agreement completed. I know that Kathy Galino has been working on it, so it's just a matter of getting it completed and bringing it before the board for discussion action.
I would, I'm aware you've been asking about it, and I've been asking for information on it as well. I have not received any information on it. If it's all right, I would like to get more information and then do the, or I'll see where everybody else is.
I have a question on the last poll. What did you state coming out? Because we had 3 votes here, and then I wasn't clear where you were, yes or after Marita. So I'm unclear on what direction we gave staff on that item, and I'm not sure.
My understanding is that we gave, and check with Ms. Supervisor Mills if I'm misinterpreting, please stop me. Mine was bring back that item for a discussion item for the board prior to the budget. So if we do decide to do it, it'll go into
The discussion and action item.
Discussion action.
Okay.
And I would leave staff to work out the details.
Yeah.
I think that they would be better capable of telling us where a fire marshal would work within the county system and where a fire marshal would work within the fire districts. So let them work it out.
Is that, Mr. Supervisor Tovenelli, does that meet your recollection, or do you want to poll again?
Well, yes, and I think Fire Chief Dickinson had explained to us their thoughts as far as the JPA, and certainly Jeff White with the building department explained having the fire marshal oversee plans that come in for commercial, industrial, or even sprinklered homes for review in building department. So I think all of that needs to come into that discussion when it comes back to the board. So,
Great.
That's good.
Supervisor Mills, are you okay holding the MSA poll when we have a little bit more information? Or?
Yeah, I just don't want it to end up being in June or July and we're still talking about potentially putting something together. I think that we have had enough meetings with the U.S. Forest Service. We generally know what that language needs to look like based upon what Tuolumne has done with theirs. It's just a matter of getting it done and getting it signed off.
So,
does the board feel a poll is necessary to get that done, or?
Well, I think we keep putting work on staff. We want this, and we want this, and we want this. Why don't we just give it to the CAO and let the CAO find a time that it works in with the schedule of staff? I mean, if we have somebody working on a master stewardship agreement, you know, where are they? Let, you know, the CAO find out where they are, instead of saying, we want it back, we want it back, we want it back. Every time we say that, we're asking staff to do something. Then we're going to say, staff's going to come and say, well, what of these 15 items do you want me to do first? So let's put it on the CAO. That's why he's here.
I only speak to that point in that I know how much work Kathy had put into it, and I know how close she was to getting it done. I think it's just a matter of the chair and the CAO want to, sit down with her and be sure that where she's at, then let's do that. But I don't want this to be continually delayed simply because it's not focused.
Supervisor Mills, if you'll give me a week, I promise I can bring it back at the next meeting. We'll have a discussion about it. I'll talk to Ms. Colino and revisit it.
I would consider that reasonable.
Thank you. Everybody all right with that? All right. Thank you very much, Michelle. Madam Clerk.
Item 7 is from the Administrative Office to discuss the Butte Fire Settlement Funds and provides direction to staff regarding the appropriation of those funds to be used for specific purposes as directed by the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Allow me just a couple of minutes to provide a brief history as a background for today's agenda item regarding the allocation of the PG&E settlement funds. On September 9th, as you all well remember, a huge fire swept through both Amador and Calaveras County. Within the limits of our county, there were 548 residential homes destroyed and an additional 394 non-residential structures in an area that covered over 70,000 acres in the county. My staff report indicates that it was in July of 2018 that the county filed a complaint. I believe it was actually February, so let me make that correction. So in February of 2018, the county filed a complaint against PG&E, which was ultimately settled last November. That settlement resulted in the payment of $25,400,000 to Calaveras County. After the normal and customary fees for outside counsel, court costs, expert witness costs, and so forth, the county received a net payment of $20,252,034. That net payment amount that the county has received is now being brought to you for your consideration as to how to allocate those funds for the benefit of the county residents. As noted in the staff report presented to you earlier, the settlement funds are one-time general purpose revenue which can be allocated as your board determines to be the most appropriate. Once the settlement funds are allocated, they are gone. There are no other funds coming to us as a result of that litigation. However, but once they are spent, they are spent. Because the funds are general purpose revenue, there are no restrictions on their use other than the funds must be used for the benefit of Calaveras County. In the staff report, there are a number of suggestions or possibilities listed. The items listed in there are effectively guidelines for you to use as you consider how to allocate the funds. Namely, we are recommending that the funds not be used to incur future costs, such as hiring additional permanent staff or institute programs that would require future general fund support for its continued operation or for maintenance of that employee. The funds should not be used to replace costs for programs that are normally paid for with state or federal funds. The funds can be used to increase the county's reserve fund. They can be used to construct or improve county-owned facilities. They can be used to purchase major assets to improve the county's services. The funds can be used to construct communication projects or purchase communications equipment. It can also be used to provide revenue for disaster preparedness and training ahead of another disaster. It can be used to improve facilities that might be needed in the event a future disaster displaces county residents. It can be used to provide for the reconstruction of roads that were damaged by the Butte fire or new construction of roads that could be used as evacuation routes in the event of other future disasters that have an impact on allowing people to get in and out of their neighborhoods. Funds can be used as contribution to our emergency partners to improve the county's ability to combat future emergencies. Effectively, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that is my presentation. I just want to reiterate that you do have full discretion with respect to the allocation of the PG&E settlement funds as you normally would in your normal annual budget and mid-year budget consideration. Following your discussion of this item, it is recommended that your board provide staff with direction. Upon receipt of that direction, staff will prepare appropriate transfer action items and return to your board as soon as we possibly can with the necessary budget transfers. I would remind the board that in the event that you have staff bring these items back before the annual budget, it will require a 4/5 vote to effectuate the transfers. Mr. Chairman, members of the board members, I am available to try to respond to your questions.
Thank you. In August 2015, I decided I was going to run for this office. And in September, most of the district was severely impacted by the fire. So I've been dealing with the fire, as many of us have, for a very long time. I sent you guys there was a document handed out this morning titled Memorandum, which I created as a straw man. It's something for us to begin a conversation about. It was my intent for you to get this 5 days ago, as well as make it public, but that didn't happen due to various Brown Act issues. So I apologize that you didn't have this in advance to actually chew on it before today's meeting. It is a first step. I put together some proposed terms as well as a list for the money. And I would like to see if we can have a conversation about where we want to go and what we want to do. So you have my opinion. It's sitting in front of you.
Does the
Public will speak.
do they have access to what
There
they
was
gave us?
50 copies distributed, yes. So it is a public document. Supervisor Mills, your light was on first. Do you want to start? Supervisor Stopper?
I'm very good with one-time funds being one-time expenditures. This going to hazard preparedness and mitigating the issues caused by the Butte fire within the burn scar. I also would like to remind the board that what was brought up by our auditor controller a few weeks ago during our mid-year budget, that there is possible funds that we may have to pay back to FEMA. And if she's willing, she could explain that further and what they potentially could be, and what she feels that they are now. I would appreciate that before we move deeper into this discussion.
I think it's a good idea, and I'd also like to ask Public Works to talk, since they're the big ticket item on at least my wish list. Madam Controller, Auditor Controller.
Thank you, Auditor Controller Rebecca Callan. That conversation was also reiterated this morning earlier by Patty from Calaveras, and that documentation is key to ensuring that you're fully recouping costs that are available to us. And without that documentation, you risk that recuperation of costs. So that is something that I continue to talk about. It is an issue. $1 million is what's likely, but it could certainly be more than that. It just really depends on the level of documentation that they're going to scrutinize. And that could be anything from, we've tried to protect ourselves as much as possible on the larger ticket items, such as the tree removal, which is where the largest piece at this point has been, where the county has incurred costs associated with. We've worked very closely with FEMA and Calaveras to ensure that the contracts were all vetted through them and have been utilized by them. Some of the other areas that we may struggle a little bit on have more to do with mutual aid documentation, not using the proper forms for signing in and signing out, and ensuring that all of that was vetted in that way. So I would say $1 million is probably the minimum. I don't have a crystal ball to tell you how much the maximum is going to be, but
That would be a solid floor.
for sure, yeah, I would say that's probably. very likely. I guess the risk of just staying too tightly to the million is the fact that we would have to come back and ask for more, where if we could build a little kind of higher buffer in there, then if we don't have to pay that back, then we just come back and you can reassess what you want to do with it.
Thank you. What was the total unreimbursed amount to the county general fund from the Butte Fire labor and expenses? 1.15, I think you and I discussed before.
The county reimbursed?
Unreimbursed. So, money came out of general fund to pay for a lot of these activities. A lot of them have been reimbursed. Some of them were not reimbursable. So what is that number?
Probably the non-reimbursable ones, the ones that we didn't even claim because they're outside the scope of the contract altogether, but it was actually, they eroded, like the Sheriff's Department's a perfect example. That's all they did during the period they just worked on Butte Fire response. None of the regular time could be claimed, nothing. That just is on the general fund. My office, any managers, any administrative staff, county council staff, if you think of any general fund department that was working directly on Butte Fire, any of their regular salaries was not. Only overtime would be. That's it. So that we didn't keep track of, mainly because we knew we weren't going to be able to claim any of it. But it was, I would say probably, if you looked at all of the general fund for the entire county for that period of time, I would venture to say it was probably about $400,000 to $500,000 of non-recoupable cost to the general fund. The $1 million that I'm talking about are costs incurred that we paid for and we claimed, but are failing to be able to document.
Thank you. Other questions?
I do have a question, and it has to do with, we have this money sitting in a fund right now. Based upon current interest rates, what do you expect the 12-month interest would be on this 20 million?
Probably about 350,000. And it really just depends on the interest that we get on a quarterly basis. So right now, the interest that we're apportioning out for the entire pool is anywhere between $550,000 and $675,000. So if we assumed on the higher end, you'd probably be looking about an average of $80,000 per quarter, maybe a little bit more. And then so, 350, 370, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I'd written for the whole pool at 535, just off the top of my head. So
no, because
for the whole pool.
For the whole pool,
Yeah.
we're getting about between $500,000, like I said, about $500,000 and $675,000 per quarter.
Okay.
Because part of what's taken off the top before we apportion anything are treasury costs. So our investment manager, costs incurred by the treasurer's office directly, bank charges, all of that comes off the interest that we earn right off the top before it's apportioned. So I'm looking at it from a net apportionment perspective.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I'd like to ask Josh Pack if you'd come up and talk a little bit about the roads and how we came up with this number, or you came up with this number, and what we still need to do to finish the roads.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Joshua Pack. I'm your Director of Public Works and Transportation. With the direction of the board at the initial January workshop, and in anticipation that there may be interest in repairing or improving roads within the burn scar area and roads affected by the Butte Fire, Public Works has worked over the last 2 months to develop a draft plan. That plan has not been advertised yet to the board. I'll talk about that in a second, but overall, with analysis, we believe we need about $14.6 million. Not to touch into too many details of the plan, but the plan essentially hits every road, repaves, improves, restores every road within the burn scar to a condition at or better of what it was prior to the fire. That includes not only just roads in the fire area, but roads that were affected by emergency personnel who were staging just outside of the area that damaged a number of county roads. It involves maintenance of those roads by digging out repairs, replacing drainage facilities, improving ditches and other flow lines to restore them to their to a condition at or above what they were before the burn. It also includes a sizable investment in construction, asking for our outside construction partners to help improve those roads. The plan is over a 3-year period. So the plan would be over time. The amount of work and the size of the cost is not something that would occur in a single year. It would include equipment necessary to perform that work. It would include seasonal employees, summer seasonal employees over a period of 3 years to provide the necessary manpower. Again, seasonal as the direction of the CAO, not to incur ongoing costs beyond the 3-year period and the scope of the funding. At the direction of the board today, what we're prepared on is if we receive direction to bring this back as an action item, the plan would be to bring the comprehensive plan back to you for a thorough vetting and discussion of all these details to you and to the public. So again, at your direction, we'll be ready to prepare that within a week or after. But again, that's the Cliffs Notes version of our proposal. Again, there's a few things it doesn't include. It doesn't include significant widening or expansion of the roadway network. We talked about that in detail this morning about some of the difficulties with that. It doesn't include work on private property. But it does include vegetation removal and other similar efforts, tree removal within the public property to improve safety and operations on the road. So again, the goal of it is to bring each road up to a new condition, or as many roads as we can within that. The goal, and again, the prioritization would be on major collector roads, emergency secondary access roads, roads that carry heavier amounts of traffic, regional in nature. We would start with those roads and then transition to, as we use the money throughout the plan, we would transition to other lower volume roads with the idea to hit all roads within the 3-year plan. So, and I'm here to answer any questions. And as I mentioned, based on the direction today with the board, we will bring an action plan to you for a thorough vetting and discussion at a near-term board meeting.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Maria? You had it on.
Is this estimate net of any reimbursement the county has or will receive for these roads? This would have been just out of pocket from the county road funds?
Yes, so this plan right now does not have any assumptions of reimbursement through other avenues. We are pursuing some reimbursement for a few of the roads through FHWA, through a different program. It's unclear right now if we're going to get reimbursement. I did not highlight that part of the plan is at the end of the plan, if there's any remaining funds, we would come back to you for direction on how to disperse the remaining funds. So that would be an opportunity to if we do get reimbursement. But again, this is an opportunity to improve those roads that were affected. Otherwise, we would be hitting those roads over a much, much, much longer period of time with our limited funds that we have through SB1 and other highway user tax funds.
So if you do a widening, if you're bringing the road up to a standard different than what it was pre-fire, you would not be using these monies for that? You'd be using like SB1 funds?
Yeah, and that's, again, part of the plan and the discretion of the board. One of the issues and complications we have with widening roads, and we mentioned this in the earlier, is prescriptive rights. A lot of the roads in this area, we don't necessarily own the underlying rights to that property. So one of the things is determining what the actual rights are, and then if we do have that, those costs go up quite a bit, because when you do have a paved road, when you have a 16 or 17-foot paved road, you can utilize that existing surface and subsurface to repave. And that reduces the cost dramatically. If we have to go outside that prison, first of all, we have a lot of geography we have to deal with, so some of the widening is fairly limited of what we can do within reason. Number two, the cost to expand that out, and a lot of times we're talking 4 or 5 feet or 6 feet. I mentioned a similar project I worked on 2 years ago at a cost of $1.1 million for a little over a mile. When we have about 85 miles, we're talking about looking at a comprehensive widening plan for a lot of these roads quickly eats into the cost. So the plan we have before you, and again, we bring a detailed plan to you at a later date if directed by the board, is to restore it to as the condition of what they were prior to the fire, or in a better condition. It does not necessarily bring into account significant widening, constructing new roads, some sort of significant expansion. This effort does not include that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Stopper?
Well, growing up in District 2 and having gone through those roads to the standard that they were before, most of them not being the highways that we're discussing right now, county roads, that's stacking Band-Aids on top of Band-Aids. So pretty much 90% of the roads you're talking about, we're bringing up to a better than pre-Butte standard just by doing an overlay, is what we're discussing right now.
That's correct. And to be honest, a lot of the roads, an overlay is not sufficient. The roads are essentially destroyed or in just an extremely poor condition. We're talking what's called full depth reclamation. So we're pulverizing the asphalt that's in place and reutilizing it as actual new road base for a new asphalt. So yeah, this plan is essentially bringing these roads up to condition, for most of them better than what they were in the Butte fire.
And can you paint us a little picture? Because yes, heavy equipment and moving the cats around during a fire is going to break down roads. But I mean, can you paint even more of a picture on some of what the Butte fire caused on a lot of these roads beyond equipment and usage by equipment that should have been on those roads?
Yeah, if you have all night, I can go into the details.
Yeah, not everything.
But no, to Cliff's Notes again, the Cliff's Notes version is the impacts on a fire continue today. A lot of the flooding that we saw, especially on Independence Road, on some of the other roads that we've seen, are a result of either tree mortality or Butte fire. It's the debris that continues to come down that continues to affect these roads. That's why when you look at a road, it's just not a surface. It's a three-dimensional object. It's the ditches that are on each side. It's the culverts and ditches and drainage pipes that help convey water away. We run into issues. We continue to run into issues today when debris continues to come down the hillside and block culverts. And so part of our analysis as part of this is to, another thing, a lot of our culverts rotted out, especially with a lot of the debris and other material that went in there. It severely damaged these culverts. Some of them were already in pretty rough shape to begin with. So it's repairing those, it's restoring ditches to at or better condition of what they were. And this will continue to happen over years and decades. That debris will come down less and less each year. We see less this year. The first year was catastrophic. I can name a few roads that were just severely impacted. So by doing this, by improving this, then we're in a position that when we see that debris come down, we're in a more proactive ability to respond to that and help keep those issues minimized or at bay.
Thank you. That was good shortening it up for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? You guys just going to accept my list?
No.
You got to try, Marita. Do you guys want to move to public comment, or you want to discuss this some more? Motion?
Maybe I want to discuss some of it. Okay. The funds that you're recommending for each of the fire districts, how did you come up with that? I mean, how did you come up with that versus saying McCollum Hill, Central, and West Point were working 24 hours a day for a month? They were more impacted than Angels Camp or Ebbets Pass, so they should get more funds.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Callaway. I came up with that number because when there's a fire in District 2, all the fire districts respond. So there is a community effort on that. I also recognize that our equipment needs are profound. I think someone once pointed out to me, providing equipment or a fire truck is better than a fish. It's a fishing pole insofar as they go out on strike teams, It helps them out financially, and it helps them respond to each other. You know, we just heard about how we're coordinating and working well together. I'm sure we could have a fire chief come up and talk about their needs as fire
I
chief
was more
association.
interested in how you, I mean, not that Murphy's and Ebbets Pass wouldn't like 200,000, but I just wasn't clear what protocol you used to do it. That's all I
It was math, and
Got it.
they don't
Okay.
let us all sit down and figure this out together.
Okay.
So,
And the 1 million for the unimbursed amounts to the general fund for labor and expenses. This was documented, unreimbursed versus the one Mrs. Callan talked about that
Well,
couldn't be included.
In prior conversations with Ms. Cowan, the number we came up with was 1.15 of unreimbursed expenses, labor, came out of the general fund that everybody paid for. And what I did was I set aside $1 million based upon the conversation we had last week about our possible liability, and moved the other 150 to the County Disaster Preparedness Fund.
And the other one, on the funding that you were asking for the community club, the Veterans District, et cetera, is this actual costs that they suffered? Or, again, what was your system on
Sure.
delegating?
Well, it's less than 5% of the total. And on items such as, for example, Central Fire, there was conversations with their board as well as their chief about setting up 30,000-gallon water tanks throughout the district in strategic location, as well as addressing in order to hopefully work with insurance companies so people up there can have insurance and we can rebuild to provide adequate water for response. And obviously, all our fire districts will benefit from that when they respond to a fire. So it was thought out, and meeting with each organization about what their needs are in order to rebuild, both from the fire and capacity loss from the fire, as well as emergency preparedness. For example, we could talk about the community club in Mountain Ranch. They are a Red Cross center. You're not adequately prepared. So using these funds with the local organizations to bring in ADA bathrooms so people can evacuate there is a good example.
So for Central, you have 250K, and then you have under preparedness 200, so it'd be 450 for Central.
That's correct.
As I see that.
That's correct. Central needs, they lost a lot of things. Generators for, as you know, there's no municipal water source except for very little bit along the Highway 26. Central doesn't have fire hydrants. So
CCWD puts them.
there's none, no, they're going right down the edge of the district. So they have a lot of needs, backup generator at the well in Mountain Ranch to refill the tank when the next fire comes.
So the McCollum Hill Veterans District, I wasn't clear on that one either.
We've got all these organizations are here to speak, but
Oh,
I will
okay.
speak for them on this one. McCalmy Hill Veterans District, Town Hall is an evacuation area, and their bathrooms are not ADA compliant. We do not have a elevator to bring people from the basement to the main hall. So these are the type of projects that this money would be spent on.
So would it be specified what the funds would be used for, or?
In the terms that I presented, the money would be set aside. The organizations would write a grant proposal, for lack of a better term, a letter to the CAO telling them exactly what they wanted to get done. The CAO would have the ability to approve that project and disperse the funds.
I'm not saying no. I'm
No,
just
no,
asking.
poke holes in it. This is a straw man. Let's go through it. We do town halls all the time in District 2. I could handle it.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Stopper.
A lot of good thought was put into this, Jack. I see, personally, I'm looking at it and I see a little restructure on it, and we could come to agreement, but, you know, that's us working together forward and coming to a majority on it, but
Sure.
that it's going to take a little work.
What do you got in mind?
Let's let the other people talk for a little bit.
Anybody else? You guys want to go to public comment, or you want to keep talking? All right, public comment. 5 in a line, if you would, so we don't get in trouble with the mythical fire marshal. And Pat, you could go first, since you grabbed the microphone quick.
Thank you.
And you're the sprinkler of fairy dust in the county.
I have two comments. One is for
Everybody?
Mr. Pack. Is he still, there he is. I think when I think of roads in the county, and I look at all those BLM roads that are out there, roads are the biggest cause of erosion in the forest, and it has to do with culverts and bad drainage and all that. So I want to know, in the road program that he proposes, does he propose to upgrade all of the culverts to a 100-year flood, to deal with 100-year floods?
Pat, what we're going to do is, because this is public comment, we will have everybody do the public comment, and then we could have, if staff wants to have a rebuttal, we'll do that, because if we get any question and answer, we'll never get through everybody today. But I know that, I don't know about the 100-year, but I bet Josh can tell you.
I don't
Later.
quite understand. Does my comment stand?
Your
Is that going
comment
to be
stands.
considered?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, we're not going to give you an
Oh,
answer
okay.
at
Oh,
this
no
time.
interchange. Okay. The second point is that I remember when we were, the Cal-Am team was right in there after the Butte fire, and we were dealing with erosion control, dropping chips from helicopters and all that kind of stuff. And it was going to be done on FEMA money. But the big problem was that FEMA wanted matching funds. And I remember that East Bay Mud put up $100,000 so we could get going. So I wish you would consider a rainy day fund that would deal for matching funds against future FEMA distributions.
Thank you. Sandy?
Please. Good afternoon, Sandy Maitrot. I stand before you today as the president of the Mountain Ranch Community Club, along with my peers Allison Charter-Smith, president and director of the Mountain Ranch Youth Alliance and Resource Center, and Lynn Darmstad, vice president of the Mountain Ranch Youth Alliance and Resource Center, as well as the food pantry director. Bottom line, District 2 took the brunt of the 2015 Butte fire. One of the communities hardest hit was Mountain Ranch, often referred to as the heart of Calaveras County. As Michelle Patterson said earlier this morning, preparedness is incumbent on local communities and their citizens. Our community is known to be self-sufficient and self-sustaining. In true form, locals fought to save the heart of Calaveras. Saving the hub became critical and key in the days, weeks, and months following Butte. The community club, one of 3 locations that supported fire victims, is designated, as Jack said, as an American Red Cross shelter. It provided a place for survivors to come in out of the elements, get warm, have a bite to eat. The Youth Alliance has established itself as a facility for community meals, and today is now a place young families enjoy with their children. And the food pantry provided staples for fire survivors and their families for months post-fire and continues to do so today. In addition, our park provided a place for fire victims to receive personal hygiene products, donated clothing, pet supplies, and a place to pitch a tent. It was also where county and state resources centralized their efforts. The restroom facilities and our ballpark paid the price. The facilities that sustained damage addressed the needs through primarily donations. Examples include 10 stolen tables from the park at a cost of $1,000, as well as vehicle damage to the ball field, which amounted to over $23,000. We paid for all of that ourselves. The park restrooms were used heavily, and they now need frequent work to remain functional. Each of these entities were self-sufficient in their support of fire victims and fire responders. The Butte Fire identified some areas of opportunity for when, not if, the next emergency surfaces. We saw that there were significant shortages in restroom facilities, personal hygiene needs, food safety, and management. It is those things that we would appreciate some financial assistance with, so that when the next need arises, we're able to truly be proactive, not reactive. First and foremost are funds to make our restrooms and in all facilities ADA compliant, and then for power redundancy. Backup generators would be helpful to ensure that the communities and the facilities have communication integrity. It would also provide cold food storage in integrity and combat spoilage. At this point, I'd like to turn the podium over to Lynn Darmstad. She'll provide some further information on the food pantry.
I'm Lynn Darmstad, and I am the director of the food pantry in Mountain Ranch. The food pantry is a self-sufficient project funded by donations from private parties in Mountain Ranch. We fundraise at MIRA and Mountain Ranch Youth Alliance to fund it as well. I buy food from the Calaveras Food Bank. It's not just given to me. I have to pay for this at 18 cents a pound. For the beginning of the month, it's USDA, and it is products that are provided by the federal government. But these products do not really make for a good food thing for 2 weeks. So I always supplement with meat and these type of things. During the Butte fire, the food bank provided us with food on a weekly basis for approximately 48 families. At that time, it was free. They had received grants and money to take care of us. The food was given to anyone who was a Butte fire victim. Normally, I have wage requirements or income requirements as far as who I give food to, but during that time, I did not have that. The free food was available for 1 full year. After that, our income requirement went back into effect, and we are billed for this food on a monthly basis. At the present time, we are serving 24 families twice a month. The Resource Center is providing during the Butte fire, the Resource Center was providing 200 meals a day. And that was all funded by local donations. CalWorks, Central Fire, and the Sheriff's Department now share my facility, and we have a safety substation in Mountain Ranch. And this was arranged by the people of Mountain Ranch, especially Allison Charter Smith, who worked with Rick DiBasilio and Jeff Stone. This helps us a great deal within our community. Thank you so much.
Allison Charter Smith, Board President of the Mountain Ranch Youth Alliance and Resource Center. So I just want to also talk about a couple of the other things that were impacted by Butte in regards to and the needs that our community does need, including the outdoor safety lighting that will ensure the safety of all residents for the event of another Butte. The designated area signage that, as our building, which is the Mountain Ranch Youth Alliance, is a secondary shelter for the Mountain Ranch community, in addition to the Mountain Ranch Community Club. Designation is signs that designates that our buildings are even Red Cross available shelters, as well as drop-off locations, donations, and county assistance signage. We also request that the things that we are also requesting is a to resealant on our 50-year-old roof that is on a county-owned building. This is to ensure that the building continues to stand in standing condition. The Mountain Ranch Community Club also has requirements for another event in the case of cold food storage, commercial-sized cold food storage, which they do not have anything of that effect today. A kitchen that needs upgrades that is just a home kitchen, and implementing of electrical in their building, especially their kitchen, that is not code compliant. In conclusion, with funding and financial support from county leadership, Mountain Ranch can become more self-sufficient when the next event happens, and a true community resiliency. What we can become more repeatable process of future events. Thank you.
Hi, excuse me for my pup here outburst. He was protecting me, came out of a dead sleep because somebody looked a little. Anyway, my name is Diane Lawley. I am in District 2. We lost everything, our property, our home, the entire forest. It was just really bad. However, we come back and we rebuilt. It was in November of 16. We moved into our new home. We have a settlement that we received from PG&E also, and we have dumped hundreds of thousands of dollars into that property, as everybody's described about, erosion and culverts and roads and we have, it was about a quarter mile of a driveway. Yeah, had to replace it. Fences gone, everything. We do know that the fire department took a stand on our property for just about overnight on the 11th. No, the 10th, sorry. Our house burned on the 11th because there was a lovely gust and it just, boom, took everything. I am here today to Mr. Garamendi's proposal or whatever it's called. I didn't get a copy, so I don't know what what it's called. But I'm here to urge you to please, I think he's got some great ideas, and as one, like I said, who's been through it, we need that. So, thank you.
Marty Crane. I'm pretty tickled that I've heard the word Red Cross a number of times today. So, and it thrills me that everyone's talking about being prepared in advance. So I'm going to say it one more time. Before the sun sets today, please, everyone, start to make a go bag for yourself, for each of your children, and for your pets. So, what I wanted to say was I love this, and I think it's a great place to start, and thank you for the questions already. One thing I didn't notice, and I kind of came to be thinking about in the conversations out in the lobby earlier was, yes, we've got roads, yes, we've got culverts that need to be expanded, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what about our forest? I don't see in here where we're reforesting and selecting the right type of tree for that area. I just spent a couple of days in the Anderson area, which is just south of Reading, and they were not in the fire zone. But in this neighborhoods where I was, every 2 or 3 houses, there was a tree that was down on top of the house, laying across the road, and I asked them, what kind of trees are those? And they said live oaks. So maybe we don't want to put live oaks up there. I don't know, but they look pretty weak. But I just wanted to say, I didn't see in here where we're going to be replanting and building the forest that we lost, because otherwise we won't have anything to manage, and it'll just keep burning. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jodine Mills, and I'm a local real estate broker. I've been pretty much a lifetime resident of Calaveras County, and I really do urge you we need to repair the roads in the burn area. I really want to see the area rebuilt. I'd like to see families move back in. I think that the county needs to be a little not as short-sighted, and if we can encourage people back into the area, then we're going to be able to gain more money in assessments with new homes built. And the current condition, you can't, I take people up there, I show them properties, they look at the condition of things, and they're asking what our county's doing to help. And I'd really like to be telling people that there is a plan in place, that the roads will be fixed, it'll be safer for us, and I can encourage people to move up there. So I'd really encourage everybody to take a good look at what Mr. Garamendi's put together, because I think it was well thought out. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, I'm sorry, I have to restrict to 5 or we get in trouble standing up there at a time.
Hi.
We're only one off. I think we'll make, Marita moves that we make an exception for 6th right now.
Supervisor Garamendi and members of the board, my name is Pat Gutman, and I've been a resident of McCallamy Hill for 12 years. In a past life, I was an operations manager at the San Francisco Emergency Communications Department. I worked for them for 28 years. I'm here today because we are in a new era of catastrophic firestorms. The Butte firestorm devastated whole communities, as did the Camp Fire just 3 years later. The Camp Firestorm traveled a football field a second and destroyed 19,000 structures. The population of Paradise is just 26,000 people. That community was wiped off the map. So what do we do to mitigate in this era of firestorms, creating their own winds and weather? My view is that we have to be as proactive as we can now by beefing up our capacity to respond quickly to knock out small fires before they develop into a storm. I suggest a large part of the Butte Fire settlement be spent on fire department equipment, personnel, and training. The county fire chiefs should determine what equipment they need to achieve this goal. I suggest, and I didn't have a chance to read the supervisor's prepared statement on what is needed in D2 or any of the other prepared statements, but I am just going to make a couple of suggestions here. At least 2 new fire rigs and equipment dedicated to remaining in the county during mutual aid situations where part of our firefighters are called out of the county. Lots of portable fire hydrants and hoses to extend city and groundwater options into the wildlands. Hire temporary personnel. Hire at least 2 new sworn personnel per rig hired from the ranks of our wonderful volunteers, and send them to an academy now for training and certifying. That would be good for local new jobs. And I just heard you talking about what the parameters were for the settlement, and part of it was no new personnel. However, if they were temporary, maybe that is a way to ease into permanent jobs. Train citizens, these temporary people also could fan out into the community and train citizens on how to protect themselves and their families in a firestorm. In the Oakland fire and the Camp Fire, many residents perished in their cars as they were stuck in melting cars on roads trying to flee. An example is we could train citizens on how to plan, their emergency plan.
I'm sorry. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Anyway, that's basically what I had to say. Thank you.
Vicki?
Good afternoon. My name is Vicki Sneed-Hinkle. I'm from West Point. I had a speech planned, but in the interest of brevity, I will say that I am here to support the suggestion of funds to the West Point Community Resiliency to support for emergency evacuation. We have a wonderful building there that is owned by the county. It needs some upgrading to bring it to a point where it can be used for evac center. But the funds of $100,000 would go a long way to support that notion. Right now, West Point has one road going in and out, one lane of Highway 26 to the north. From the south, there's no access. The only access right now is over the Licking Fork Canyon bridges from the South Fork and the Licking Fork. And so we are in a very precarious situation there. If evac was ever needed and the roads were unpassable, we would have to be able to remain in place and have facilities and supplies there for emergency evac situation. So that is my request and support for this recommendation. Thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon, Chair Garamendi and Board of Supervisors and staff. I am the CEO of the 39th District Agricultural Association, which is a non-funded state agency, and it's about 71 acres. In 2015, our spending activity for our signature event, Calaveras County Fair, was $5.2 million for the area. The Calaveras County Fairgrounds, also known as Frogtown, became a catastrophic event center on September 10, 2015. In addition to fire camp for the Cal Fire personnel, the fairgrounds served as the community as a center for both the evacuees and their animals. At the peak of the evacuation, the fairgrounds hosted 200 evacuees, 400 plus animals, 4,500 firefighter personnel, 250 National Guardsmen. During the Butte Fire response, the 39th District Agricultural Association, which is us, became an extension of county services. Direct county expenditures accumulated during the response were given to the auditor controller, and we also tracked our volunteer hours to help with the county match, and we were paid through Cal OES. The fairgrounds received compensation from the county. Today, the fairgrounds has an annual contract with the county in place so the facility can be utilized by the county. In the summer of 2018, the fairgrounds hosted large animals for the county and were on call 3 times for animal evacuations. In March 2017, CEO, that's me, talking about myself in third person, started working with Christine Leave, a consultant for Calaveras County, regarding damage to the fairgrounds during the Butte Fire response. This information would be used in Calaveras County's litigation with PG&E. The roads leading into the fairgrounds, which are county roads that aren't maintained, were the first items discussed, and then our interior roads. Lee then asked what in a perfect situation, if we could improve one thing, what that would be, and right off the top of my head, it was the sewer, because our sewer system failed during the Butte Fire response. We also lost our high voltage power system, but through FEMA and Friends of the Calaveras County Fair, we were able to fund that project ourselves. So when we are talking about our sewer system, I just want the community to realize that when we go into a catastrophic event center, which is what we became, we are actually an extension of the county. We are, and I included in your packet a map where you can see the real estate that CAL FIRE had and the real estate that the county had. So I thank you for your consideration. And at this time, I'd like to introduce the Vice President of our Board of Directors, Bob Trincaro.
Good afternoon, Chairman Garamendi and members of the board. I have a fairly brief statement to make, but Lori mentioned the sewer system as being the primary obstacle that we began to understand once the Butte Fire encampment occurred. I think she told you that that encampment housed 4,500 first responders and volunteers, and it was extended over a 4 to 6 week period. Obviously, the fairgrounds were never really envisioned for that kind of sustained high population density. One of the things that I will tell you is a very brief cautionary tale that leads us to this point. In 2012, we had been notified by the State Resources Board that we were not in compliance in terms of the perk pond where effluent, after being treated by septic, normally resides until it either percolates or evaporates. That perk pond does not meet modern day standards. Once the once the State Resources Board became aware of that, Lori and I were called before it. By the way, her predecessor had ignored any attempt to be in discussion with them and realized that by the time we got up there, we were subject to a $250,000 fine if we didn't come up with some mitigation or resolution. That got our attention. We went up and were spanked for a couple of hours before the State Resources Board, but came out of that with a solution. And since then, there's been a monitoring system and an instrumentation system that allows us monthly to monitor what's going on with the perk pond and keep it within limits. However, and this is the major caveat, with the State Resources Board, we are on an annual permit. It is renewed annually, and it can be withdrawn at any time, given either a change in standard by the state or whatever. We did have an issue during, I believe it was during the encampment, where there was a seepage through the back wall of the pond that was headed towards 6 Mile Creek. We managed to address that and correct it. Nevertheless, it told us that we needed help. And so we request that. It's my pleasure at this point to introduce to you Matt Hospital, who has a proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Matt? Thanks, Bob. Good afternoon, Board. I'm Matt Hospital with President of Weber Guillon Associates, and I've been tasked with helping out the fairgrounds to come up with a solution to their septic problem or wastewater problem. So basically, as Bob explained, it's kind of antiquated system, 2 septic tanks and a perk pond. So it's failing, and it's just a matter of time before the state's going to come in and pull the plug on them. So my recommended solution to them is to connect to the City of Angels. It's a 1.25 mile pipeline at a cost of about $1.1 million. That's going to cover construction, engineering, surveying, environmental. Most of the line is going to be in the Caltrans right-of-way. There are some cross-country portions of the alignment that will have to acquire some easements, but it's doable. The design was looked at by the city back in 2005, so it's kind of sitting there on the shelf ready to go. So we graciously ask for your guys' help in making this happen, so appreciate your time. Patty?
Mr. Chairman and board members, I'm Patty Yoakum, and I chair the McCollum Hill Veterans Memorial District. And we were very lucky in September of 2015 in that the fire break that had been put in a couple of years before basically saved our town, unless the winds had shifted, and then who knows. But we do have the town hall in McCollum Hill, Main Street, 2-story building. We have ADA access to both floors. We have a landline that was installed, 2 phones, 1 on each floor, and we did install a defibrillator. What we don't have are ADA restrooms. We have 2 restrooms on the main floor, none in the basement. And that would help us, with Red Cross being an evacuation center for our citizens. So any assistance we can get in making that possible, that would almost complete our town hall as an evacuation center. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Terry McBride, Mountain Ranch. I wear this shirt so we can remember why we're here and why you got $20-odd million. And it's a work shirt because our work up there for us is far from over. We've got years, likely decades, before we can make it. And it'll be a couple of lifetimes. I'll have to come back in about 300 years so I can actually see the trees again. A real concern is the trees over the roads, especially with these last storms we've had. And with the flooding, of course, is the dead trees because they're not sucking up the water. They can't. So it's very important that the roads and the dead trees along the roads are dealt with. Helping the local agencies is a no-brainer, for goodness sakes. FEMA is wonderful, but I want my neighbors there for me because I'm going to be there for them. And that's who stepped up. And some of our neighbors came from Arnold. Some came from Amador and Tuolumne. But in the end, they were helping out at the smaller organizations, the town hall, the resource center, and at the other local town buildings that were suggested. So the help that you can give to them is phenomenal, as well as helping the other fire agencies, because they all back each other up, and they should all get the help. I like Jack's plan. I think that it's fair, it remembers everybody, it does have an ability to help prepare for the next event when it happens. And I hope that y'all vote for it. Thank you.
Hi. Hello. I'm Leslie Cullum. I lived in District 2 when the Butte Fire happened, and like so many, we lost our home and everything. We're still not home yet, but Mountain Ranch is still my home. I'm pretty happy with this. I think that Jack has the right idea. I think that he's correct on the first page, saying that it's the moral thing to do. And my only concern here is that I know after the fire that the Mountain Ranch Youth Center, Resource Center, I volunteered there a lot, which was great for me and everybody else. And it was so important for a long time for many families. And I'm hoping that the $100,000, I'm not sure that's enough money to get the kitchen up and running and to get the proper generators, because if it happens again, everybody should be ready in every area of our county, certainly. But to be in the same situation we were in when it happened for us already would be horrendous, in my opinion. I hope you vote for this. I understand you have some other concerns, but it looks pretty good to me. Thank you.
I'm Bob Leitzel, former Director of Public Works for Calaveras County a long time ago. I wanted to support the request by Patty and the Veterans District for the money for Town Hall. We do have stairs in the Town Hall, but there is the new access now for handicapped, both below and above. But there's a lot of improvement needed. The bathrooms are in terrible condition. And I also wanted to support Supervisor Garamendi's and the Public Works Department in the need to make sure that the roads are put back into good condition in the fire area. As a Director of Public Works and as a traffic engineer, I know how important it is for good access for people to evacuate, but not just for people to evacuate, but for the emergency equipment to access the area. And that, with our roads in poor condition and narrow, no longer up or never been up to standard, it's very important that you allocate the funds for the road repairs and widening where possible. Because a lot of the roads run through public areas as well as through large land holdings, and many of those people will be willing to grant access to widen the roads if you ask them. I managed to get access for the intersection I'm trying to think of the name now, I'm losing it, from your dad. I was able to convince him to donate land at the intersection of Highway 26 and Paloma Road. Yeah.
It might have been my grandpa, but yeah.
Yeah. That was your grandfather, not your dad. When you get as old as I am, it all gets mixed up.
We all look alike. So.
Yeah. So anyway, I certainly support Jack's, Supervisor Garamendi's proposal for the road repairs and the money for Town Hall. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robin Barrick, and I live in Mountain Ranch. I am very supportive, especially of the roads repair. I live on a one-lane road, like many of us in Mountain Ranch, and I carry a chainsaw in my car so that I can cut our way out so we can get out. One of the things about our road is that there's one area that is super bad because the culvert underneath has been clogged. It's substandard size, and we're not going to have a road if it doesn't get repaired. And we have no other way out. So hopefully you'll support at least the road section, and appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Jack Garamendi. My name is Liz Miller, and I lost my home in the Butte Fire in Mountain Ranch. I'm here, and I also want to thank you as a former teacher and counselor. I can tell that you're all listening, and I love that. You seem to really have compassion and an ear for what everyone's saying, and it feels like our group, you and us, are together. It's a wonderful feeling. I'm here to support Jack's proposal, and also without causing any undue tension by anybody outside of Mountain Ranch. I just want to say I support, if it comes down to where money should be spent, that we do remember that the critical place of fire was Mountain Ranch. And so as we think about dispensing funds, I hope that we can remember that. There's been a great deal of suffering there, as you know. Our property still has many, many fallen, blackened trees. We lost everything. And I want all the organizations to work together in this county and to all get a piece of the pie. I'm not here to say I greedily want more money for just Mountain Ranch. I just want to ask that you remember that that's the core geography, and just to keep that in mind. And I thank you all very much for listening. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Arturo Salazar, and I am a resident of Mountain Ranch. And basically, I just want to thank Jack for the effort that he's done and the great work that is shown in here. I had not had an opportunity to see this proposal before today, so I obviously cannot comment on any of the details, but there is clearly an awful lot of thought that has gone behind this, and I want to say that I appreciate it very much, and I want to urge you all to support it. I think it is a very good way to spend the $20 million that we have received from PG&E. I will add, just as an afterthought, that this may well be the best way to spend this $20 million, but that in no way should lead us to the illusion that these expenditures, as best as we can make them, are going to completely mitigate the damage that was caused, even including all the compensations that all of us receive in our settlements from PG&E. Will be a long ways from recovery, and we still have a long ways to go. But please consider Jack's proposal very seriously. I think it's important that we move ahead. Thank you.
I would like to also support Supervisor Garamendi's proposal. I think that the money needs to be spent to rebuild the district. I think that the proposal does share with the rest of the county in in helping in future disasters. It makes me a little nervous when I hear Supervisor Mills talk about how much interest this money can accrue if it just sits there. Driving through D2, we can't just have the money be collecting interest. We need to fix those roads. It's dangerous out there, especially when it's raining. I've long worried that people that voted for the ban thought that this money might be more than what came in and that we could fund the county with the settlement money. I really hope that you vote to support Supervisor Garamendi's proposals and that you don't look at this as a piggy bank for other things. Thank you.
How many more speakers do we have? Raise your hand. And Mike, you'll be the last. Park, Tom?
Okay. My name is Joyce Teckel, and I've lived in the county for 44 years. I went up to Mountain Ranch and volunteered for about a week to help up there. This money needs to be spent to help the people in the fire scar area as much as you can. It's not enough. But the roads are important, as you know. That's historically my issue. But it's a safety issue, too. And I feel if the roads had been in better condition in this last storm, the damage wouldn't have been quite as great as it was. So we really need to think about things like that. But I want these people helped. And I want that community helped. And I support you, Mr. Garamendi, in this document that you brought forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So suggestion number 1 from the agenda packet reads, increase county's general fund reserve to provide for possible shortages that could result from an economic downturn. However anybody feels about cannabis and hemp cultivation, reasonable minds have to acknowledge that board policies took away a lot of people's jobs and ability to use their checkbooks. So it seems kind of reasonable you should put yours down and not use it like a shovel to dig holes to fill. And members of this board and the previous one decided to halt cannabis and hemp cultivation, fully forewarned it eliminated millions from the local economy. And the board who holds the purse strings to the general fund enacted policies leading to an economic downturn that in turn reduced the general fund contributions by way of decreased economic activity overall and the loss of Measure C funds. Now you're considering spending funds that only exist because of loss and misfortune affecting D2 almost exclusively to fund county activities broadly. I wish I was surprised, but I'm not. Damn it. Though I wish I had an opportunity to review Supervisor Garamendi's proposal in advance of the meeting so I could offer input, I certainly support it over the other suggestions on the agenda. And so please put settlement funds where they belong in the communities where the damage was done. And I would suggest using the lost property tax portion of your proposal to stimulate property tax revenues by subsidizing building permit fees to replace the lost houses that were the tax base in the burn scar instead. That would be a gift that keeps on giving instead of a one-time Band-Aid. And I'd like to take every available opportunity to remind the board, and especially you, Mr. Chair, of the value of dialogue and collaboration with the public in addressing challenges facing the public. Your effectiveness in addressing our concerns is going to be directly proportional to your collaboration with us. I know other people with great ideas to solve some serious problems in the burn scar who aren't here sharing them right now because they're convinced you won't listen to them. I hope going forward you can change their minds about that. Thank you.
Still living in the burn scar, Sue Holper. I support the proposal, and I just want to put it in context and underline, as many of the recent speakers have, that D2 is where so much of the damage happened. And the perspective I want to bring is that what happens in D2 has an effect on the rest of the county and on the well-being of the county as a whole. And don't forget it if you have any thoughts of diverting any of this money somewhere else where it can be supporting D2, because we have a lot of making up to do.
Mike, you'll be our last speaker. Mike Delord will be our last speaker.
Mike Falvey, District 2. Gentlemen, ma'am, I can look you all in the eye and say, if this disaster happened in District 4, 5, 1, 3, you would have every right, and the major word being moral, it would be morally right to put that money into the repair of those, any particular district it happened in. So happened District 2 was the one. You know, some of the funds are going to the fairgrounds, some of the funds are going to the fire districts, which I think is quite appropriate because we have to be prepared for the next event whenever it happens. It just so happened this happened in District 2. Mr. Mills, if downtown Angels Camp fried, every penny we would get from, say, a utility district that was found at fault for the fire, it would go into Angels Camp. San Andreas, Arnold, and Mr. Tate said Arnold keeps him awake at night. So, you know, the funds need to go to the areas where that is affected, and it just so happens it's in District 2. It's the right thing to do, and it is the moral correct thing to do. So I would hope you would do it. We would do it for your districts if it happened. I believe everybody in here would. So thank you.
Last speaker, Chief Delorda.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't sit down any longer. Mike Delordo, McCallum Hill, Fire Chief in McCallum Hill. I've looked at this, and I just wanted to point out, I'll tell you just a little short story.
Give him back a couple seconds.
So I was on the first engine of the first two engines on the Butte Fire when it came into Calaveras County. We took the left side, Cal Fire took the right side. After the first wave came over, which was really pretty amazing, we ended up having to fall back. We lost the first couple, 3 houses because they were blowing right through. We came back and wrapped another one. And then, you know, you never can tell how much time goes by when this is going on. But we got wrapped around the next house. We were going to be able to hold it there, down the hill. And it was probably, I don't know, it didn't seem like it was all that long. And I turned around, and the Calaveras County Fire District strike team was coming in from all of our local fire departments. So I look at what you have here, and I think, you know, it sounds like it's pretty well thought out. I certainly support it, and thank you for your consideration and allowing me to stand up.
Thank you, Chief. With that, we'll close public comment. Bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Stopper.
I'd like to have Mr. Pack come back up again briefly if he's willing. Sorry, sir. I'm not going to ask you to tell me a day story this time. You brought up earlier that with this type of undertaking, it would be somewhere in the vicinity of a 3-year plan?
That's correct.
Okay. And you did bring up the possibility of bringing in other funds. So during this time, the other funds may come in for certain roads during that time that you may be available to acquire at the same time.
Correct.
So during this time, let's say, of what's proposed there, let's just say it's $14.6 million. That would be sitting in an account until used.
Correct, yeah. The idea would be as efforts were expended, as contracts were procured, it would be like a bank account. It would draw down as those efforts were made over time. And then when the project was completed, any unreported amount would be returned.
Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Don't run away.
You got it.
Look, I grew up in District 2. My heart's there. You know, my love goes out to these people. I had family in the burn zone. I want them to see everything go back to the way it was and them to have lovely lives. But at the same time, we have to realize that the possibility of us having to get back some of those FEMA funds and us not knowing if it's going to be $1 million, we have to cover that at the same time. So we have to be wise about it. But I do see part of that's covered here because you also have $573,000 you're putting back towards reimbursing the county on the general fund for $595,000. So that could be partially attributed to it. But I would like personally to see $2 million retained for future liability on this at the least. And all these District 2 places gave to each other and the whole county gave. Everyone came together. Like, this county has not been united like that since, for one issue or another. And I saw down in Gary's district, Glory Bound Church, they had a tent city down there. It wasn't just Frogtown. I mean, there was places that gave and gave and gave, and the community gave as a whole. So a lot of this is disaster preparedness. It doesn't matter where the fire is, District 2, District 1, District 5. All these fire departments come together. And personally, you've done a fabulous job on your proposal for the fire departments. I would like to see that number go up for the fire departments more than $2 million, because I know a cost for a Type 3 wildland engine where everyone responded when Mike saw them show up is closer to $300,000, and there's 10 departments in the county, and $3 million would buy every one of those there. Now, in mind, I am just throwing these numbers out there because I do support everything here in one way or another. I mean, they're all done out of, they're all the right thing to do. There's only so much of a bag in the bag, or so much of the pie, and it's how we divide up the pie, and then, in the justification. But other than that, Jack, other than saving a little bit more money there for potential liability in the future, and taking our time on divvying out towards the roads over time, because these roads are only going to cost more to repair in the future if they wash out. This is more disasters waiting to happen, so I know it needs to get done. But you got a 3-year plan. So let's take the time to properly vet how we're going to do all these, spend the money during that time, the rest of that $14.6 million per se, and I'm kind of trying to take a little bit away from that road fund personally, because I'm saying we need to put some aside for liability and everything, and the fire departments. But the need is there. I've been down those roads, post-fire, pre-fire. The need's there. They're going to wash out. We discussed earlier, the year after a fire is pretty bad. But, there's fire science behind 3 years later is worse, because all those trees that burn, the roots rot out from the mountain. You get whole mountainsides sliding down after 3 years later. So the slides actually can get worse after 3 years later than the first year. So it's going to be a continued thing. It's not over yet. I support a majority of these things. I do see us needing to put some more money aside than what we have here for potential liability, but part of that is there within the 3-year plan, and I do want to put more money in for the next event, because it's not whether it's going to happen, it's when it's going to happen. And that's a fact. We see it across California, You know, Lake County's had one the same year as us, and they had one later. So that's my starting. I'll come back to it in a little bit after everyone else says their piece.
So you're saying to take 3 million from the 14 million?
No, I'm saying,
So where would we take the 3 million?
there's already 2 million of it there, Marita.
No, you wanted to add
No, I don't want
2
to add.
million? Oh.
If we took,
There's already, I already said, there's already 1 million here that he has set aside for the unreimbursed amount that we could hold aside for,
So you want another
hold on. And then I also brought up the 573,000 reimbursing the general fund on lost property taxes. So I'm saying take $500,000 and add those two together and put that and retain that for future liability for a total of $2 million. So I'm having to take 500,000 from somewhere, and then I want to add $1 million to the fire department. So I'm saying take 1.5 million from somewhere and put it towards those two things.
1.4,
Well,
26.
You're right, because it is $534,000 on the or $573,000 and 398. True, but yes, that's my ask. How that gets done, I think there's going to be a lot more comments and other asks, so those are my two. And I think that a 3-year plan is good because we may potentially be able to get some of those roads fixed with other money along the way.
Supervisor Mills?
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Can we take a 5-minute break, please?
If you got it, we can take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
5 minutes. All right, welcome back to the Board of Supervisors meeting. We are having a discussion about document that's in front of us for the Butte Fire settlement. Supervisor Mills, I think you had the floor next.
Yes, I was expecting Mr. Pack to have stayed. In the lobby?
He's on his
There he is, very good.
I didn't get out of it,
You can't run that.
My apologies.
You can't run that
Look at me, I can't
fast. You can't run that fast.
No, I can't.
A question I have would be, do you think that the staff has the capacity to complete the necessary work that's being spoken of here within 3 years?
Supervisor Mills, I believe we do. And part of the plan and the details, which I bring in a subsequent meeting, part of that is through the hiring of seasonal employees. And there are some assumptions in this plan. One of the assumptions is through hiring seasonal employees, we can attract, I believe we need about eight people for each of the seasons. The assumption is that we're going to be able to attract those 8 people, and they're here all summer. If we fly that and we get 1 or 2, I may be needing to report back to you. But assuming with the plan that we could get 8 seasonal employees throughout the season for each season, the materials and the equipment is procured in a reasonable rate. It's purposely set up to, and I was just talking with someone in the hallway about this, is to deliver quickly and deliver efficiently. And I'm an engineer. The plan is not to sit here and over-engineer everything. To sit here and have beautiful plans and designs that look great on paper and look great in a board packet, but costs an arm and a leg and doesn't actually get pavement fixed. So our job is we need to fix pavement, we need to clear ditches, we need to fix culverts, stop some of the undermining of the roads and the threatening of the roads, do that quickly. And with this plan, it is my every intention to deliver that in 3 years.
So you've said the word "this plan," but I've never seen a capital improvement plan that is based around the $14.6 million being discussed. And this board's never seen it either.
Mm-hmm. And there is, as I mentioned previously, I have an internal draft plan that I've done based on the prior direction from the board. If the board gives direction at a subsequent meeting, I will be bringing a detailed plan of those expenditures to you for your approval.
And the reason that I'm concerned about $14.6 million is I've got an $80,000 left turn pocket that's been going on since 1995 in my district that's now $1 point some million. So, here we are, 4 years into, almost 4 years into the Butte Fire, and we're going to be 3 years after that at, what is the exponential rate or cost of repair? And, I think it needs to be vetted out as a separate capital improvement plan, specifically designed with timelines and your expectations on costs.
And I can respond to that. Actually, that's the part of the plan I'll be presenting to you upon direction from the board. Part of that long-term plan is inclusion into the capital improvement program. So the repairs, the basic repairs, the prep work that needs to happen to the roads would happen in a prior year, and then each year this board would approve and adopt the larger construction projects that would be related to the improvements. So there is a plan, part of the plan. Again, I apologize for probably getting a little more into the weeds of the plan itself, seeing I'm probably the only one that's really looked at it in any detail. The plan is to come back to the board at regular intervals to ensure that the plan is meeting your expectations and to ensure that it's being delivered based on the public's expectations. And there's also a plan immediately thereafter to hold a series of public workshops to get feedback from the communities, to ensure that the public's aware of the plan, also to set reasonable expectations, to let them know what our plan is, to get feedback and consensus, and to move forward with both of those. So the plan is not for you to give us 14.6 or whatever number you land on and off we go. The plan is to have regular check-ins with the community and the board to ensure that we're meeting or exceeding your expectations.
And I fully understand that infrastructure has got to get put back. That's not even an issue here. But it's just a matter of how does it get put back, what's the timeline to do it, and what is going to be the costs. I really look at this almost like, even though it's a large number, it's similar to winning the lottery. We've got to take the emotion out of it and come back to realization that it is one-time funds. And we've got to be very sure that we don't expend it in ways that may be detrimental to the ultimate result. So I would like to see that particular issue vetted out as a separate item before the board as a capital improvement plan, and allow us to talk about it in that way rather than, put it up as a broad discussion here with all of these other pieces to the puzzle. That is just my point, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I would also like to bring up the issue of the fairgrounds and the sewer. Oh, fine, go ahead and
A couple questions on this plan that you've put together and not being presented to us at this time. Does it include overlaying areas that FEMA and Cal OES have already paid us for that we've already repaired?
So Supervisor Tofinelli, it does not include roads that have been affected by FEMA. There is some FHWA money, and just for, depending on the project, the location, the road type, there's different federal programs that pay for different things. So FHWA, most of the remaining roads in District 2 that are potentially eligible for reimbursement are through FHWA. It is questionable if we're ultimately going to get reimbursement for that. We are still working with our federal partners to try to secure that money. If that money is ultimately secured, my approach would be, one thing we could do is bring that to the board when that happens, and then the board could take direction to potentially reduce the budget amount at that time or reallocate it for other purposes. My concern is if I assume that we're going to get that money, right now, if I had to be a betting man, I don't think we're going to get that money, but I'm making every effort I can to do so. But if we don't, I don't want to tell you that we are going to get that money and then eventually not get that money, and then I'm not meeting the expectations of the public.
The other question I have is, of these roads that's on this plan that I'm being asked to designate money for today, do any of those roads include roads that are outside the burn scar that were traveled with heavy equipment to get to the burn scar, to haul away all the debris and redoing all the work that's been done? There's a lot of other areas in the county where the roads were traversed to get there that were affected also?
Yes, that is, those roads are included. A couple of the roads that come to mind, Mountain Ranch Road was one that was significantly affected by travel. Parts of that were not in the burn scar. Avery Sheep Ranch Road is in that plan of memory reserve, and I'm really getting into the weeds. But when I broached that to the board, I have a list of roads. It's about 85 or so in total. That road list will be presented to the board for your consideration. But the plan did include roads not just in the burn scar, but roads affected by emergency vehicles. In particular, when you have tractors, when you have oversized vehicles, they're damaging road shoulders. The plan is to return those to a condition like they were before the Butte Fire.
Thank you.
Yes.
Supervisor Mills? Yes. That's okay, Josh. I'm on to the fairgrounds.
I'm still here.
Because with the, yes, ma'am.
Just on that and on your comments, when we were looking at the overall exposure to the county in terms of roads, we did make the assumption that we would not get anything from FHWA. And we also made an assumption that we probably weren't going to get much more from FEMA for the non-FHWA roads. And the premise of that was because the fire was in 2015 and we are way past it. So we no longer get the luxury of falling into that emergency window that would have allowed us to circumvent some of the more stringent construction requirements for contracting. If we had done it in 2016, we would already be done with the work and we would have gotten all the money from FHWA and from FEMA. But that's not what happened. So what we did is we just made a really concerted effort to try to draw a line and figure out which ones do we believe we will in fact be able to get through federal and state grant sources, and which ones do we think we're not going to get. And that seems to be reign pretty true thus far. I did have a discussion with Josh that if, we're always going to look at it from the perspective of could we request reimbursement for some of the work that we're doing, and if we can, we absolutely will. But with the understanding that there are additional hoops to jump through if you're dealing with federal funding sources, and if the expectation is to get these done quickly, then that's probably not the funding source we want to look at.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Supervisor Mills? Okay. Getting back to the fairgrounds, I think that issue needs to be vetted as a separate issue as well before this board. I know that there's going to be a need on your part to get together with the City of Angels Camp, determine whether or not, what's the capacity they have that they're going to be able to take, what it's going to cost for them, for you to be as part of their system, but also what kind of give back would they provide to you if you were able to set two lines in the ground, a purple pipe at the same time, for the purpose of using that reclaimed water for irrigation at the fairgrounds. So it could be a give and take both ways. I also think that if the county were able to assist you, that there might be some USDA infrastructure grant money available. So I think, as I've seen other projects in the county develop, that we need to actually have a project fundamentally in place that we can present before we go down and talk to Tanya at USDA, or we go to other funding potential sources, that we have something there in front of us that we can say this is what the tangible is and what agreements we can make with these various partners. And then from there come back to this board to decide how how we would play into that and assist in getting it done, because you are an integral part of our disaster area. And I would like to see, not just the infrastructure in terms of the sewer, but also the communications issues that are there. When you plug potentially 6,000 people into one location like that, which is what you could potentially do, what kind of cell service and broadband coverage can you do before we just run out? And so that, I think that also has to be, the communication issue has to be part of the conversation with what the fair area is capable of doing for us in an emergency, and not just to look at it,
No, you're certainly welcome to.
If I could comment on that. You know, one of the things, Dennis, and I think you're right, we, you know, in my straw man here that we put up, I don't want to just give a blank check to anybody. This would have to come back to the CAO with for a plan and at their discretion, vet it with us as a board. I'm sure if there's something that's not black and white, any wise CAO is going to want to vet it with the board. So, yeah.
Ms. Giannetti, do you understand what I'm saying?
Excuse me?
I say, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely. So to that point, though, I wanted to mention that we have identified the project. We have hired Weber Gio, Matt Aspinall. He has the plans. He has the project. I am doing a facility assessment post this meeting that is going up to CDFA. There is some funding through some legislation that was passed last year. It's going to be very competitive, though. And so basically, and then to that point, we also have met with the City of Angels, and we have flushed out some of this. So I completely understand what you're saying. That's why we have identified the project now. We know what we need to do, and that's why we're going forward. We been communicating with Jack and yourself, and then as our district supervisor, and then also at the state level. So in the communications, you're absolutely right. It's a problem. We were able to put some towers to boost what we had there, but we do need to continue to beef up our infrastructure in that way. So yeah, we've done some homework. We are prepared. It's just we're looking to you pretty much as a cornerstone. You know, at the end of the day, you know, all of us together, we're just a family, and we need to make this work. And you know, we can't serve District 2, or I keep hearing a lot about District 2, but I'm actually in District 1, and I'm the start of the SCAR. So I think that at the end of the day, we all just need to work together as a family and just make these things happen. Because when it comes down to it, you know, in our response, who were the first people who called me? Angels Food Market, Middleton's, tell me what you need. You know, Whittle family, let's start setting pins. Those are all people that don't live in District 2, but that care. And that's what our community is about. Our community cares for each other.
Ms. Giannetti, though, you know, we've got two COG members here, so we understand about the grant process, especially with roads. And what we're finding out, especially in dealing with federal monies, is that gaining those agencies that can support, even if this board very, very quickly now can put up some type of a letter of support for your effort, what you're trying to do, and to create that message, create that narrative that you need to carry it forward of how critical a piece of infrastructure you are to the overall county and our success in an emergency. That would be huge in helping to get whatever grant funding eventually would be available. And then if there is matches, now we're talking about something other than $1 million. So there's many ways to skin this cat. I just want to be sure that we've got a project in our head and in our hands, that when we walk in the door, we know what we've got and what we're going to say to make it happen.
Yes, and so that's why, like I said, we have hired Matt to put that together, so we know. So, you know, one thing that was interesting for me when I was promoted to this position, I didn't know I needed to manage a sewer. I also didn't know you needed a certificate for that. Who knew? I mean, you know, I just thought, okay. So anyway, that being said, we have hired somebody who knows exactly what we need and how to do it. So
and I know that Weber Gio is very familiar with this county and works in a lot of areas, so don't run away, let her. Go ahead.
Maria?
I was really glad that Mr. Chunkero and Mr. Aspinall mentioned connecting, because that one had been my question. I said, Jack, can I ask Bob a question? He said, no, you have to wait. So that answered it. But is that going to be, because I think it's a great idea. As others connect to the system, because it really opens up a lot of that area for development under the sphere of influence of the City of Angels, will they then pay the fairgrounds, i.e. the county, back to connect under a lien, like a lien line extension?
There should be some kind of reimbursement agreement.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would say that, and I think that was already discussed when we met at the fairgrounds, some type of reimbursement agreement in
Okay,
place,
and the
because there is potential for future growth there to tie into.
Totally. So then that money would come back to the county. If we agree to give the fairgrounds $1 million for the sewer line, and it's used to extend the line to connect with Angels, and then people tap into it, and you
That's a
get
great point, yeah.
reimbursed, then we get that back?
I can't make a decision. I guess that'd be the City of Angels call, but I would agree that that should happen. It's a good point.
Okay.
That's actually a really good point, Maria.
Well, it's connection fees.
And we can, I think that, in this proposal, we designate the funds, they come back with a plan, and in that plan, we can negotiate.
Figure out all the details.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's,
It's how it's going to be written.
you want me to- okay, I'm just going to talk about, you're gone. I mean, you can sit down.
Thank you.
Well, that was tacky. And I'm talking to the queen of the fairgrounds here. Okay, I'm going
No
to,
frogs for you.
I want to give my overall opinion. In concept, I really approve of this. I've been evacuated twice. District 3's had some, been destroyed in parts and roads and so forth through the old gulch and the Darby, so I'm really empathetic. Then there's the selfish part of me that said, gee, I wish somebody had given us money. That didn't happen. I do support, again, this is on concept, and listening to the other supervisors, things might need to come back to be a little more specific. I agree in concept for the 14.6 million for the roads. If we use settlement money for the roads in District 2, then any road monies that we might normally have spent, we can spend in my district. So I'm all for the 14.6.
And no snow removal then, correct?
We just bought 2 snow
Mr.
trucks.
I want to buy 2 snow trucks. The unreimbursed amount to the county general fund, I think that's fair for the liability that Ms. Callan talked about. I'm for doing just $1 million and betting on the come. I'm not that conservative. If the auditor says she thinks it's going to be at least $1 million, I'm good to just go with that. I'm good to go with the $1 million for the fairground. I had a little queasy problem with this because, yes, they have helped in the old gulch and they've helped in the Darby, and we practice and we teach people how to drive trucks in their parking lot. It's not District 2. But when I think about it as a whole and what they do, what they did for District 2 and what they've done for the county as a whole, I think the least we can do is in concept fund that $1 million, and then they can go to whomever they have to, and we could be that base. The lost property tax, the 573, I've got to give something to the county, so I'm going to take that. All the others that are being proposed, I had a little heartburn with them, I have to say. but the county owns some of the buildings, some of them we don't. And I support that, because, again, it's in concept. For example, the McCollum Hill Veterans District, Supervisor Garamendi is recommending $100,000. It might only cost $78,000. And so then the balance comes back to the county. I mean, these are just estimates, and I understand that. The funds to all the fire districts, I don't want it to be used in any way for operations. I want it to be used, and it would need to be specified for one-time expenses for those fire districts. I don't think we should get into paying for an ongoing operational expense. So, in essence, I support that. I did want to clarify that we'd be giving Central 200,000 plus 250, correct? 250 plus 2, here,
250 plus
Central
150
Fire.
plus-
What's that?
Plus another 200,000.
No,
He has
two-
on the first
right
page,
here.
so he has
Yeah.
It's
five,
250 plus
600,000
250,
total.
yeah, whatever. So I like the concept of giving the fire districts those funds. So, Mr. Garamendi, you did do a good job.
Thank you, Ms. Calloway. Appreciate it.
So that's, I mean, when this was going on, all I could think of was Cosgrove Creek and how we've been trying for years to get funding to do something at Cosgrove Creek. I remember years ago, Supervisor Tuffanelli finally getting some funding for Cosgrove Creek, but it's like not enough, and the flooding at the golf course. But this happened, as somebody said today, in District 2, and the settlement was for District 2. So I think that's where we should put the funds, and that's where I am on your recommendations. Oh, well, no, one more. You recommended 5 years, and then it goes back. I'd rather reduce that to 3, because if the McCollum Hill Veterans District wants to put in whatever they want, they have the funds. I think if things have a shorter time frame, then it puts the onus on them to move forward with the projects, be it McCollum Hill or Mountain Ranch or whatever it is. Thank you.
So one point of clarification, just so we make sure we get good direction from the board on when this actually goes forward. Most of the districts treasure with our county treasury. So my recommendation would be that we don't front the money based on, I mean, certainly there should be a plan submitted to the CAO. The CAO should review it, that it's under the intent of what the board wanted to see happen, but that isn't the let me cut you a check date. Because most of these districts are in our county treasury and we do their finances for them and all their accounting for them, my suggestion would be the bills continue to come through the Auditor Controller's office as they would normally under those districts, and then we pay. And we would know that there's a budgetary limit based on the plan that's submitted to the CAO.
So what about we're going to grant 200,000 to all these fire districts? That's not, they don't have to buy the equipment now. I mean,
Yeah,
they
No.
would.
actually, the way I've got it written up is that they would buy the equipment and then we would reimburse them.
Yeah,
If
so
they
the,
have
so
money.
the, so
they
the,
don't, we get the money
the benefit is, if they're in our treasury, we can backdate the reimbursement to the same date as the check that we write for the vendor.
So, I mean, if Copper wants to buy X and they know they have 200,000 they have to buy it and then we reimburse them?
Well,
I'm at,
so all the treasury is a bunch of accounts,
right.
right? And so they would basically submit the request through the CAO's office that it's $185,000, whatever it is. And we would know that that district basically can have an allocation up to $200,000. When that check gets cut, we can transfer in an allocation to their account within our treasury. The issue is going to be on the agencies that do not treasure with the county because they're not under our requirement to have treasury services, how we are going to deal with those. And a lot of them are going to be too small in order to front anything to reimburse it. So I think the administration and I will probably have to work through what that looks like. And then also when we're dealing with buildings that are our buildings, we probably are the ones who need to actually pay for that work. We shouldn't be granting the money out to another agency and having them do the work on our county buildings. So I think we just have to work through those specifics. And then if it's really the intent of the board is to not spend this on operational, and we're dealing with a district that there really is no other mechanism but to go ahead and grant them the funds like in advance, that there probably needs to be some sort of like closeout, some sort of show us proof that you actually spent the money in that manner.
Though, even though it's a county facility, they might be able to get it done more expeditiously.
If you want to violate the law, yes. And I see Manuel is nodding his head.
I vote no for that.
Well, I'm thinking of what comes to mind is Murphy's Creek Theater. It's a county building, and Murphy's Creek, whomever just
We have
did
lots
lighting.
of examples of what we've done in the past, and they don't fly today. They just don't. So I think that we just need to be cognizant of those things, and
That's what he gets paid for?
that's what
That's
yes,
fine
we'll deal with
me.
county council and the CAO.
I
on
mean,
those.
I just know, Murphy's Creek Theater comes to mind where they pay versus, and it's a county building. That's,
Yeah, we have examples of those.
that's beyond my job description.
Do you have a question for the chiefs, or?
No, I just told them they could have 200,000. I don't know what they want to ask me anything for.
Ask me a question.
Do you have a question for the chiefs, if they want to come forward?
No, but I was hoping for the floor back.
Gentlemen, our tradition is to, thank you. Supervisor Mills?
Yeah. Let me back up to a moment in 1992. It was a Sunday afternoon. Our temperature was 105 degrees. CAL FIRE was totally stripped. There was no CAL FIRE in Calaveras County. The initial attack to the old Gulch fire was my crews. And the second crews to go out on those fires was Jeff White. So to say I don't have a personal attachment to District 2 would be a very big misnomer. I remember spending many a night sitting there on those fires. Nevertheless, each one of these items that is on this, I'm not prepared to say yes or no to any of it other than roads and the fairgrounds at this point to get staff to work on it. I don't want to say we're giving the staff a lot of work, a lot of extra work here. But those are two that I think would be fairly simple to move forward considering the amount of effort's been put into them here initially. It's just a matter of getting it back in front of the board in a future agenda item to thoroughly vet out the discussion of what it's all going to take. As far as the rest of it, this entire county was affected by the Butte fire. It wasn't just District 2. And I mean, I know many people, even in District 4, that were affected. So I would like to see those two items come, and if there's additional items that we want to discuss, let's bring them up as a separate agenda item for a discussion action and take them on that way. To do it in this manner, I'm not happy with it at all.
Supervisor Stopper?
After going through these numbers more, since you did just give us this today, and
Again,
no, it's understandable. Juggling numbers. I'm okay with Marita's proposal on the 1 million set aside. It's not to pay back the county on time, but we need to set that aside for the future on potential liability. Personally, I see, after going through it, I see all these other numbers for some of these fire districts. So if they were to choose to add that number to the $200,000 that they're already getting on the one end to get a type 3, then that's their choice. But if not, then they have to go towards something else that's a one-time expenditure that could help them in the future. But I would like to look at the $573,000 from the lost property tax reimbursement to the county general fund, and think about using some of that towards the rest of the fire departments that don't have the total of $300,000 for a type 3 engine. I think that would be a good way to juggle the numbers without taking away from the road fund. After hearing Marita's position on the roads and us needing to spend that money on the roads, I agree with her 100%. And I'm not in favor of kicking the can down the road and waiting and trying to tie these funds up for something else later. I want to do it today.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Tovenelli,
I haven't had a chance to speak yet.
please.
I'm kind of in shock a little bit here today. This is the first time as a supervisor that I've ever been asked to spend $20 million. And the narrative to it doesn't state anything, and then being given this today and expected to sit here while a meeting is going on and pay attention to a meeting and then go through this and comment on it and agree to spend on it is a little bit of a shock. I'm sorry. I need time to go through this thing and look at it and verify it. We're asking to spend $14.6 million. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I'm not against it. Josh Pack just came here and said he has a plan. We're being asked to spend $14.6 million on a plan we haven't seen. It hasn't been presented to us, but we'll bring it back to you later. Nowhere in the narrative is the plan in here. Normally on the narrative, we've got a bunch of pages and we can go through and look at the plan and see what's being detailed out. That's not here. I disagree with Supervisor Callaway on these monies. Yes, a major portion of it was in District 2, but this affected the entire county. And when the fairgrounds was shut down for evacuees and taken over by Cal OES and the Cal Fire and so forth, those evacuees came to the Valley Springs area. Most of them came there. And one area they came to was the Jenny Lind Veterans Memorial District building, whose designated Red Cross evacuation center. And I was on the board at that time, and they were completely overwhelmed with the number of people there. We did not have cots. We did not have anything that was needed for those evacuees. It is still designated, although it's a new building now, and it has been expanded and can take on more. It is still not, it is part of the system and part of the evacuation centers of this county. That any other disaster happens, they're going to be relocated there. And in my opinion, money needs to go to them to be prepared also, since they are part of this district and part of this county in the evacuation center. I haven't had a time or a chance to look at all of this to determine what amount that needs to go there, or even other areas that need to go there. I'm glad to hear from Josh Pack that at least he was taken into account outside the burn scar and the damage to roads that was done
outside, just getting equipment in there and out of there. But again, I haven't had a chance to look at any of that. I mean, $14.6 million we're being asked to designate to without really seeing that to us. That's somewhat of a problem. I'm not saying I'm against it, but I need to see what I'm designating money for. Again, it was not in here anywhere in what was presented to us over the weekend to look at. None of that was. I also caution this board of not being fiscally conservative about spending under this plan the entire $20 million. I don't think that's responsible in the fact that we don't know what, even though Ms. Callan has stated that what she feels is right, we don't know any monies that will be needed in the future that we aren't detailing here or we're not looking at that is due to the Butte fire. I have several questions on who would be the administrator of these monies. Is it the CAO? Is it Rebecca? She had brought up the fact that if the problem is going to be with any of the districts that aren't through our system and the detailed problems that could be there. I haven't heard from other department heads on the effect of their departments during this time and what hardships they've had, which is all part of this settlement. I understand the greatest impact was District 2. I totally get that. But it wasn't the entire impact throughout the county. And I was involved in District 1 in the area of the churches that Supervisor Stopper brought up, and a lot of areas as far as helping the Red Cross out and what was going on. At the time, the Red Cross Center was put up at Valley Springs PUD office, and Dennis Wilson and his crew was working and operating out of there, working the Red Cross out of there. They were affected, and a lot of different things were affected here. And so I understand the settlement for the road system. I'm not opposed to it, but I, again, need to see what that plan is. As far as the fairgrounds, I'm totally behind that. I understand they're going to be the major point. They're going to be where things go. They could be an evacuation center. They, again, could be headquarters for CAL FIRE or whoever comes in during this time of disaster, and we need to be able to have it at least operational. I certainly understand that. But again, I need time to evaluate this. You're asking me to spend $20.4 million on something that I was just given a couple of hours ago, and I'm in a board meeting trying to understand what's going on and follow everything that's being said, and then trying to read this and go through this. It's just, I can't, as my job as a supervisor, specifically vote for this today without bringing it back at another time with the road plan and going through these in line items one by one so we can discuss them. That's where I'm at.
Okay. I want to be clear that what we're doing today is we would be having a poll, coming to terms, having a poll to have the staff bring this back to us probably in the first week of April or first meeting in April. We'll be hearing the full presentation from Josh Pack on the 26th about the roads. So what we're trying to do is allow staff to have the direction to pull together this final package to bring back to this board for a final vote.
So you're not asking for a vote today, you're asking for a poll to bring back?
This is not an action item. Now,
Okay. Well, it says action item on the...
Madam Council, do we have an action item on this? Can we?
It's my understanding that this is a study session, and it was for a presentation and direction to staff to bring back any action item to a future date.
So it was created, just to clarify, it was created in the system as an action item. However, the recommendation was not crafted in a way that allowed the board to take any action today.
And it wasn't, and I think that's
cannot take action
my
today.
point.
That provided some,
No, your recommendation says that you're going to
Thank you,
provide
Diane.
direction to staff.
right, I got you now.
Well, then let's provide some direction to staff.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may, I'm not going to presuppose how the board is going to be voting, but in the event you go in the direction of directing staff to provide these allocations, as you'll articulate, I think, in a little bit, I would like to make a couple of points. One is that the report that we received this afternoon, or this morning, I think it was,
Friday, it just couldn't go out till this morning.
for the most part indicates that the recipient organizations and departments would come back with a plan through the CAO in order to make certain that we do things right from at the time that you proceed with the project. And so I would recommend that you direct the CAO to, with all of these projects that are listed in here, to monitor and to participate in the implementation. I think that was the intent reading the narrative, is that we need to get input from the say the fire departments and other organizations at the Fair Board as to how they intend to proceed with these things, so that we can understand and we don't have confusion up the road with respect to how that money is going to be distributed. I know there was a question as to whether or not it would be paid up front or as a reimbursement. We want to make sure that we have that in writing from those organizations, and when we bring it back to you.
I'm not sure I understand.
There's a recommendation that we provide, for instance, a certain amount of money to the fire districts, whether to the 10 fire agencies for equipment, and they're supposed to be, and I'll just read the narrative as it's written. Fire departments are required to submit a written proposal to the CAO once the written approval is, let me try that in English. Once the written approval is completed, then the departments can request a reimbursement. So we need to know what equipment they're going to be ordering, the cost of that equipment, and a time frame so that we know when that's going to be happening.
Wouldn't you do that after we've done this improvement as
Yes.
directed there?
Yes, as direct, and that's all I'm asking.
So that's
is
not a
that
before thing, that's
other than
after we make the allocation thing.
However, so that we don't have to come back with you for a separate item, that as part of the direction that you have the CAO.
The terms.
The terms included in.
Those aren't going to be worked out before. We're not going to every department trying to come up with a final plan at this point. They submit an idea.
My concern is based on what I just heard, that to come back with an item in April, if we don't have any proposals from them till April.
I'm not talking about a proposal in April. We're talking about allocating the money and then them coming and making a proposal for the funds that the CAO would approve.
If that's clearly understood, then that's fine. I don't want to hold up the board's intent, if that is your intent, with trying to determine what the terms are with the different agencies, how they're going to utilize the money.
I thought it was pretty clear.
Yeah, I guess I'm supporting this in concept. I mean, whether for the roads it's 14.6 or 13 or 10 or 15, I mean, we don't know, but in concept, I support 14.6. In terms of the Mountain Ranch Community Club or so forth, we're saying that, you know, we will allocate $100,000 to whatever it is. They have to then submit the plan, and I'm saying it has to be done within 3 years. So it's nothing that they would have to do, Mr. Lopez, prior to coming. I think what I'm hearing is we need to make a decision in concept of where we're going to allocate the funds, and taking into consideration what Mr. Tuffanelli said, you know, we can come back whenever in the middle of April or whenever the CAO can. This is a proposal, and if Supervisor Tuffanelli wants to make a change or not make a change, then we can vote on it at that time after Mr. Mills or Mr. Tuffanelli had a chance to look at it. This is a concept. And concept, how do we want to spend the 20 million? And this is not that the road department gets 14.6. In concept, we're saying we're going to earmark of the 20 million, 14.6. It could be plus or minus. It could be plus or minus 100 for the community center. And if it's plus, they ante up. If it's minus, we get it, and that has to be within 3 years. So at some point, we have to make a decision how we want to allocate it, and it's not finite. So that, at what point do you want staff, and it's whatever Mr. Lopez thinks in time can be brought back. So in concept, we agree with roads. In concept, we agree with the fairgrounds. In concept, we agree with the 1 million, I don't know what Dennis or Gary thinks, but in concept, we agree with holding that in abeyance for 5 years. So we have to decide what we're going to do with the rest.
Let me see if I can bring a consensus here. At least see how far I can get. Marita, your concern was 3-year terms instead of 5.
Yes.
I support that. Is there other support on this board for that? Mr. Mills? Mr. Stopper?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I can't.
I'm trying.
I know, but I couldn't hear what was said.
Marita said yes.
He asked me if I supported, and I said no.
Thank you.
All we're talking about is reducing the 3-year right now, not the entire, we're not talking about the entire concept right here. We're talking about just the 3 years right now.
We're talking about 3 years, breaking us down into pieces.
Other than the 5-year on the 1 million and so on.
The timelines that I put together in this were all at 5, reducing it to 3.
Except for holding on to the million for potential.
Yeah.
Fair.
I can agree with that.
On the million. Second item.
What about Gary?
What about Gary?
Oh, Gary? Sorry.
You chopped liver over there.
Well, I don't know now. Sure.
Okay, so we pulled 4-1 that we will reduce the terms to 3 years. Second item, to bring consensus, Mr. Stopper had suggested taking the $573,398 and distributing that to the County Disaster Preparedness Fund, which is the, did I get that wrong? Good?
Let me see what, yeah, it's what you call it for the fire departments.
Right.
But
What you call it, fire department?
yeah, it's a location to the 10 fire departments. But you have here money distributed to multiple fire departments throughout
Yes.
District 2, except that some of them were in the burn scar, some of them weren't. So I am suggesting, let's see, you got McComey Hill, Mountain Ranch.
7 others.
Right. No, you have West Point, Central Fire. So you have 4 there, so 6 others. Got 573 to be distributed between the 6 separate ones.
And 6 separate, what is the, I've got 3, what is the?
You got McComey Hill,
Right,
West Point, Central Fire,
right.
and I thought I saw,
Sheep Ranch.
Sheep Ranch.
Sheep Ranch is Central Fire.
Oh, so there's another 50,000, so you,
That's county protection zone.
Right.
Over there.
Under contract.
Sheep Ranch.
Okay.
We own that.
You want the long story on that one?
So it looks like 7.
So, yeah, you're right, 7. So distributing that 573 between the 7 to bring them as close to the full amount for a
So
type 3 engine.
that would put $81,914 into those 7 districts. The other 3 under the counties, under 3, Oak Hill, West Point, Central would continue to receive their 200 for equipment.
And then whatever they got on your other end.
That's your main concern?
Yeah,
All right.
for now.
Let's for now, come on.
Mr. Chairman, are you going to vote? Because I apologize, I wasn't able to clarify what I was trying to suggest to you, is that there's a provision in here for these recipients of the money to develop a plan and submit it to the CAO. I probably will not be able to bring something to you the first week if we're waiting on them to do that.
No, we're not asking the plan from them to do it. We're putting together our own plan.
I did not understand that.
They'll bring the plan to be vetted later for that certain amount of money.
But I just heard that we're going to develop the plan.
No, what we're going to do is we're allocating the funds. They will come present us a proposal. We will respond to their proposal.
And
After
my
we've
concern is that
allocated.
that won't happen before April,
No.
before the
No,
first
it
meeting.
won't happen.
Okay, so,
It can happen in 3
It's
years.
got 3 years for that to occur.
all right. I think there might be some misunderstanding of what I'm trying to suggest to you. So I'll go beyond that because I think I have the gist of it. But two more things is that I'm assuming that in the event a particular project does not need the amount allocated, that money would come back to the county's general fund and not stay with the recipients.
If it's not used within 3 years, it comes back to the general fund.
And then lastly, one of the things that I know was spoken here about designating the money that potentially we might not receive from FEMA or might be deducted from us. I would suggest that you not designate it, but rather just put it in the general reserve as you intended. And the reason for that is that my understanding is that when money is designated for disasters, for reimbursements through FEMA, that FEMA will see that money as available to the county and not necessarily be inclined to reimburse the counties. So I would suggest that you put in the general reserve as you indicated, but not designated as FEMA. There should be something in the record to indicate that that's the board's intent.
That's fine.
I didn't hear anybody say that's not the FEMA.
That's understandable.
No. And the more I'm hearing the conversation, the more I'm thinking this is going to be an accounting nightmare. Kind of how I envisioned this.
I thought that's
is-
what you lived for, man.
No. If you want to give me more staff, I'm more than happy.
Fair play.
But since you don't, not
Fair
so
play.
much. So kind of how I envision this is I'm looking at the concept is more like a grant, right? You're saying you have, there's a $200,000 grant, in essence, that the county would be making allowable for a district or an entity, and then they can come forward with the plan. The plan can go to the CAO's office. It might be 225, we're still only going to give them 200. It might be 150, then we're only going to give them 150, assuming that they can actually come up with a true expenditure plan or actual expenditures. But what I would like to see happen is we have a separate special revenue fund that's holding all the PG&E settlement monies right now. It's not commingled with the general fund. It's got a separate account in our county treasury. What I would like to see happen is a development of a budget, because this is going to have to be budgeted every single year. We're going to have to appropriate what's remaining from each one of these kind of grant pockets. And then we're going to have a rundown of what has been used by who and how much, so that we can have that discussion as part of budget each year. So what I would like to see happen is we don't actually start moving money out of that PG&E settlement fund all over the place, because I'm telling you right now, if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, no one's going to know where anything went. So my preference would be we contain it in there, we build the budget in there, and that's kind of where we keep it. And then as expenditures actually occur and grant applications are approved by the CAO's office, then we start distributing it out of there, because then we can report out a rundown of the grants. That way the board always knows where we're at.
Okay, that's okay, but we still have to earmark the funds within that.
Within that, yes, and we
Okay.
have budget tools that we can do that.
Got it.
But I don't want to see us moving money all over the treasury, because it's going to get lost.
I think that's a very good idea.
Okay.
Okay, to simplify my proposal, $81,857 approximately to each one of the 7 districts that you haven't allocated extra monies to.
Mr. Stopper, I had 81,914.
Well, I narrowed the number down, so.
Two districts are missing.
3? The 3 are, we just went over this, West Point Fire, Central. Oh, what's?
7 districts. Are
7 districts.
Mr. Chair, this is a study session, is it not?
This is
And we had, if we're going to go through each one of these items and designate this money now and tell it to come back with, as an action item for this, I don't see, Marita was, I agree with her on the conceptual. If we could just pull on the conceptual and this can come back to us in a narrative that explains all of this stuff, and then we have a chance to have that discussion and add things to it or take things away from it and then vote on it as we go, it's going to be redundant because we're going to be doing this again when it comes to an action item.
Well,
So-
I'd like to think we won't have to do that again.
Well, I'd like to add some things into this and designate some other funds, and see what the plan is as far as the road. I don't know how the other supervisors seem to think about that, but we're going through each one of these line items, and it's supposed to be like a study session, so it seems like we're already designating these funds.
I think we're stepping beyond the boundaries of a study session in so many ways.
We are, gentlemen, we are close to, if you have something you'd like to contribute to this, Mr. Trovinelli, I'm ready.
Let me throw something out here. Let's talk
County
about,
Council, light came on.
Just to keep the conversation going, in that this is a study session to direct staff. If the board is inclined to essentially direct staff that in concept, you would like staff to, you approve this recommendation or concept that was proposed by Supervisor Garamendi or Chair Garamendi, and direct staff to then prepare a budget based on this and bring that budget forward for a full vetting of that budget. At that point, that future date would be staff laying out what that budget is, consistent with this. The board would be able to modify that, and at that point, that would be the action item. This is approving in concept and directing staff to bring something back to effectuate this direction.
I agree.
well, there's the point. With the fire distribution, for instance, it's all broken down here. I mean, shouldn't we have that vetted as a single item and a complete discussion surrounding that so we can see all of the pieces to that puzzle?
Let's see if there's any consensus here. Obviously, we have a lot of different opinions. Mr. Stopper, I will accept those terms of splitting up the 573 in 7 ways to the districts outside of District 2 that weren't impacted. That brings us to consensus. So we have in front of us, do we want to move forward, or do we have a motion or further discussion?
No motion.
A poll of an idea.
A poll of a concept, I
Poll
guess
of
we
a
would.
concept of an idea.
It's going back to, are we going to discuss this line item? I do not support moving the $573,000.
And you know what? I don't either.
Oh, my gosh. You get that in writing, Susan? You get that recorded, Dennis, and I agree. So, and then Supervisor Tuffanelli has some things he wants to bring back. And he wants time to digest this. I think we give him time to digest it. We bring this item back. However, the pie slices, it slices, and we can make modifications at that time. Again, this is concept, and I support the concept. and we all may be unhearing, except for maybe Mr. Mills, supporting the concept. He wants it brought back piecemeal. I kind of think and looking at holistically, we want it brought back. We should look at it as a total package, because it's going to come back piecemeal when Mountain Ranch Community Center brings their project. And to say that the fire districts, they might not know in a week or a month or a year specifically what it is they want. We're just saying 200 for equipment. So in concept, I support the 200. So, I mean, that's all we're saying here today is in concept, we can negotiate or discuss whether we should use some of the funds in other areas. And we can do that when it's brought back.
So do you support having the staff flesh out these items and bring them back as an action item?
Yes, because I believe in action, but I don't think we need to spend time or have staff spend time on the details of what equipment Ebbets Pass Fire wants.
I would agree with that. I don't think we ought to be telling Ebbets Pass Fire exactly what equipment they should have. The firefighters thought that.
So, that's all. I'm tired.
Okay. So you're not supporting the splitting the 573?
No, I am not.
Neither is Dennis, and Gary's not either. So we don't have a consensus on that. So did you just poll the board, Marita, on moving forward to an action item, or was that just talking about it?
That was my talk.
I'll agree with Marita.
I guess
Bring it back
was
as an action item in concept, and then we can have this discussion for an action item. I think in the meantime, and you can bring it back in April, it affords the opportunity for us to digest this and maybe add our suggestions on where some of the funding can go and our allocations of these fundings. I can't sit here and with a straight face and say I'm taking 573, I'm putting here, some of there. I need to go time to look at this and go through it and maybe add some of the things I felt this covered, this settlement covered. In reality, yes, a lot of it had to do with District 2 and the burn scar, but again, this whole settlement had to do with the whole county as a whole and how it affected outside the burn scar areas. And I would like to see if when this comes back to us attached, Mr. Pack's plan, and at least we can go through and see the roads and his plan and what he's talking about. So we have that in front of us to say, okay, we understand I think this needs to be or whatever, and then we'll allocate the 14.6 or whatever we decide to do it. But we're putting the cart in front of the horse in my thoughts about allocating this without even seeing what we're allocating it for. It's just not fiscally responsible.
I would like to suggest that, maybe we need to break out the road piece. It's coming back to us next week. I suppose once we hear the presentation, one of the concerns about the roads is that we need to get staffed up if we're going to start working on it this summer. So we could talk about that perhaps on the 26th. We could have that discussion as to how we're going to pay for it. Set that aside.
As long as we have time to go through it and look at it.
And again, I apologize that you did not have this in advance. I did not like that either. I would also, I would ask that as you guys contemplate this, this gives us at least a framework to start from, so we could all do basic math. When we add something somewhere else, designate where we're taking it away from.
Absolutely.
I would suggest too in the future that if we're going to have something like this, that find a way to get it into the agenda so we have a chance to actually think about it. And I'm sorry.
Easy, guys.
think about it and provide our input. I agree with Supervisor Tofinelli that we should have the opportunity to, because it wasn't just District 2, there was county staff from all corners of this area that were taking care of business, so to speak. So I would like to have the opportunity to have a broader discussion, but this to me was total surprise.
Well,
Total surprise.
we don't have 3 votes, so we'll continue this discussion. We can talk about the roads.
I think everyone's in consensus is bring it back in.
Right.
So if I were to poll the board right now, do we want to bring this back as an action item?
And you know what?
I think
Yes, because then we would have...
Then we'll have all this inside the agenda packet as a whole.
Thank you.
And then, sorry, Megan, please.
I just wanted to remind the board, as far as, you know, the statements that are being said now, as far as things like this being added to the agenda packet that the board receives in advance. The concern is that what was presented today is not the recommendation. It was not something that staff was recommending or that the CAO was recommending. This was specific to an individual board member. And so if staff starts including individual board members' positions on an item in the staff report in advance, I would just caution the board regarding the Brown Act and essentially receiving information as far as what other board members' positions are in advance. It's similar to when staff meets with individual board members. We can collect information from you, but to prevent us from being essentially a hub in a Brown Act violation, we cannot disclose to each of you the position of the other board members. And so I just wanted to remind the board of that.
That has to be I'm sorry, that has to be out here in the meeting. That's why when you bring it back, we can have that discussion. I can say, I want to include this, I want to include that, I don't see given that much. We have that discussion out here, not going to a member of staff and saying, put this on, this is my concept, and so forth. So, yeah.
I totally agree. So can we agree to bring this back as an action item? We need some structure to this conversation. Or we're just going to go, and I would like to propose that this be at least partially a skeleton for where we start the discussion.
I agree. Now that we've had the public conversation and we can agree as a board to put that in as part of the skeleton inside the agenda packet, so we have something to base our decisions off of to start, and then go from there. We're in public now. Is that good?
Is that, okay, well, let's poll. Bring this back. This will be the skeleton we can poke holes in. It adds up. It's math when it comes down to it.
There might be other things that we...
All right, and then like I said, we'll come back prepared to, when we add, we have to subtract. It's a zero-sum game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway? Supervisor Garamendi, yes. 5-0. We'll take this on again. Okay. Let's have some announcements. Supervisors. Madam Clerk.
In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular board meeting. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, such as mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Supervisor Tofinelli.
I have nothing to report.
Supervisor Stopper.
Nothing to report.
Supervisor Mills.
Eastern San Joaquin groundwater, it was a water balance discussion. CCWD is wanting to remove themselves from the lead role in that, and that's going to push the discussion towards us. Fortunately, Brian has already been somewhat in the conversation, and I've been attending those meetings for the last 4.5 years, so it will be somewhat seamless. However, we're going to have to deal with the cost structure on this. We're down to the last rough 6 months of getting this together. Mountain Counties had a chance to talk to the Department of Water Resources on water conservation, and to note that they are going to require us to prove efficiency in water use on landscapes in the near future, even in Calaveras County. Attended LAFCO last night, and then was hoping to get to CCWD tonight. Don't forget the chili cook-off this Saturday in Copperopolis, 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Callaway.
Nothing to report.
Supervisor Garamendi, nothing to report. CAO?
Nothing, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Counsel? Clerk? We stand adjourned.